hangs it up for Ronaldo. Oh my God!
Experience the glorious goals rush. The heated verbal jabs and even moments of madness. Experience the sensational swings, strokes and shots. The moments of victory and despair. Experience lights out on a majestic night in Singapore and a whole lot more.
On your premium talk news and sports radio station.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Listen to Sports Attack every weekday from 7:30 a.m. and Today Sports Live after the news update at 3 p.m. Stay tuned on Saturdays and Sundays for a bumper edition of Today Sports Live from 1 to 6 p.m. Experience sports in its entirety on your premium talk news and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Are the ones you wanna see. Cause our dream is so deep and so flight tastes so good. Be careful, you might choke on it. The higher you go, the harder it gets to breathe. The deeper the roots, the higher the tree must reach. So don't just talk about it, go on, be about it. Scream and shout and make the haters wanna cry when they read about it. And to everybody going astray, put your hands in mine, let me take you away.
It's about that time for us to connect. It's about that time for us to take you away to the world of sport. Good afternoon to you and welcome to the marathon edition of Today Sports Live, reaching you from this particular frequency today from 95.1, hiding in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. The marathon edition of it starting right about now and until the hour of 4 p.m. where the other members of the crew will be here to take you down the world of Nigerian football. It's great to be here once again, great to talk to you once again, and maybe I should say happy weekend to all of you. And welcome you to the show officially. I remain your reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman. My name is Reliable Reliance O'Daniel, and it's a wonderful show. It's going to be, promises to be exciting and interesting, as I've got Osas Ihimi as part of this particular show. So it's great to have you here.
Good afternoon to you, Reliance, and a beautiful afternoon to everyone out there. It's actually a wonderful day to discuss sports right here. I actually didn't drop my signature signing in, but anyways, good afternoon to you all out there. All I just need to say is
for the first time in a long while, like I'm happy. Today marks the beginning of a new day, and today marks the beginning of a new dispensation, more like a new year of living for Queen Chikezie, the birthday girl. Great to be here for you, I think. Good afternoon to you, Queen.
Good afternoon to you, Reliance. Good afternoon to our team listeners out there. I mean, it's a great day. It's a special day. Yeah.
It's a great day. It's a special day. Yeah. Her birthday is today, and she promised us that there's going to be excitement today. For those of you listening, and for those of us in the studio, when she came into the studio, I saw packages in her hand. So you know what that means, don't you? All right, so we'll talk about a whole lot on the show. It's basically European football this afternoon. We'll talk about Manchester City, Tottenham Hotspur, the Professional Footballers Association's Player of the Year, and also talk about the winner of that particular one, as we have the winner announced already. We'll look at the PFA Premier League team of the season earlier announced, and of course also look at that of the women, for most of them coming in from the winners or the champions of the Women's Super League, Chelsea, and of course Manchester City. We'll talk about the transfers, as we have a lot of them. Feels like Chelsea are bent on bringing back Romelu Lukaku instead of signing Erling Braut Haaland. The guys will do justice to the analysis side of that discussion. And the return of Carlo Ancelotti to Real Madrid, and what it portends for the Real Madrid side, looking forward to a new era, more like it, in Real Madrid. We'll talk about Manchester United, a bit of Antonio Conte. So it promises to be very exciting. The merry-go-round in the world of sports, especially when it comes to coaching, will all be the front line of the discussion today. Last Sunday I was here and we really had to talk about the Champions League, and that didn't give us the opportunity as much as I would have loved for us to talk about the movement of managers. So we'll do justice to all of that today. And we'll also appreciate your contribution via our SMS and WhatsApp portal. All right, so you could send your reaction to the show, positive and of course civil, in any case, to the number 0701 933 9962. That number is 0701 933 9962. SMS and WhatsApp number, that is. Phone lines will be thrown open much later. Twitter is done in Nigeria, so we can take reactions from Twitter, unfortunately, because we don't have access to that Twitter anymore. So you stick to the SMS and WhatsApp portal, and then later on phone lines. Or maybe I should take reactions from Facebook as well. Yeah. I should take reactions from Facebook. So our Facebook is Today FM 95.1. Today FM 95.1 carries our logo. So if you're a member of that Facebook page, or if you are yet to be a member, you can search for it, Today FM 95.1, and you can drop your reactions to any of the stories we'll be talking about. I'll try as much as I can to take them, because that portal is also accessible to us. So those are the only feedback platforms we'll be using for our discussion this afternoon on the show.
Let's go. We can fly.
It's about that time for us to tell you who won the Premier League Player of the Season on Today Sports Live, the marathon edition of it, featured reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman. My name is Reliable Reliance Udonyin. Henry Ogugwa is also here.
Good afternoon, Reliance, and good afternoon to our listeners. Great to be here again this weekend, and we hope to enjoy ourselves talking sports and football.
I started the enjoyment even before coming into the live studio. If you think I'm lying, ask Queen Chikeze. All right, so Manchester City defender. All right, so Manchester City defender Ruben Dias has been named the Premier League Player of the Season. The Portuguese international joined City from Benfica in September, wins his record individual award after being named the Football Writers Association Men's Player of the Year last month. He came out top after public vote was combined with those of the 20 club captains and a panel of football experts, edging out Kevin De Bruyne, Bruno Fernandes, Jack Grealish, Harry Kane, Mason Mount, Mohamed Salah, and Thomas Tuchel to the prize. Now, elsewhere, apart from the Premier League Player of the Season, we can also report to you that Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola has been named Premier League Manager of the Season for 2020/2021 after guiding Manchester City to another title triumph. The Blues restored domestic dominance at the centre after overcoming a slow start to hit their stride around the turn of the year, with a 12-point lead held over the chasing pack when passing the finishing spot. Guardiola has now captured 3 top-flight crowns in the space of 4 years, with the Catalan coach once again confirming his standing as one of the very best in the business. So we'll start off the show from there. Player of the Season in the Premier League, Ruben Dias. Manager of the Season, Pep Guardiola. Everything tilting to Manchester, and no, not the red side of Manchester, but the blue side of Manchester. Osas,
Yeah.
worthy winners.
Sure.
Start off from Ruben Dias.
Sure. His partnership with Stones has actually paid off for for Manchester City. We saw how there was this resurgence in the defensive part of Manchester City this just concluded season. We know very well that Manchester City used to be a club where after the exit of Vincent Kompany, it's been difficult to get their defensive heads back together. There used to be that club where, yes, they get the goals, but you also get the goals if you play your game properly. So Ruben Dias has actually come in there to bring a kind of change, a kind of solidification to the back line of Manchester City. And for Pep Guardiola, definitely, he's actually one of the best coaches you can find on this side of the divide, as in on the planet right now. He has actually lived up to expectations when it has to do with football in England. Even if he has not ruled Europe from the office or from the side of Manchester City, he's actually done well for himself. It's not just easy for you to pick up the Premier League trophies the number of times he has in a very short while. So very, very well deserving for Ruben Dias and for Pep Guardiola.
All right, now here's me thinking. There's a player who scored the highest number of goals in the Premier League in Harry Kane Queen, but here is Ruben Dias, a defender, winning it. Shouldn't it have gone to someone who provided the goals rather than someone who was just at the defense line?
Personally, most times I think these awards are not, should I say, the criteria for giving this award are not properly stipulated. Because you can tell me that Harry Kane, who provided the high, he also has the highest assist for last season and the highest goal.
Yeah.
So why would it be Ruben Dias? I think they're just looking at the fact that it was Manchester United who got the trophy at the end of the day.
City.
Manchester City, sorry, who got the trophy at the end of the day. And so everything tends to go that way. But if you ask me, I think it's a voting thing, you know. So it could just be the people's favorite. It's not just like there are laid down procedures. Okay, this is what they are considering and all that. It's more like who it's my favorite, who I like most, who the players like most, you know. So I just think that favoritism, personally, individual favorites played out in this in Diaz winning the PFA Player of the Season.
Reliance, I would just like to add something to what Queen said.
Yeah.
Yes, in as much as there's voting and maybe favoritism could also come in. You could also look at this, look at it from this angle. You know very well, most of the times we are usually clouded by the fact that players get the goals, and that should be the yardstick or the reason, or that should cloud our judgment. I remember when Cannavaro picked up the FIFA, the Ballon d'Or. I think that was in 2006. He was actually an outstanding defender. We had players that scored goals in that particular tournament, even in Europe before the World Cup.
Yeah,
I think it boils down to, away from the voting anyway, it boils down to the contribution of the player to the all-round success of the team. Yes, Harry Kane, we can't take it away from him. He actually got the goals. He was actually one of Tottenham's outstanding players. But at some times he went through some injury blows, and at some times even when he was there, it was difficult to actually lift the team. But this, I think, Ruben Diaz has been so instrumental to Manchester City. What I'm trying to say is, most of the times, I think the goal scoring usually clouds our judgment sometimes
of players in other positions.
In other positions.
But in this case, that's not it. That's not it. If you look at individual performances, at some point, Harry Kane actually had those injuries. But then, look at their contributions to their individual club. Ruben Diaz has a group of players that you say are exceptional.
Right,
they had a world-class coach.
That brings me to the next question, Henry. Ruben Diaz, his introduction key to the achievement of Manchester City this season, has won the Premier League Player of the Season. And I'm asking, Ruben Diaz didn't pull the defense line alone. He had partnership in John Stones and a couple of players. And in fact, if that defense line was solid, it can rule out the contribution of the goalkeeper as well. But in terms of the forward player, you have the opportunity to score. If you fail to score, it could end up haunting your club. So which one should be given a higher priority in this case? The players who sometimes individually have to bring in personal brilliance to score the goal, or the defender who have partnership in clearance, in interceptions, the defensive midfield pulling in the great one for them. Recall the Man City Chelsea Champions League final. There was no defensive midfielder, and you could see the pressure on the defense. Chelsea were not clinical up front, so they would have gotten more than a goal. So which one should topple the priority here?
I think it's like we want to say, let's say you're caught between the devil and the deep blue sea here, because it could go anyway. Because you're looking at it, a striker scores goals, he scores all the goals win you games, but somebody gives him that pass, somebody's assisting, somebody's here to support him to get those goals. The same goes for a defender. He's the star man at the back, but he still needs a defensive partner. You can't play with one man at the back. Definitely, that's not how football works. You'll be punished, and you'll be punished severely. And now, when you look at Ruben Diaz, when you see Ruben Diaz's case, or the scenario with Ruben Diaz and Man City this season, where your mind falls back to is Van Dijk and Liverpool, where in the Champions League and Premier League winning season. Because you look at the state Man City's defense was in before Diaz came in. They were in shambles. Laporte being out of the team is like they didn't have a back line. They were struggling 2 seasons ago. It was an issue. Now, what Ruben Diaz added was that leadership quality. He's a fantastic defender. He's a good defender on his own individually. But that leadership quality. I mean, John Stones, whom he formed a good partnership with. Even when Stones played with Laporte, Stones was like the weak point. Everybody was going at Stones, but we could see the organization defensively. Look, as much as the coach will set up his team, they still need that man to call them to order, that man on the pitch that takes up that leadership mantle, especially at the back, that arranges the team. Like, you could see several times pushing back to Liverpool, even to Man City this season, when the defenders are out of position, Van Dijk or Diaz, when they were on the pitch, pointing out to everybody their role, even sometimes to Fabinho, the DM, or to Fernandinho or Gundogan, whoever was playing the DM for Diaz, So it's that leadership quality, that ability to organize, that ability to galvanize, while also doing your work fantastically, while also putting in your own shift fantastically, doing your own, that played a major role in Diaz getting the rating and being the PL player of the season this year. So I don't think it's just only about the goal. Sometimes you look at all-round contribution, what a player offers. You could say, and Iniesta never had the statistics in his favor. Xavi never had the statistics in his favor. Pirlo never had the statistics in their favor. Players like even Thiago, Toni Kroos, they don't have the statistics in their favor. Even Modric, but in their favor. But they are fantastic. What they bring on the day is exceptional, especially on their day. So you can't rule that.
And how many of them?
In 2010, recall when I think it was Wesley Sneijder that was in pole position to win it.
Yeah.
Well, in the end, he went to Lionel Messi, and the world of football fumed.
Yeah, everybody was angry. And that's what I'm trying to say. Because it's not always about the goals. Okay, everybody remembers Cannavaro 2006. Look at Tony was scoring goals for Italy. But what Cannavaro was doing at the defense line, how he was marshalling the defense line, how he was marshalling the whole team, it was immense. Okay, look at Real Madrid. Benzema was the highest goal scorer this season. But when Ramos, or 2 seasons ago, but when Ramos was not on the pitch, everybody would be scared for Madrid, because you knew what Ramos brought or brings to the pitch is immense. Not just that he's a fantastic defender, the leadership qualities.
But Henry, it can also be argued that Manchester City without Ruben Diaz were winning trophies.
Of course.
They were beating teams up and down. They were still winning the Premier League. I mean, the season that City won Premier League with 100 points, they never had a fair partnership in either of Emery Laporte partnered with someone. I think Guardiola
wasn't there. Was he there that season?
I think he was.
No, the 100th season. He came
second season. Yeah.
That was Vincent
So Guardiola has always been struggling with that, having that partnership. You know, that central defenders. But even with that struggle, he came into the Premier League and has been dominating. So it could also be argued that this team, whether you have Ruben Diaz there, it's not going to stop Guardiola from winning trophies. It's not going to stop the players from scoring goals and winning teams.
No, definitely it's not going to stop you from scoring goals and winning teams or lifting trophies. I mean, you can get your team to the finals without that talisman. After all, it happens. We've seen it happen over time. But what that man brings, what that man offers is immense. You can say Guardiola, when he came in his first season, the season finished, is it 3rd or 4th in the league where he struggled? Company was literally injured that season. The next season, the 100 points, it was a Stones and his name skips my mind currently. The initial partnership.
I think wasn't that Vincent Company?
Vincent Company and Otamendi.
I think it was Vincent Company and
Otamendi. Sorry, Vincent Company and Otamendi. Yes.
Yeah.
And we saw the leadership quality
in
brought.
Company. Yeah.
The next season when they beat Liverpool by a point gap, Company didn't start that season. He was injured. It was an Otamendi and Stones. As much as Stones was a fantastic defender, we saw the shambles that defense was in.
Yeah.
Company came in and the defense, everything changed at the back line.
All right.
It became whole again. So that's what I'm trying to say. Diaz brought that solidity, that organization at the back for them. Some coaches are very good at attacking, but they need individually gifted defenders to help them defensively the way they coach. Coaches like Guardiola, Klopp, even a Thomas Tuchel,
Luis Enrique,
they need individually very gifted defenders to do the work defensively for them because of the style and approach they have.
All right, Queen Chick is here. Before we leave this matter and look at the proposed, or more like PFL Premier League Team of the Year put together by Professional Footballers Association, is there any other manager you think should have beaten Pep Guardiola to the manager of the season? I mean, in all the nominees.
Yes.
I think on Wednesday we talked about the nominees and some other managers. The Leeds United manager, part of it. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, Manchester United.
West Ham, David Moyes.
Thomas Tuchel was absent and all that. So, is there any other manager you think should have beaten Pep Guardiola to it?
Of course, on the list, I would have chosen West Ham coach David Moyes.
Okay,
because this is a man this is a side that have been nowhere previously before he taking over, and this season he even tried to, if not for the fact that there were some changes in I think the change of coach for Chelsea actually contributed to West Ham falling out of top 4. At some point, they were there. They were dragging the space. They put up that fight. At the end of the day, he got them to an European competition with a massive point that they've not amassed for a long time. I think for me, Pep have actually is a Pep thing. You can't take it away. He's that manager.
He has done you expect from a Pep Guardiola.
So there's no need. He's like, okay, I'm being queen, and you're appreciating me for being queen.
I love the sound of that.
It doesn't really make any sense. But this is someone who have done something exceptional. I felt like he should have gone to David Moyes. For me, I just thought he should have gone to David Moyes.
Any other person has a different opinion?
No, I just wanted to stick with what's on ground because football is all about. I think applause comes when you get the silverwares or the trophies. Football is all about trophies. You get inducted into Hall of Fame. You get the applause when you win trophies, and the man is doing that. Let's take away the fact. Let's look away from the fact that it's a Pep Guardiola thing. He's got one head, just like every other coach you find on that list. If you're that exceptional, for example, when was that 2013 or 2012 or 2014 when Claudio Ranieri was able to lift Leicester City to winning the Premier League. Yes, he won the Premier League manager of the season because he was able to do the exceptional. At least if we had David Moyes, yes, has actually done a good job with West Ham, but wasn't good enough to be able to topple Pep Guardiola from winning this, because it's all about the trophies at the end of the day. It's all about you keeping a cool head and seeing how to get these silverwares. I believe he deserves it. It's one thing that he deserves. It's one thing he has worked for. And he deserves
the point Queen is making is you expect a Pep Guardiola to win a trophy for you in any season, but you don't expect a David Moyes with West Ham to secure you European spots.
The question is why do we expect a Pep Guardiola to win you a trophy?
Because he has an ambient environment that is
not
most
a machine. He's not. We've seen coaches with players of the same caliber with the ones Pep is having right now still go into competitions and not win.
Let's do this a little bit. Let's swap both coaches. Put David Moyes in that Manchester City team. Yeah. Don't you think he would deliver at least a trophy?
I think he would just do a Pochettino.
He won't deliver a trophy.
I think he may not be able to deliver a trophy.
Okay,
Reliance,
let's hear you.
There
Henry.
are coaches we regard as top class coaches. Then there are coaches we now look at as they are just below the top class coaches. You can't call them top class, but you can't call them bad coaches. They are you can't call them middle average coaches or bad coaches. They are below the top class. I think I want to place David Moyes in a position where he's just below the top class, but he's not average per se. But on that level, he'll be lower, closer towards an average manager. Look, David Moyes is an exceptional manager. If you remember his Everton side,
you just said it's not a top class manager. Now you
said exceptional manager.
I said, okay, sorry for the user. David Moyes is a good manager. He's a good coach. He's a fantastic coach. Yeah. If you remember his Everton side, limited funds, limited everything, and he was able to make that thing work. They were qualifying for the UEFA Cup, then trying to break into the top four, but they couldn't because of limited issues. But now, you're now in a scenario. We saw him go to United, and he struggled. His transfer window, he messed it all up.
That's what
he
I'm
handled
saying.
United like
that's what I'm saying.
An Everton.
He had a chance. Window. He had the chance that Pep had.
The mentality was not right. I remember Ferdinand coming out to say, "How you be showing Vidic and I videos of what Jagielka and this thing are doing in training or what they are doing in matches to correct us?"
Sorry, Henry. That's exactly where the angle I'm coming from. That's why I said he would just do a Pochettino, because being a Pep Guardiola is not just about signing players. You've got the pedigree, you've got your managerial skills at 150%. You may give him these players and he will even do worse than he has done at West Ham. So that's exactly the
and to even attract the quality players. You need to be a Pep Guardiola.
You need to be a Pep Guardiola
to attract quality players.
And let's look at it this way now. In West Ham, he struggled. But frankly speaking, I'm not shocked with where West Ham finished this season. Frankly speaking, I expected them to finish in the top half of the table and push for European place, because looking at the caliber of players in their squad, Fornals, Lanzini, Berama, even Miguel Antonio, some of these players were players in Spain, Italy, were playing European football, they were playing in the Europa League or in the Champions League, wherever they were. And we could see that these players are individually gifted and talented footballers. He made them work as a unit, which is fantastic. And Moyes is a seasoned and experienced coach in the Premier League. Yes, you want to say 2 seasons ago they were in the relegation waters, but he wasn't the coach at the start of the season. He came in, he steadied the ship. You knew that something was working, something was going to go right. That this is not where West Ham will be with Moyes the next season, which was last season, the previous season that just ended. So I expected that growth and that push, and it happened. Yes, maybe a little bit more than what was expected. We qualified for European places, but to say that Moyes was better than Pep this season, I'm not saying he's better than, but to say that Moyes has a shout at it, he has a chance at it. But let's look at where Man City were also at the beginning of the season. Man City started the season poorly. A lot of coaches would have probably thrown in the towel, but we saw a Pep reinvent the whole team. Your right back / left back, Joao Cancelo, was literally playing as a 10. He reinvented the full back row. We saw Kyle Walker play different. We saw Cancelo and Kyle Walker play different sets of roles as full backs.
At that point?
It was a Pep Guardiola.
Fine, he was just trying out tactics. It's not. It's not for Pep. Pep loves to try out things.
Who remembers watching Pep's teams? Anybody? Reliance. You remember watching Pep's teams in Bayern Munich and Barcelona? The man was literally. He was literally. I don't want to. He was literally crazy. Or there's some things he would do. Or I remember in Bayern he played. Is it a 3-1, 3-3 or a very odd formation? I can't even remember how to place the formation. And it was against the Dortmund side. And they demolished Dortmund that day. So what I'm trying to say is that the man reinvented the team. Look, a lot of coaches, halfway through the season, you're about 8 or 9. How many points off the top of the table? A lot of coaches would have thrown in the towel.
Halfway?
It was halfway. By December, Man City were not in the Champions League spots. They were about 8 on the table. By December. And this man pushed them up, and they won the league with everybody. By February, March, everybody was seeing them as the runaway title favorites. 2 months later, he changed the whole thing. He changed the whole dynamics of the league.
But the question is, if Pep doesn't do this, who is he reliable?
I really don't want us to would I say dignify Pep. Pep is like every other coach. So if he's doing well, he's doing well. Pep is like a
he has more experience. So long as Premier League is concerned, no coach has the experience. Okay, let's say exception of Carlo Ancelotti and
in the Premier League.
In the Premier League, and then the Tottenham coach.
Yeah, Jose
Mourinho. Who else has the wealth of experience that Pep Guardiola has?
Moyes has been in the Premier League.
Moyes has been in the Premier League.
Who else?
With Bruce has
been there for.
You're talking
about trophy.
You're talking not just the trophy. Reliance, not just the trophy. You're talking about people who have dwelt in Premier League. This is a man that has tried out Serie A. Sorry, he has not gone to Serie A. He's been in the La Liga. He's been in the Bundesliga. He has the word of experience of he can bring in the
players from anywhere and turn them to stars.
He can get the experience. He can just take off the tactics of the Bundesliga, mix it with the tactics of La Liga, and then he's
married to Manchester City.
Sorry, please, Reliance. I really don't want us to glorify Pep this way. Pep is just like every other coach. He did a treble. Mourinho did a treble. I don't know if you get what I'm talking about. He did a treble. Mourinho did a treble. He uses tactics.
No, if you say we shouldn't glorify Pep, who else should we glorify? Henry came off from an angle which I totally grabbed. Said, I'm trying to recall the way he said it when he talked about Pep Guardiola. Is that A-class coach?
Yes, an A-class coach.
All right. With so much achievement in different clubs. And then he talks about David Moyes, and he placed David Moyes somewhere around the average coach. So if someone is above the average, a little bit above the average, okay? Now, if someone is that A-class manager, and you ought to glorify that manager, because what Pep, Jose Mourinho, Sir Alex Ferguson, who else should I mention? Should I mention Arsene Wenger?
You can put Arsene Wenger.
I can mention Arsene Wenger in that bracket, and maybe has a flick of late. What these managers have achieved it will take some managers 10 years
I hate
to
saying
even
10
think
years.
of getting close to that level.
Yeah, I understand, but what I'm saying is, the way we speak about Pep, we shouldn't. It's making us feel that he should be doing the unthinkable to be able to reach the level we consider as normal. He's a human being. Forget the fact that he's been so successful. Doesn't make the way we speak about him right now. It seems we're comparing him as an angel to normal players.
No, it's just exceptional.
He's exceptional.
It's
quite
like talking about Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. You know, if you put them in the same bracket with who? Even Paul Pogba.
You don't put them.
You understand? So that extra glory will always be there because these guys are. Some people describe them as alien or aliens in football.
Yes.
So I think if we have aliens of players, I think we also have aliens of managers, and you have to put Pep Guardiola in that bracket.
Yes.
But that's by the way, guys. So before I leave that matter and look at the Premier League team of the year, Henry, you're very, very much comfortable with Pep Guardiola winning the manager of the season.
Yeah, very much
now, give me
comfortable.
additional two if you were to rank them.
Other managers this season.
Yeah.
I think I'll put a David Moyes under him. And which Thomas Tuchel was not on the list.
It wasn't on the list, but if you were to include, you have the freedom. This is Today's Sports Live. This is not this is not PFA. This is Today's Sports Live. Recall that last season we had our own team of the year, European team of the year, our player of the year. I think at some point we had our own player of the mid-season last season. That was won by Harry Kane, if you could recall. This is Today's Sports Live rating, which possibly a release might come much later about who which and all that. But so we have the freedom to add.
So I think I'll put the David Moyes second, and I'll put two coaches in the third category, in the third position, a tie. I think for Dean Smith and for Thomas Tuchel.
Thomas Tuchel. All right, so it's Pep Guardiola, David Moyes, Thomas Tuchel tied with Dean Smith. What's that saying?
I think for me, I'll put in after Pep Guardiola, I'll put in a David Moyes, then a Johan Klopp.
You're in Klopp for you, Queen Chikeze.
It's for me.
Your number one.
My number one would still be David Moyes.
Okay, number two.
And then maybe Pep and Ole Gunnar Solskjaer.
All right, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer finds a way to enter someone's list. Part of the Today FM sports crew. All right, I thought it was not going to come in, and I was going to be real surprised if nobody mentions Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. But thanks to Queen, maybe Ole Gunnar Solskjaer should thank Queen because he got the nod from only Queen. So guys, let's look at the Premier League player of the team of the year rather. So we have Ederson, according to PFA, Manchester City. We have João Cancelo. 6 players of Manchester City have actually made the list. We have Ederson, João Cancelo, John Stones, Ruben Diaz, who eventually won the Premier League player of the season. Luke Shaw, Manchester United, Kevin De Bruyne, Ike Gundogan, Bruno Fernandes, Manchester United, Harry Kane, Tottenham Hotspur, Heung-min Son, Tottenham Hotspur, and Mohamed Salah. Let's start off with you, Henry. This is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 complete.
I'm missing a midfielder. De Bruyne, Fernandes, and who?
Kevin De Bruyne,
Ike
Bruno Fernandes, and Ike Gundogan.
I don't think I have any problem with that list.
Gundogan. You don't have any problem with it?
I don't think I have any problem with that.
At the defense, you talk about John Stones, Ruben Diaz, Luke Shaw, João Cancelo.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
Up front, you have Harry Kane, Heung-min Son, and Mohamed Salah.
I don't have any problem with that.
That's more like a 4-3-3 from the way I'm saying it. Osas?
Yeah, I still don't have a problem with it.
No player to be added, none to be removed.
Where is Kante?
That's what I wanted to say.
Where is Kante?
I was going to put that on.
Not in the Premier League. No, on a more serious note.
You said what?
Kante has been fantastic, but PFA team of the season.
Okay. He didn't have actually a brilliant.
He didn't have a brilliant season in the Premier League. Yes, let's tell ourselves the truth.
Beginning with some injuries and his laid back from Frank Lampard's era. I think he just started pulling the strings when Tuchel came in. So I don't think he should be.
If Tuchel could come in on the list for manager of the season,
no, he wasn't there.
No.
Was he there?
I know.
Yeah, Henry
added him.
Okay, Henry added him.
If Tuchel could come in Then
But we're
So
talking
why-
about the list.
The
Then we're
teams,
talking
that's
about
the
not
point.
the FM list here.
No, wait.
That- I understand.
See the picture I'm trying to paint now. Let's look at a Kevin De Bruyne. A Kevin De Bruyne was just behind only I think a Harry Kane in the assist charts, if I'm not mistaken. But he was in the top 3 with Fernandes and Harry Kane, and he was immense to what Man City did this season in the Premier League. This is not about the Champions League. Everybody should throw away the Champions League performance. It's about the Premier League now.
Yeah.
yes.
A Bruno Fernandes definitely deserves to be there. No, there are no talks about it. There's no argument about it. Even if you don't like the guy, he deserves to be there. Gundogan, at a point, was Man City's highest goal scorer. I think he even finished the season as Man City's highest goal scorer. So definitely, if you're central midfielder, at a point he was the one dragging Man City across the finish line this season. Gundogan was immense. His goals were important. His performances were top notch. He was fantastic. He was like everywhere in the midfield. So you cannot remove a Gundogan from that list. Kante was fantastic, no doubt, in the Champions League. But in the league,
Not just
we saw a
in
lot of
Champions
ups
League.
and downs in Kante's performance. Kante was also injured at a point.
He was injured.
Yeah, it was injured
He was-
at a point.
At the beginning of the season, he was not getting into Chelsea's starting lineup. Lampard was leaving him out a lot of times.
Yeah.
So Kante, as much as he was immense and he helped Chelsea win the Champions League, which a lot of people want to look at that performance, is the Premier League that is being looked at here. And if you look at it objectively, Kante, frankly speaking, does
should
not have a
make the
place in
list.
the list.
But what
in
if
the top 11.
what if UEFA release their own list of the year and Kante is not there?
No, Kante should be there.
That's where we're going to be. having
That's
an
where there's
issue.
going to be.
Okay.
If there's a Champions
He's going to
League
be there.
team. The
I
Champions
I
League
think
team
one player also that should have found his way in there is Jack Grealish.
Okay.
Jack Grealish should have found his way in there.
Even this Leeds guy, what's his name again?
Patrick Bamford.
Patrick Bamford.
No, but you can't remove a Harry Kane.
You can't
Harry
remove
Kane
a
is the
Harry
golden boot
He's a
winner.
golden
You can't-
boot winner.
you can't
But he
remove
can
Harry-
pull out Mo
But I think-
Salah.
You can't put out
But you can pull out Mo Salah.
Salah was the second highest goal scorer in England. Harry Kane scored 22, he scored 21 goals in the midst of a team that was misfiring.
Hearing Son.
Heung-min Son,
No, very.
No.
He should be
Give me
added.
some.
Heung-min
Should be
Son
added.
should be there. Number
Should be
one,
there.
the partnership
Really?
with Kane that
So you're
blossomed
looking
over
at-
the season.
Okay,
We're
okay.
looking at Gerrard play. He had goals and assists to his name. Also,
Let's hear from Queen.
Okay.
You're looking at now. You're focusing on these persons because, to an extent, they are kind of in the spotlight when it comes to the Premier League. Now look at Patrick Bamford. That guy. I don't think there's any club. There was hardly any club that guy didn't score against. So how that guy was netting goals, like unexpected goals.
But in the end, he didn't finish as his top goal
didn't
scorer.
finish
I'm
as
not
his
even
top
sure
scorer.
he made top 3.
he wasn't with the highest.
I'm
score.
even trying to-
I think he scored about 17 goals if I'm
For
not.
Leeds United.
But it doesn't mean okay.
And for
Charlie Austin-
Leeds United.
Charlie
And
Austin
their coach was listed amongst
the nominees
the nominees for the
manager of the season. Yeah.
Look, Riaz, let me paint a picture now. Charlie Austin scored 17 goals for QPR when they got relegated. He didn't make the team of the season. He's not going to make the team of the season. There are a lot of factors that play in this thing. Yes, you want to say Bielsa was there, but Bielsa was dealing with the whole team. He took a whole Leeds setup. Bamford was scoring goals because of the way Bielsa set up that team. It enabled him to thrive, to soar, to succeed. So Bielsa, you saying because of Bielsa was put in the manager of the
Not
month,
just that.
that Bamford should have probably
Not just that.
No.
You mentioned the team, where the team ended. And I said, if the team ended in that way, in ninth position, right? And this is their first season coming into, they just came back to Premiership. This is the first season in Premiership after relegation. And then they had done that performance. Is it not these players that contributed to the performance that led to the coach being nominated?
All right, Harry Kane scored 23 goals from 35 games played in the
Yes.
Premier League. Mohamed Salah scored 22 from 37
22 years,
goals. Bruno Fernandes came third, 18 goals from 37 appearances in the Premier League. Heung-min Son scored 17 goals from 37 appearances, just one shy of the number scored by Bruno Fernandes. Patrick Bamford scored 17 goals from 38 appearances, same number of Son Heung-min, and had more minutes on the Premier League than Son Heung-min, who missed out from 38 appearances for Patrick Bamford. And then Dominic Calvert-Lewin of Everton scored 16 goals from 33 appearances. Jamie Vardy, Leicester City, scored 15 goals from 34 appearances. And Oli Watkins of Aston Villa scored 14 goals from 37 appearances. Alexander Lacazette, often Arsenal finds a way to have someone in there. 13 goals from 31 appearances. And finally, Ike Gundogan clearly was Manchester City highest goal scorer for the team. Scored 13 goals from 28 appearances. That's the top 10.
Highest goal scorers, right? Now.
Yeah.
And then Ike Guanoga.
By the way, Kelechi I just scored 12 goals for 35 appearances.
Now, Ike Guanoga has a way of making it.
Yeah.
To
even Son Heung-min made
it too.
They scored the same number of goals.
We're talking about striking here as a striker. You just cannot beat Harry Kane.
Okay, the thing is, I said 4-3-3, didn't I?
Yes.
From the players I'm saying. But you can make it a 3-5-2 formation just to accommodate a player you feel
if you make it a 3-5-2 formation, one defender is going to drop for that striker to come in. 3-5-2.
Look,
so somebody is going to drop.
Let's look at it this way. Last season, 2 seasons ago, Sheffield were fantastic.
Yeah.
Arguably Sheffield's best player was John Lodstram.
Yeah.
Chris Wilder got nominated for the manager of the season. Did John Lodstram get nominated for the player of the season of the team? He didn't.
All right, guys. So
it's like the manager galvanized the whole thing. So for Bielsa, for you to use the Bielsa narrative to make a case for Bamford, I don't think it holds enough for that. Look, and number 2, Kane was the highest goal scorer in the league. You cannot put a Kane
Quinn
on
holds
the bench.
an argument. Quinn holds an argument in favor of Patrick Bamford of Leeds United. And like I mentioned, scored 17 goals from 38 appearances, just one shy of the number of goals scored by Son Heung-min, although he had played more matches, just one more than Patrick Bamford. That's Son Heung-min. Now let's look at the women's aspect of things. We also have the team of the year. Okay, so we have Anna Twinbega of Chelsea, Katy McCabe of Arsenal, Leigh Williamson of Arsenal, Magdalena Eriksson of Chelsea, I beg your pardon, Maren Geldy of Chelsea. We have Sam Mewis of Manchester City, Caroline Ware of Manchester City, Sam Kerr, who happens to be the highest goal scorer in the Women's Super League last season, of Chelsea, Chloe Kelly, Manchester City, Frank Kirby, like a legend in the Women's Super League, of Chelsea, and Lauren Hemp, also not of Chelsea rather, but of Manchester City. So those are the players who made the PFA Women's Super League team of the year. Comprises of 5 players from champions Chelsea, and of course some players too from Manchester City. I could recall that it was more like a back and forth fight between Chelsea and Manchester City for who wins the Women's Super League, but in the end it was Chelsea. They progressed to the Champions League final but were demolished by Azizat Oshola's inspired
Barcelona
Femenino. Now, Azizat Oshola played, I think he started on the bench.
She played about 15 minutes.
So when it comes to Nigeria bloggers and writers, I want to write things, say Azizat Oshola's inspired Barcelona.
But before then, she had a contribution.
She just came back from injury, so you can make it.
Yeah, true. All right, so the PFA award to be announced tomorrow. We'll have most of them announced tomorrow, but we've confirmed the player of the season, Ruben Diaz, and the manager of the season, Pep Guardiola. All right, so you could be a part of the show. SMS on WhatsApp portal 0701-933-996. I'm tempted to open the phone lines 0701-933-996. So that's our SMS on WhatsApp portal. Facebook, Today95.1 FM on Facebook. You could drop your reactions there. It's accessible to us. I will try as much as I can to get reactions from that platform as well. And then phone lines, I'm tempted to throw them open at the moment. I'm tempted to. But I'll hold up with the phone lines. But keep your reactions coming to us via those platforms in the meantime, while we talk about Tottenham Hotspur on the show. And then afterward, we can have a conversation. We can give you the opportunity to have your conversation or to air your contribution on the show as well. So now there were reports that Tottenham were going to go for Antonio Conte. I'm pretty certain you want to find out what happened to that report. Tottenham have called off plans to appoint Antonio Conte as their new manager. Negotiations were at a standstill as at yesterday. Spurs owners were holding concerns over some of Conte's demands, including reluctance to work with promising young players at the club. And according to Sky in Italy, Conte had major doubts about becoming Tottenham's next head coach and was inclined to turn the offer down. Now, after considering the role for several days, Conte remained unconvinced Spurs were a team ready to win trophies immediately. If you can recall the reason why he left Inter Milan in the first place, then he could easily align with this report. Now, the Italian has won 5 league titles in last decade and is looking for another winning project. And it wasn't likely that that was going to come from Tottenham Hotspur. So he turned it down once again. In fact, Tottenham called off interest in signing because the man had huge demands. Demands in which will bring them trophies if they gave in. That's Tottenham Hotspur. In the meantime, Harry Kane had a say on working with Jose Mourinho and also working with Mauricio Pochettino. In fact, Harry Kane also talked about his future, more likely his ambition at the Euros, but it was very particular when he talked about Jose Mourinho. He said, and I quote, "Jose obviously expected us to be men and act like men on the pitch, have leaders on the pitch. To be honest, that's probably where it didn't quite work out with Jose. We didn't quite have enough leadership that we needed at the time. I think with Jose, I had a great relationship with him. We got on from minute one. We understood each other. We had a similar mentality in how we saw stuff on the pitch, off the pitch, and mentality in training. So we kind of built that relationship. Jose just wanted to win. That was the mentality he was trying to put into the players at Spurs. Do anything to win. And I think we did become more streetwise. But maybe there were relationships that didn't quite work out, that didn't quite work there. But from my point of view, he was great for me." End of quote. Put together side by side the reports of Antonio Conte, Tottenham Hotspur boycotting the signature of the man because of he likely will want huge demands that will want him to win a trophy for the club. And recall that the reason he left Inter Milan in the first place is because the owners of Inter Milan decided to downsize the club. They wanted to reduce their investment in the club. They wanted to downsize and make over 70 to 90 million pounds. And that didn't sit well with Antonio Conte, whose intention was to go for the Champions League next. And he can't do that when he have paucity of funds. So he left the club. And Tottenham Hotspur backing down from going for him because they knew very well that the man is going to have huge demands that he believed would win him trophies in the club. And also remember the kind of person Jose Mourinho is. Put together side by side the speech of Harry Kane. He just wanted to win. It turned us to becoming streetwise, more like. That winning mentality is what he brought into the club. Put all this together. And I'm asking, feels like Tottenham cannot handle greatness.
It's actually not that Tottenham cannot handle greatness. I don't think that's it. I think Tottenham are not actually ready for greatness at the moment. It's a case of misplaced priorities here. I think what they need is a coach who is going to build them for greatness in the 7 to 8 years from now.
So why did you fire Mauricio Pochettino?
I guess they needed a new blend. The man had actually helped them. I think when they were trying to build build
themselves to greatness.
Stadium.
They got to the Champions League final, and afterward, you fire the man. You think you want to work with for a long time. Someone you believe should take you from ground zero to cloud 9.
I think Pochettino's issue, as at then, both parties got tired of themselves. That's what comes to play when you have so long in a relationship between two persons. I think from the point where Tottenham is coming from, they need someone who can actually help them build from the scratch, from the young ones. And I don't think Antonio Conte is that kind. Conte, we know him, his style of football, his ideology about football. He's a man that is more concerned with the trophies. I think both parties were not supposed to cross themselves at any point in time. Tottenham are in the league of, would I say, Arsenal. They need someone who has that patience to build from the academy, to build from the young lads and turn young lads into stars. Conte is not. So what I think what should happen here is, I think what should happen here is Tottenham should look for someone who can fit in.
Reliable Reliance is available for a coaching job.
Yes.
So
and it also goes out to Harry Kane now to see and read the handwriting on the wall. And the handwriting says that Tottenham is not ready
to win
trophies.
Now, Henry, Queen, before you come in, Henry, when Jose Mourinho was fired from, in as much as we want to believe that he had his own issues with the players, but the backroom staff. Okay, the players now, because the backroom staff were majorly people he brought into the club. At Manchester United, had issues with players and all that. And there are some camps who believe that those issues were instigated, knowing that he was going to play into their hands. He was going to play into the script, acted the script quite well, and eventually didn't really work out. But when he left, before he left, he complained of needing money to sign more players, to more like overhaul the defense line. Now, when he was fired and Ole Gunnar Solskjaer was brought into the club, people said that, in fact, when Ole came in, more like after I think the first press interview he granted or thereabout, he said that he needs to overhaul the Manchester United team with more inclusions. And people said, Jose Mourinho has been vindicated because this is a project he wanted to do, not at that level, but just at the defense line, but he was denied the funds. And that's in the past. When Tottenham Hotspur fired Jose Mourinho, according to the statement from Daniel Levy, it was because of results. But when you see reports like this, and especially with what Harry Kane said, it appears that, or does it appear to you that once again, Mourinho has been vindicated, and that Mourinho was not fired from Tottenham because of results, but more like a clash of personality, or they couldn't just handle toughness or greatness, as the case may be?
I've always said this, that until they tell us the real reason why they sacked Mourinho, I am not going to buy into the whole result talk, and I just feel it's something else we don't know of or we're not being told, and it could boil down to the whole issue of players and all that stuff. Look, Tottenham are a club. I think Daniel Levy, he's a good businessman. He has taken Tottenham from where they were to where they are now, and he's a good, fantastic businessman. But I think now they're short of ideas of where they want to be, or they are disillusioned, or they are caught in their own world of where they are, and they feel that they are comfortable there now, that we can't be hit off our crop of young players. We went to the Champions League finals. What happened that summer? You didn't invest in the squad. It wasn't going to. So you came into the next season hoping the manager could probably replicate a miracle again, something like that, and it didn't work out like that. Then you sacked him. You brought in a Jose Mourinho. A Jose Mourinho is a coach known for dealing with finished goods. He's a coach known to spend his way to titles. A lot of big coaches, not just Jose, a lot of coaches who have won titles have spent their ways to title over the years, even down the 70s and 80s. So it has always been there in football. It has always been like that. What did he do? What do you want? He wants. He asked for a new defender. He didn't get it. He tried to make do with what he had. Invest in the squad. Not much investment. Just little or Højbjerg, Doherty. Højbjerg was actually a fantastic signing.
Yeah, Sergio Reguilon,
whom did okay.
Yeah.
Doherty was a dependable backup to Aurier, so they weren't bad signings. He didn't get the centre back he needed or he wanted. He tried to make results work. The mentality was not right, and I think everything with the mentality boils down to the amount of pressure even the directors themselves. Because if the coach wants something and they look at it, the bosses of the coach are not really bothered or concerned about the heights this coach wants to attain. They're just okay where they are. Even the players themselves won't be so bothered.
Yeah.
So a Conte is coming in now. You're bringing a Conte in, it means you want to win the league. It doesn't mean you want him to work with young upcoming players. If you want to win the league or you want to push for titles, then you need to invest in the squad. Look, for Tottenham's case, I just feel it's a club that is stuck. There's this mental block. There's this, if you're a writer, they'll say it's writer's block. I don't know whether it's footballing block or what now they are going through. They don't really know the next step to take properly, because looking at that sports squad, you know it needs rejigging, it needs a lot of change. But would that change happen? And let's also factor in that Conte going to happen. I just felt and I knew it wasn't going to happen. Tottenham were not and are not going to be willing to bring out the money or spend the money, because of we're just coming out of a pandemic. Clubs are announcing losses. It's disastrous for a lot of clubs, their finances and all that stuff. So Tottenham, a lot of clubs are not willing to spend as much. Even the ones you think that want to spend, Real Madrid, they don't have the money to spend. All of them, they are owing. A lot of those clubs are in debt, and they have to spend to rejig the squad. So they are trying to work with what they have in-house. And Conte coming in was the wrong option. Or even thinking of starting discussions with Conte was the wrong option. You saw the situation and the scenario that played out that resulted in him leaving Inter Milan. So why would you want to present that same scenario to him and think he will accept?
See,
it was never going to work out.
See, let's be realistic here. Whatever they're telling us on paper is just, let's just say, the excuses they are making. The signing of Conte and him not accepting or declining, or Tottenham backing down, centering in Tottenham, but signing players or spending money. No, that is not it. Tottenham are looking for a particular kind of personality. It's not just about whether you're going to win the titles or not. They don't want the Jose Mourinho's personality. See, there are persons that when you're working for them or when you're working with them, they want you to make them feel like they are the boss.
That's the point. If you don't want an Jose Mourinho personality, that means
then don't go. It was sure that Conte was not going to work out.
That's where the question comes from. If you don't want an Jose Mourinho mentality, that means you're not ready to win trophies.
Not the mentality.
No, okay, personality.
It's fine. Not about.
It means you're not going to win trophies.
No, it's not. See, there's a personality they're looking for. It's not like. See, we know Mourinho. Mourinho is a loud coach. He's that coach that he will just come out and say it. He doesn't even I don't think he would think the influence it will have on whoever he's referring to before saying it. He will just say it. He's this kind of coach that wants to stand up to his employer. Probably, I want this player and you're giving me reasons why you won't give me this player, and I want to ensure that I give you the reason or stand up to you and convince you or put it to you that I need this person. And they don't want that kind of personality. I watched the documentary on Sky Sports even before this, them backing off Antonio Conte. Someone was actually, I've forgotten the name of this man. He was actually analyzing the reason why a Conte will not go to Tottenham. Because if Jose Mourinho didn't stay in Tottenham, then Conte won't be there. And at the end of the day, his should I say his prediction or prophecy has come to pass. So I don't really think it's just all about spending the money or signing the players or not signing the players or
so
the
mentality.
It goes beyond
earlier. It goes to what I said earlier, that the firing of Jose Mourinho was
not just about results.
Definitely it wasn't
about
results.
A whole lot of things.
But Reliance, this is what I'm talking about here now. It's a clear indication. Okay, let's call it spade a spade. I don't want to speak sarcastically again. It's a clear indication that Tottenham are not ready for success. It's a clear indication
for that level of success.
For that level of success. Now let me come down to it. I believe as a club who that plays football and at the highest level, when we talk about football at the Premier League and even at UEFA level, call it the Champions League or the Europa League, you should know what you need. What you need is success. What you need is trophies, because these trophies bring in funds. You could see the joy on the face of Abramovich when Chelsea when they won the Champions League. It looked like a succor for all the money he had spent on Kai Havertz and the rest of them Timo Werner and the rest of them. If you win trophies, you also get these funds. As a club, you should know what you need. Now, it's not about. I don't think the personality of the coach should actually stop you from success. First, I think more importantly, a club should look at a coach that can play to your philosophy, because most of these clubs have a particular philosophy they play to.
Right.
Now, if he can play to your philosophy and give you the trophies, he's okay. If he likes, let him be a loud talker or let him be whatever he wants to be. Provided he brings the trophies to the table at the end of the day, it is okay. Tuchel had an issue with Leonardo right there at PSG, and he proved the entire PSG board, including Leonardo, wrong by lifting the Champions League. And in shame, Leonardo was like, yeah, I still don't have any regrets losing Tuchel. Tottenham should be ready for success. If you're ready for
really
success, then you should know that the man Conte, you should have gone for him at all costs.
All right, 0817 951 and 0810-951-0951. Those are the phone numbers to call if you want to be a part of the show. In a short while, we'll talk about Chelsea and Manchester United, and then we'll talk about Real Madrid. And let's also remind you that there's French Open ongoing. We are having our eyes as well on the match involving Novak Djokovic, the world number one, against Berankis. So it's Novak Djokovic. I think this should be the last game if it goes the way of Djokovic. 6-1, 5-3 as of the time. So okay, it's now 6-1, 5-4. So if Djokovic wins this one, it's going to be serving for the match, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to be a match point for Novak Djokovic. If he wins it, it ends it and he progresses to the next round. Tonight, more like it, there's also going to be a boxing exhibition bout between the YouTuber and Floyd Mayweather and Logan Paul, the YouTuber. I wanted us to start from there, but I intentionally skipped it because I mean it's an exhibition bout. It holds no much significance to whatever happens. No, there's not going to be any record of I win this, I win. Even if Logan Paul went to 95.1.
Hello.
Good afternoon to you. We can hear you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Victor Tawakal from Modumaya.
Talk to us, Victor.
I've listening to you guys from the beginning, and you guys are doing a good job.
Thank you very much.
Let me start from the nominees or the winners for PSA of the year.
Yeah.
For the defender, before now, the cry was that they're always choosing
goal scorers. Yeah.
So, for them to go for a defender who has won the Premier League, I think it's a good choice.
All right.
Really did well.
All right.
And for Guardiola, for you, especially the lady, saying should go for Moyes and everything. The other guy, they said that Guardiola is not a machine; he's a human being. I'll use myself as an example. Where I work, there's an award for safety. You observe abnormally somewhere, you write what you saw, you provide the solution to what should be done for people to work safe. And I've won that award 3 times. And some people have never won it, and they never win it. So because for me to win it, I take my time to write and observe this thing and follow procedures to write this thing. So every particular one I win, I invest my time and mental ideas to get it.
Yeah.
So for Guardiola, every season he comes with new plans. He doesn't sleep and say, okay, I have this player. If it was that easy, Moyes should have won it when he was in Manchester United, because Mayu was on top of that game then. Because Salah just left and everything was still fresh for him. So it's not about having.
Hello there.
Hello, can
I can hear you. Go ahead.
So Guardiola deserves it. Next season, if he doesn't do well, you will not win it. And if he does it, you will still win it next season.
All right.
Then let me talk about one thing before you get the Nigerian football, before my friend finishes.
Okay.
That manager is a scammer. He's scamming Nigeria. They should better remove him.
Okay. But by 4 p.m., keep listening to the show.
Yeah.
By 4 p.m.
I will charge my phone and call back.
Yeah.
He's scamming Nigeria.
4 p.m. will be the time for that. Okay. 4 p.m. will be the time for that. We'll talk about the Nigeria friendly against Cameroon. I reserve my comment. I honestly reserve my comment, and like a part of me really wants me to be part of that show, and I would love to be on this side. I would love to be on that side, guys.
I've always advocated for Rama, but
I
I didn't watch it. But
he don't do that. He don't do. No carry on come out, I mean. No carry on come. All right, so you can be a part of the show. 0817-0000-951. That's the number, and the other number is 0810-951-095. Okay, it's done and dusted.
Yeah, done and dusted.
6164.
Novak the king.
Novak,
the prince.
Prince of Guinea.
Clay.
Who
the
told
king
you?
is ahead.
No, the Prince of Clay. Oh, no, Prince of Belgrade is from Serbia. Let's put it that way.
Well, Prince of Clay is actually Dominic Thiem.
He was
sent
in
the first round, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But the king is still in the mix, very much in the mix. I mean, who saw that match yesterday? Serena Williams.
Yeah, I did.
Against Danielle Collins.
That's the queen of you can say queen of clay.
No, she's not. That was the first time she progressed. Since 2018. Yeah, the singers wanted that could be called the queen of clay. I like it. 95.1, your name and location.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Talk to us.
My name is Ben. I'm calling from.
All right, Ben. Let's hear you.
Let me start from Ruben Diaz. I think he deserves it, but I think there should be some argument for the team because he's the guy that got the goal scorer and assist and got the top. And you go by start, he's supposed to be. Why it was given to Ruben Diaz because he wanted to get more because defending is a team effort. Only Ruben Diaz can't defend, but only had the team scored the number of.
But you can equally say that can equally say that scoring is a team effort too because it's only in rare cases you see a Son Heung-min goal against was it Aston Villa where he drove from the Burnley where he drove from the defense and scored alone. So someone will build up and give you the pass to score. That's why he have assists.
But Harry Kane also stopped the assist.
Yeah.
He also stopped the assist. He stopped the sub then, so that is a strong argument. If he has only stopped the goal scoring, but for the he stopped the sub then.
Yeah.
Then as for the manager of the month,
manager of the year, manager of the season.
Manager of the year, I think he just Pep, so he can't give Pep an award for being Pep. As the guy said, he's Pep.
So what will Pep do to deserve an award?
Ben,
here is the thing. If you can't give Pep an award for being Pep, what else are you expecting Pep to do before he earns an award? Because it feels like we're going to be unfair to Pep in the long run with these high expectations.
See, with that team, with the way the team is, Pep can just sit down and tell the players to go and play. They'll win the
league. Now, in the Champions League final against Chelsea, use that as an instance to tell me that Pep can sit down and tell the players to go and play and win it, and they'll just go and do it.
He shot himself in the foot.
For the Champions League, it was a jinx. No club has reached the Champions League for the first time and won it. No, it's just a jinx. No matter what he has done, no matter what he did, even if he carry you and cross that is coach, no matter what happened, he has still lost it. Then as for the eighth player of the team of the year, I don't have an issue with that team. It's okay, although Patrick Bamford is supposed to be on that team, because this is first season in the EPL.
Yeah.
And for the achievement he had, it's supposed to be here. He deserves it.
So who would you replace to bring in Patrick Bamford?
That is the problem. I only want to remove Son. I'm a fan of Son. I really love Son.
Yeah, okay.
Then let me before I go, okay, I'm not the market because that man deserves the drugs.
Sorry?
He deserves the drugs.
Who?
Ben. Ben, we didn't hear the last of you. In case you're able to call back, 95.1. Hello. Somebody at home in line 2.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. This sounds like Albert.
Oh, yeah, that's what you're really well.
All right, Albert. Let's hear you.
Very well. Everyone was playing about the Gavin Champions League. Also very outstanding. And then the only thing is that you should try to improve this goal scoring record. So that some of these defenders who are good and scores. important crucial goal.
Albert, we are struggling to hear you loud and clear. If you can speak up a little bit, or better still, try the other line if that line is not friendly.
Okay, what I'm saying is that I think
better now.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Can you
better
hear me
now. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. What I'm saying is that I said Robin Diaz should try to improve his goal scoring record. That's what I'm saying. And you can always see when Vichy Van Dijk, those ones, Ramos, John Terry.
They score, yeah.
They score good goals and important goals, give the team 3 points. But, he's a very solid defender. I've watched him, but they are Benfica. Even the Champions League, he was very good. And for the team of the players who made the first 11, I think that is deserved list. I don't think any player should be there. Because if you try to talk about the Chelsea team, the kind of this one, they are not outstanding. You cannot pick any player from there, understand? That is so outstanding. And everyone Lampard was there, he wasn't playing some starting games due to fitness problem. So these are the players in the midfield is occupied. You understand? Gundogan was very outstanding when Kevin De Bruyne was absent. He carried that team alone, you understand? So he's a very impressive player, so I don't think can pick one person out of the team and fix him there. Where he did nothing. So they deserve list. The players who are there are deserve players.
All right.
Just like this Wilfred Zaha, when he was there for the first season in Crystal Palace, when United brought him to the team, he could not do anything significant with the team. So just like Patrick Bamford, when you take them to other top clubs, they will not perform the kind of level they find themselves now. So I think it's a deserved list. I don't think anybody will be omitted in that list. To find list, should try to respect the list. That's the best one.
All right. Thank you very much, Albert. Will that be all from you?
Yeah, I'll put you off for now.
Okay. All right, Albert, I appreciate you. Let's go to line 95.1.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Your name and location?
Yes, Goswill from Port Harcourt.
All right, Goswill.
Okay. For me, I think Pep is good, but there is a little bit of overhype on him, because if you give a Pep the Tottenham team to handle, I don't think he will be able to win the Premier League. That is one. And if you give a Jose Mourinho this Manchester,
hello there.
I think he is going to win the Premier League back to back also. Now, look at Pep on the area of Bayern Munich. He was unable to win the Champions League with the star-studded team there. In Man City, for 5 years, he has not been able to. He just got to the finals and lost it. Pep cannot handle the Man City team. Jose Mourinho cannot handle the Man City team for 5 years without touching that trophy.
Wow.
So I think there's a little bit of overhype on the area of Pep. Give a Pep the same Tottenham Jose Mourinho handle, he can never win. So let's forget about he has been on. Look at the team from Barcelona to Bayern Munich. Look at the team he's taking over from. Let him go and take over a team like West Ham. Let's know who is Pep.
But the Jose Mourinho you're talking about hasn't taken over a team like West Ham. I can't remember. Oh. That's the thing. Sir Alex Ferguson never took over West Ham.
Moreover, the question I want to ask is the talk about Manchester City having a team of 11 angels. I don't understand where it's coming from.
All right, there's a caller on the line. 95.1.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Name and location.
I'm Chooks. I'm from Port Harcourt.
I didn't get the name quite well, please.
I'm Chooks.
Chooks.
From Port Harcourt.
All right, Chooks. Let's hear you.
Please, I'm a good fan of yours. Your program, but I'm a little bit late. Please, I'd like you to do me a favor. I learned that the Champions League team is out, and the best coach and best keeper. Please, I would like people to inform me.
All right.
Before I don't know.
Okay.
And the team of the week in Premier League, please call it back again.
All right.
That will contribute.
Team of the season. Team of the season, right?
Team of the season.
Yeah.
Premier League and Champions League, please.
All right.
And the best coach in the Champions League.
All right. We'll confirm all that for you. Thank you very much. We appreciate you, Chooks, for always listening. A big fan, say he is, and we appreciate you for always being there. 95.1.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
This is Bethel calling from Nomaki.
Bethel?
Yes.
All right, Bethel, let's hear you.
Yeah. Just like the previous caller said, Pep Guardiola is a good coach, no doubt. But I think the overhyping is really too much. Because if you look at what happened now, like when Leicester beat Chelsea in the FA Cup final, everybody praised Brendan Rodgers as a good coach for him being able to get the cup from Chelsea. Then come to the Champions League when Tuchel beat Guardiola and took the cup. Everybody was saying Guardiola made a mistake. If Guardiola goes to a team, look at what he did with Man City. Any player he pointed at, he got them. And if you check the number of players he got in that team, the money spent on that team, to me, the manager of the season, yes, he deserved it, but he was not supposed to be the one. At least Brendan Rodgers, look at his team. Look at what he did with his team. The players he has. Then look at Guardiola, look at the players. You can't compare the two teams. But look at what Brendan Rodgers did with his team. Even David Moyes. Thomas Tuchel, yes, I know he came in January, there was no time for him, but at least if the Premier League should be like, I don't know how to put it, if it should be rated from January up to this date, he would be in a better position than Euro City or Man United or Liverpool above.
That's if you have to rate it from January, right?
Yes.
Okay, but it's rated for the entire season. I'm saying it's rated for the entire season.
Okay. At least Thomas Tuchel deserves some credit at least.
We've given him the credit. I mean, I think we've given Thomas Tuchel the credit. I mean, we've talked about Thomas Tuchel on the show. Even Henry mentioned that he should have been. In fact, in our own team manager of the season ranking, he got a nomination from Henry.
Okay. But though, he's a good coach. I won't doubt.
Yeah.
He's a good coach. I appreciate it. He's a good coach. But sometimes the manager of the season shouldn't come from a team winning the league only. Look at some other areas
of improvement of what other managers have done.
Yeah, and even the best player, at least sometimes shouldn't be about goals or defense or.
Of course, this season obviously it wasn't about goals because Ruben Dias won it and he's a defender. 4th season in the Premier League.
Yeah.
All right.
It's good. He deserves it. But the competition there, the players that were nominated, I think they're a little kind of like politics. But some players that I think supposed to be there were not mentioned.
Is it in the team of the season?
Yes.
Players like who?
And even the PFA players as well. Like the team of the season. N'Golo was missing.
N'Golo Kante wasn't there, and if you did listen to the show earlier on, the guys analyzed why N'Golo Kante didn't make it.
And again, Thiago Silva was not there. And the first season,
All right.
Thank you.
That's your contribution. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. By the way, before I return to the phone lines to take some calls, for I think Bethel who called in earlier. Bethel, Ruben Dias won the Premier League Player of the Season, and the team of the season has Ederson Moraes as the goalkeeper, Manchester City, Yao Cancelo, Manchester City, John Stones, Manchester City, Ruben Dias, Manchester City, and Luke Shaw. Those are the 4 defenders in the list. In the midfield, we have Kevin De Bruyne, Manchester City, Ike Gundogan, Manchester City, and Bruno Fernandes, Manchester United. Those are the 3 midfielders. Up front, we have Harry Kane, Tottenham Hotspur, Son Heung-min, Tottenham Hotspur, and Mohamed Salah, Liverpool. Those are the 3 forwards. Now, for the Champions League team of the season, it's not yet out officially, right? What we have is Champions League squad of the season. Champions League first 11 will come during the awards. That's when we're going to have goalkeeper of the season, defender of the season, player of the season, and all that for the Champions League. But what we have at the moment is the 23-man squad for the 2020/2021 UEFA Champions League. All right, and I'm going to take the players that made it. Goalkeepers: Thibaut Courtois of Real Madrid, Ederson Moraes of Manchester City, and who guess? Edward Mendy of Chelsea. Then the defenders: Azpilicueta of Chelsea, Ruben Dias Manchester City, Marquinhos Paris Saint-Germain, Antonio Rudiger Chelsea, Ben Chilwell Chelsea, and David Alaba Bayern Munich. Then we have the midfield. We have Jorginho Chelsea, Mason Mount Chelsea, N'Golo Kante Chelsea, Kevin De Bruyne Manchester City, Ike Gundogan Manchester City, Luka Modric Real Madrid, Sergio Oliveira of Porto. Wonderful. And Phil Foden of Manchester City. Up front, we have Erling Braut Haaland, Borussia Dortmund, Kylian Mbappe, Paris Saint-Germain, Robert Lewandowski, Bayern Munich, Karim Benzema, Real Madrid, and Neymar Jr., Paris Saint-Germain, and Lionel Messi of Barcelona. So those are the players who made it to the 23-man squad for the 2020-2021 UEFA Champions League team of the season. That will be trimmed down, I guess, during the awards. So we're going to have the first 11 during the awards, but it's not yet out officially. Let me go back to the phone lines. 95.1.
Hello?
Your name and location.
Okay. It's I'll call back again. Now, to me, that Champions League of the season, the keeper, I believe, it will be Mendy.
And Chooks, we've not gotten there yet now. Okay,
I know, no, I mean for my own. I mean,
okay,
I believe it will be Mendy.
Mendy should win it, right?
Yes, even the defenders, I believe, it will be Rudiger. Then let's go to England. Thomas Tuchel, to me, Thomas Tuchel is the best.
Should have won the Premier League Player of the Season, right?
I'm telling you, I know that he started January.
Yeah.
My brother, that guy is more tactical than Guardiola. Guardiola is overwide. And if you go back, Alanda, you know, he was a former coach of Dortmund.
Yeah.
Alanda, he gave Guardiola tough time. And Alanda, Guardiola have never won that guy. They always got draw according to what I had.
That's what you heard, not what you saw.
Yes.
But the reality is that the reality, you need to confirm, because the reality is that during his stay at Dortmund, he was rather the one having tough times against Guardiola. In fact, during the Champions League final, the odds didn't favor him because head-to-head against Guardiola, he has been beaten by Guardiola more than he has won Guardiola.
Okay, now, this present time now, I don't know how that man beat Guardiola 3 times. I don't know. And if you observe very well, that their press conference, to me, Guardiola said that he will lose that match. To me, he said that he will lose them before the final. So, well, in fact, Guardiola was overwhelmed. Thank you.
All right, Chooks. Thank you very much. 95.1.
Hello, Ryan.
Hi, Faith.
Hi. Good afternoon to everyone in studio.
Good afternoon, Faithful Faith.
The one at the chorus, great Faith. Now, wow. Faith, got so for me now.
You be Reliance will be back there.
I don't understand.
Because today is Queen's birthday. Queen, happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
And Queen is going to do giveaway on the show much later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll be watchful.
Okay, all right. So let's have your contribution.
Yeah, so anyway, let me start with the Premier League manager of the season. I did not see Thomas Tuchel's name there.
Yeah, wasn't nominated.
The nomination.
Yeah.
And I think he deserves to be there.
Okay.
He took a team when they were, very damaged. They could not win any game, or they will win today. They could not keep up with. They were not consistent. Then at some point, people who were like, okay, hopefully, let's see if Chelsea is going to meet up with the Europa League. Then they finally made it to the top 4. And even went ahead to win the Champions League. Although he said that one, they don't use the Champions League to make those decisions.
Yeah.
I think that one is specifically for the team. But he also took them to the finals of the FA Cup, although they lost it eventually. That's at the part when they finally played it. And so I think David Moyes wasn't supposed to be there at all.
With everything he did with West Ham?
Yes.
Okay.
That's just how wasn't it how they did last season. Although he didn't get to the point, they didn't stop at the position where they stopped last season. They did better this season, but it wasn't enough. Everybody knows that this club has always been a mid-table team, and I think this person club was supposed to be there. Why Brendan Rodgers, regardless of the fact that he won the FA Cup, wasn't also supposed to be there?
Maybe that FA Cup trophy gave him the advantage. Something must give him an edge.
I think so.
Yeah.
Because I think the Liverpool's manager was supposed to be there.
In club.
Before I go, let me just end by saying that Pep is not overhyped. at all. And when you are always coming first, and the only time you didn't take first was second. You came second, and closely so. With how many points? Was it 1 or 2 points? That was what Liverpool used in edging City last season when they won the Premier League. And someone has been consistent for the past 4 years in the domestic league, and you say he's overhyped. Has there been any manager? I don't know whether any manager has done that. Let's say for the in this 21st century, I don't know if any manager, not the great Jose Mourinho, he did not do it. He wasn't able to achieve something like this. So regardless, whether they say he spent.
Well, he was actually the one that raised the bar in terms of points. He started it in the Premier League. He raised the bar. I think 98 points that season with Chelsea. I think 2005 to 6, if I'm not mistaken.
No, 04. Is it 04?
2004, 2005. I think it was.
I know he did those things, you understand? But this person came and broke that record and did something
and
better.
It, yeah.
I don't know if somebody is going to do something like that, let's say for the next 10 years now. Look for the only thing is that Thomas Tuchel was just more technical than him. And that was probably because Thomas Tuchel took out his time and studied
Pep Guardiola.
this person.
Yeah.
Yes. That's what I'm actually thinking, because Thomas Tuchel is good, you understand?
Yeah.
He's also another good manager, and I believe he's going to give, if Guardiola remains in the Premier League next,
it's going to give him a tough time.
Yes.
All right, we'll talk about Thomas Tuchel in a bit. Thank you very much, Faith, for calling in. By the way, Pep Guardiola was unbeaten against Thomas Tuchel in Germany.
Yeah.
And we started off with, as at that time, Thomas Tuchel was in Mainz 05 to Dortmund. I think he did a little bit better. Those flashes were always there. He did a little bit better with Dortmund, probably with his quality of players.
In the tail end, I think some draws, 2 draws.
Two draws, basically, yeah. So, just that here in the Premier League, at the moment, Thomas Tuchel is unbeaten against Pep Guardiola.
Reliance, I would have wanted to also chip in something, because when we talk about Pep this way, that's why I keep saying that he's still human. We are now preaching the gospel according to the chapter Pep, which shouldn't be. He's still human.
He's human, we know.
And
if you raise the bar, they follow you the way you raise the bar too.
The team Manchester City.
2 managers in club football have won septuple. Who and who?
In club football?
Yeah.
I think it's Pep and Alex Ferguson.
Alex Ferguson.
Nope.
It's Pep and the name is keeping
Pep and Hansi Flick.
Okay.
So this guy has raised the bar that high. It was a great achievement for Hansi Flick to eventually equal what Pep did. Up to the extent that Pep went on Twitter and said, maybe we should just arrange your squad. Let me arrange my squad of that year. Let's go out and see who wins the seventh.
I think Reliance is beyond just winning 6 titles in a year. Pep changed the way
he changed the way we see football.
Yeah. He changed the way you see football in the Premier League.
Look, he changed the way the world view.
And that is why, because of changing the way football works and always wanting to do that, that's why he lost the championship.
Of course, that's the truth.
Let me take calls.
That's the truth.
95.1. Always wanting to change something. 95.1. Your name and location, please.
My name is right center honorable being palliative all the way from Bayata.
BB Palliatives.
That doesn't bring for us.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
As a palliative man, I want you to go out, enter any fast food you want, any fast food choice, eat anything you want,
and then pay when you're done.
And pay.
Good.
It's
okay. Mark, laugh for you, Abby. Bibi, Mark, laugh for you, she.
If Queen go agree.
No. After you 1 minute beat me on
Queen is crying. Queen is crying.
Oh no.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Alright, so baby, let's hear you. Bibi, are you at home? Hello, Bibi. Do well to call us back if you can, Bibi. Try the other number if that one is not favorable. 95.1.
Good afternoon, Lina.
Good afternoon to you. Name and location, please.
This is Pastor Lawrence from Port Harcourt. Please let me quickly correct one question here. I think you people are not discussing head-to-head concerning two coaches here.
Yeah, we are not.
I heard that, so though it's right to his own opinion, but I heard that somebody said Tuchel gave Guardiola a tough time at Dortmund.
Yeah, which we have corrected. That Guardiola was unbeaten against Tuchel in Germany.
What I wanted to say is that how many times did Tuchel won the Bundesliga
when Guardiola was in Bayern Munich? Yeah.
So that's just the point.
Yeah.
How many times?
Yeah.
He did not win. So that's just the point.
True.
My own constitution here now is that next season we will now sit down and watch the best coach.
Okay, so we are basically because you started off very well when you said that we are not comparing two managers. Someone only raised a point that led to that, but you're about to tilt to that direction of comparing two managers now. Okay, so we are basically talking about managers in different aspects via or due to the nominations and who eventually won the manager of the season in the Premier League.
So I love what the man brought to Premier League this season because he's also a tactical coach.
Yeah.
But let's watch out next season.
All right.
Because I believe there's something they call initial daraga.
More like new manager bounce.
Next season with her.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Let's leave it there. There's still a lot to talk on the show. So we'll get back to taking your reactions. Now, let's look at Chelsea altogether. Striker Oliver Giroud and defender Thiago Silva have been extended, have had their contracts extended by Chelsea by 1 year. And Chelsea director Marina Granovska said about Oliver Giroud, and I quote, "Olivier has been such a crucial part of so many big moments for this club. From his contribution to our FA Cup victory in 2018 to scoring 11 goals on the way to winning the Europa League in 2019, he has contributed to score significant goals, and we will never forget his efforts against Atletico Madrid on the way to winning the Champions League this season. With so many..." All right, so with so much still to play for, there was only one decision we could make when we exercised the option to extend his contract back in April. Former AC Milan centre-back Silva, that end of good, I beg your pardon. Former AC Milan centre-back Silva arrived on a free transfer from Paris Saint-Germain last year and has scored twice in 24 games. And Granovska had this to say about Thiago Silva. When we brought Thiago in last summer, we knew we were adding a world-class player to the squad. He has had a huge influence on and off the pitch for us. We said when he signed that we hoped Thiago would add new trophies to his impressive list of honors, and he has done just that with our success in the Champions League. We hope that he carries on in exactly the same fashion in the coming year. By the way, I don't know what I saw. Probably I was really thinking about the Serena Williams match yesterday when I said that Novak Djokovic had it done against Ricardo Berankis, but it's a three-set match, okay, in Roland Garros. So he won the first two sets 6-1, 6-4. We are in the final sets, and he's leading 5-1. He's leading 5-1, and Berankis is serving for the sets, which if Novak Djokovic is able to break him, it's going to be the end of the game this time around. He has taken the first point of what could likely be more like the last game. That is if it goes the way of Novak Djokovic. All right. So now, earlier on Friday, Chelsea confirmed that manager Thomas Tuchel has signed a contract extension until 2024. Chelsea were 9th in the Premier League and without a win in 5 games when Tuchel was appointed at the start of the year. But this man transformed Chelsea, not just in terms of what they could achieve, but in terms of adding trophy. So he added the Champions League to them, winning Manchester City 1-0, courtesy of that goal from the German Kai Havertz. Chelsea's director Marina Granovska had this to say about Thomas Tuchel's contract extension. When Thomas joined us in January, there was still so much to play for domestically and in Europe. He slotted in seamlessly and immediately became an integral part of Chelsea family. Returning us to the top 4 in the Premier League was crucial, and we could not be happier with our success in the Champions League, which crowned a remarkable season at Chelsea. So, contract extension for Olivier Giroud, Thiago Silva, and Thomas Tuchel. Quinn, is there any of this trio you think Chelsea should have let go and continue? Or you think all 3 are worthy of contract extension?
No, all 3 are not. I mean, Oliver Giroud. Personally, I wouldn't even have accepted to extend my contract as Chelsea. Probably go to America or China or any of those places. I mean, looking at it, yeah, he comes into the team at that crucial moment, scored those goals. But then look at him with Thomas Tuchel. What opportunity has he gotten? How many times has he been able to play? Even at the point when we know that we needed an Olivier Giroud, you will still not see him. You will still rely on what was his name now? Timo Werner.
Yeah.
So for me, I think Olivier Giroud was just undoing himself. And maybe the love he has for the club has pushed him to extend that contract. But I think it was not necessary. I mean, he needed to move forward. He needed to just maybe get to somewhere else. He could strive in Italy. Let's not forget, this man is a man that has he's a fantastic header.
Yeah.
So, and in Italy, he can explore that part of his ability and do well. So I think him sticking to Chelsea, he's undoing himself. Because at the end of the day, we have this vibrant upfront attackers.
Timo
Werner is there. We don't know what
Tammy Abraham is
there. We don't know what next season would bring for Timo Werner. It could just be a resurgence for him, and he would just start pouring in those goals. So why do you not bring in Olivier Giroud?
How about Olivier Giroud playing in the maybe Carabao Cup, maybe in the FA Cup?
Where would Tammy Abraham play? Because definitely you won't give Thomas Tuchel, I know, might not be able to give Tammy Abraham a chance in Champions League and in Premiership.
Maybe not in a Chelsea jersey.
I'm telling you. So it's going to be very difficult.
Okay, talking
So
about
I felt
having
like
love. Okay, felt like Olivier Giroud should have moved from Chelsea. Talking about having love for the club. I recall that Olivier Giroud is a former Arsenal player. Left Arsenal, has won how many trophies now with Chelsea?
I think he has won the Champions League, Europa League, the FA Cup, the Premier League. I think he has won every.
No, he hasn't won the
No, he
Premier
has
League.
not
He hasn't won the Premier League.
He hasn't won Premier
Was it a part of contest team?
No.
The last manager that won the
Conte
Premier
signed
League.
him, but it was in his second. It was in the season after winning the league, his second season.
So he didn't win the
He didn't
Premier
win the
League.
Premier League.
So
It's
he
just
has
Premier
won
League.
three.
he's
Two
left.
clubs in Europe, Champions League and Europa League.
Europa League, the FA Cup also.
FA Cup was
FA
also
yeah.
okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
FA Cup
FA Cup
also
also.
because I could recall Arsenal wrestled the FA Cup from Chelsea.
Yeah.
Fabregas left Arsenal, came to Chelsea. How many trophies did he win?
He won the Premier
What
League.
are
Won the
you? What are
Premier
you?
League.
What are you?
I'm not. I'm only remembering
You
players. I'm only remembering players who
left
should be
Arsenal.
having love for Chelsea. I'm
you
trying to
serious?
figure out, should they really be having love for Chelsea or should it be Arsenal? Because this is where they came from.
Look, footballers, their allegiance is
Where they
basically
are.
with two things. Look, the time of when footballers love the club, like Totti and Maldini, has gone. Even Maldini,
And,
Maldini
Shara
could happily
too.
love Milan because when Milan were winning titles, although he was in Milan, his father Milan, grandfather Milan, when his son is in Milan now, so now when Milan is in his veins, his blood is Milan, but he was winning titles. Totti, we've seen times of that sort of thing past Gerrard, Totti, and so now the
Alan
allegiance
Shearer.
is with the allegiance is with trophies and money. So if you're not paying me what I want, I'm not paying what I want.
All right. So for you, a part of me feels Roman Abramovich and technical director of the club, Marina Gravnovskaya, were caught in the cloud of excitement and decided to rush into the extension of contract of Thomas Tuchel. Do you think the same thing, Henry?
Yeah.
Everybody will give Tuchel a new contract. I don't think there's anybody in this one that will give him a new contract. Look, the man was fantastic. As much as I will say, I still want to keep my fingers crossed and see what happens next season. Whether it's a new manager bounce or it's just one of those things. But I think somehow I want to believe it has gone past the new manager bounce. But I still wait for next season to see and judge fully. But I think they didn't jump the gun or they didn't rush into it. I think it was the right thing to do. You can't how will you not give a manager that was just winning the Champions League
in 6 months?
So a contract extension. So it was inevitable. It's a no-brainer. So right thing to do. But I just think, I don't know. I think what determines, I've always said it, what determines how far or how well Chelsea will do next season are the signings they make and how they rejig the squad. If it's not done properly, then Chelsea will struggle.
Talking about signings, Osase Hiwi, there are reports that Abramovich is strongly interested in bringing in Romelu Lukaku. And people are saying there is an Erling Braut Haaland. So among the two, who do you think will really fit into that Chelsea team, and who do you think will really maintain the same form? Because that Chelsea team is more like built up already. I for one will tell you I don't want Erling Braut Haaland in either of Chelsea or Manchester City for the sake of sanity of football. But for you, who do you think will really fit in, or who should Chelsea pursue in this case? Erling Braut Haaland or Romelu Lukaku?
I think it depends on what Chelsea wants. But
you've seen the Chelsea team already. Yes. You've seen how they are set up already.
Yeah, I know. It depends on what they want, because you could look at it from you could look at it from two different angles. Now, I think for me, the person who will come into the Premier League and replicate his performance and his form is Romelu Lukaku, because this man has been in the Premier League before. He knows how the Premier League it's been run. You know, the Premier League is one kind of a fast league where we've seen it rub off on the lives of some players who have never been there before. They come in and they have to take a season or two to find their feet, and the same may happen to Erling Braut Haaland. It's
so you think what is happening to Timo Werner and Kai Havertz might happen to Erling Braut Haaland?
Yes, it could happen to him. So I feel Lukaku could have or would be
a better
option. But when it has to do with age, I think if they look at it from that perspective, then Erling Braut Haaland should be, because Lukaku is getting close to his 30s, and Braut Haaland is actually young. So if you want a kind of Didier Drogba who's going to leave his time through with you, then it has to be Erling Braut Haaland.
Well, I don't totally agree with Osas.
Let's hear you.
The thing is, this same Romelu Lukaku we're talking about have been in Chelsea
before,
He's been there with Chelsea.
It can also be argued that he was
18 years old then.
He left, came back again before leaving finally.
He was Man United now.
That's what even before he went to Manchester United, he went back to Chelsea.
Lukaku's trajectory was this.
Let's see. There's something I tell people. As a footballer, you should analyze yourself. There are leagues that will fit you. There are leagues that will not fit you. There are leagues you can excel in. There are teams you can excel in. And see, even Romelu Lukaku wouldn't want to come back to Chelsea. Even he has said it that he's staying at Inter Milan. So because that is where he fits in. That is where his strength plays out. Look at the way Chelsea team is set up. Look at the kind of players they have. If you ask me, if not, like you said, for the sanity of football, I think an Erling Braut Haaland would fit in perfectly in the Chelsea team. All you just do is take up Timo Werner to the side, put in that Erling Braut Haaland there. He does the run, give the ball to Erling Braut, and you pour in those goals. And at the end of the day, Chelsea might even win the Premier League with more than 100 points.
Okay.
Relax. Okay, finish your point finally.
If the synergy continues from what we have seen these individual players do this season, so I don't think
Bro Haaland, I don't think Lukaku is a better option.
No, and his pattern has been not. If in Premier League, if he comes back, he's easily read. He can be controlled.
He's understood by the defenders.
But a new breed will be difficult for the defenders to actually read along the right. Maybe towards the end of the season, they can be able to get to know his pattern, and then Romelu Lukaku coming back, he's already known because he's played there with them.
All right,
let me say things, but very fast. First of all, you don't judge Lukaku on his first stint. He was an 18-year-old, a teenager, living in a new country, coming to a new country, adapting to a new culture and everything. His first season, he didn't get much playing time. He was mostly on the bench. He probably played more for the under-23s. He went on loan to West Brom, scored 13 league goals, came back, went to Everton, 19 and 24. He almost won the Golden Boots on the last day, if not for Hurricanes' hat-trick against Hull City. Then he went to United. His first season was United highest goal scorer in the Premier League. It was about 15 or 16 goals. So this is a man that has done it and he has proven it in Chelsea. Yes, because Chelsea had the Didier Drogba then. they still preferred sticking with Drogba, Eto'o, Dembaba, Torres, all those guys that were there within that period, and they weren't scoring, but they weren't giving Lukaku a chance. But the man proved himself in the Premier League. He did it. Look, the only thing you won't say that counts against Lukaku is that Holland is younger than him. But Lukaku is just about 28. That guy still has about 4 or 5 years of good football left in him. Yeah. And look, Holland is still a big gambler. When you look at money factor, there's no way Dortmund will pay with less than 150 million for Holland today. Lukaku is a cheaper option.
But what if Chelsea are willing to pay that money?
Chelsea,
and also remember that Erling Braut Haaland, in as much as you want to tell me as a gamble, he has proven himself in 2 leagues. I mean, in Red Bull Salzburg. That's where he started from.
I still put it. Look, Red Bull Salzburg is a fantastic player. He has scored in Champions League, but when it's Austria, there's still that small question mark over Austria. Even when Liverpool signed Minamino, I saw him ball in the Champions League, but I still had that small question mark that he played in Austria. The tempo is higher, the level is higher. Look, Lukaku is an experienced defender. He's a battling ram. You see his style is known. Everybody knew Drogba for chesting the ball and turning and shoot, but stop him.
Yeah,
stop Lukaku from bullying his way through.
Yeah, he was stopped at Manchester United. He was stopped.
You could count how many times Lukaku picked the ball on the halfway line and run and bully his way through. Reliance, everybody remembers Lukaku for that.
Reliance,
you couldn't stop Lukaku.
He was stopped. How much of this did he do?
He did it. Look, the thing is that the United team, like he said, a lot of blame was put on him and Sanchez once everything just went back. It's just like, which team will I place how will I place the whole scenario now? In Man City, when everything goes bad, the whole blame is on Pep. Or you say in which other team will I use as the perfect example for that?
Juventus, if it goes bad, it's on Cristiano Ronaldo.
It's on Cristiano Ronaldo. So that's what it is. Or at a point in Barcelona, when it goes bad, it's Busquets or Piqué. It's just what it is, that everybody's looking for a scapegoat, and those guys they're just the perfect 4 guys for everybody. Look, United have struggled to replace Lukaku since he left that squad. Cavani is the closest thing they've had to a proper replacement for Lukaku, and because Cavani himself is a good striker.
Yeah, Reliance, I think I'll stand with Henry on this one. I said it before that it depends on the angle from which Chelsea will be looking at things. If you want a striker who is going to grow into a Didier Drogba, then I think Haaland.
How about wanting a striker who would deliver?
Then it should be Lukaku. Lukaku has been in this league.
He will give immediate results.
He will give immediate results. There is no surety that Haaland will be coming and hitting the form he had at
Red Bull Salzburg.
This is the Premier League. No, this is the Premier League. We've seen players with exceptional talent outside come into the Premier League and struggle.
Werner did it for 4 years in Germany.
Yes.
He's struggling today.
So now there's no surety that he's going to come and hit that form. He may come and do it, Timo Werner. What do you do?
And there is a surety that Lukaku will come and replicate what he's doing now.
But it is closest for Lukaku because Lukaku has been here. It's like home.
Look, Reliance. Lukaku is a man that in his last 4 out of his last 5 seasons, barring the last season where he was out of favour in United, especially when Ole came in November, Lukaku hit double figures in the Premier League. That says it all. It says it all.
Double figures of how many?
13 goals for
compared to Harry Kane.
13 goals for a West Brom side that are struggling in the Premier League is immense. Yeah. You go to an Everton, a normal mid-table side. You talk about Bamford today. He scored 17 goals. They at least finished 9th. He scored 19 goals for an Everton. Then scored 24. Almost won the Golden Boots in an Everton side. If not for Harry Kane's madness on the last day of this season.
Now in the Premier League, Romelu Lukaku has been touted to be not a player for the big teams.
I think that's just, they say he doesn't turn up in the big matches. That one, but when he says not for the big teams, I think that is just talk. People looking for an excuse, Look, a player comes into United. In the first season, he's their highest goal scorer. Yes, you say he's a striker, but in the first season, he's their highest goal scorer. It counts for something.
All right. Okay. We will get back to that, but I also have this question that I'm willing to ask. Is basically also about Chelsea. But before then, I can report to you that Thomas.
It's Novak Djokovic.
It's not Thomas Novak.
Thomas Novak Djokovic. Okay, Thomas Tuchel all over my head. I mean, to win the Champions League, it's not an easy feat in 6 months. So you could understand why the man is all over my head. So Novak Djokovic progressed to the next round of Roland Garros. He won his opponent in the person of Ricardas Berankis in straight sets 6-1, 6-4, 6-1. Later today, Rafael Nadal will be on court against Cameron Norrie. That should be a straight up. That shouldn't take even time. Should even see a triple bagel in that one. Rafael Nadal against Cameron Norrie. Matteo Berrettini will also be on court later against Sun Woo Nun, while Dominic Kofa will take on Roger Federer, the Golden OD. All right, earlier today it was a 5-setter between Marco Cicinato and Lorenzo Musetti. 6-3, 4-6, 6-3, 6-3, 3-6 in favor of Lorenzo Musetti, who progressed to the next round. Diego Schwartzman defeated Philip Kohlschreiber in straight sets. That should count for an upset, even though Kohlschreiber hasn't really been much of a top gun in tennis, but he has been around for a long while, trust me. 6-4, 6-2, 6-1, it ended in favor of Diego Schwartzman. Carlos Alcaraz was defeated by Jan-Lennart Struff, 6-4, 7-6, 6-2. Yannick Sinner is on court against Mikael Mer, 6-1, 7-5, 5-3. Should be in the last game of the it should be the last game of the match. And Yannick Sinner is actually serving for the match point. I told you about Novak Djokovic as it is. So we've talked about Chelsea, guys. I think it's about time we talk about Manchester United before I throw the phone lines open. We'll also talk about Real Madrid much later. Transfers will come your way much later on the show as well. I've seen your messages via our SMS and WhatsApp portal. I'm going to take them, but let's talk Manchester United a bit. And it's about the coach. It's coaches we're talking about today, basically. A bit of players who are moving. There's not been any groundbreaking transfer in the players just yet, among the players just yet. I'm not sure there's any, apart from Eric Garcia, Barcelona bound, Jorginho Wijnaldum. Although we understand that Paris Saint-Germain might be hijacking that deal.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, why do you hijack a deal involving Jorginho Wijnaldum to Paris Saint-Germain? The guy he's not close to 30.
Wijnaldum is about 29, 30 years.
And why it's not
no look Genie,
what do they need
Genie in a bottle. Look, Genie is anti-press. You can't press him into submission. His ball retention is very fantastic, and he's a player who offers you a lot of stability, and he can play multiple positions. He has been used in multiple positions.
All right,
in Liverpool.
So Paris Saint-Germain could be hijacking that deal. So Gigi Wijnaldum might not be going to Barcelona, but okay, but fingers crossed, and also observe what is happening in that one. So yeah, Sinner has done it. So Sinner has done it. Has progressed to the next round of the French Open. Okay, so Sergio Kun Aguero also bound. Liverpool signing Konate from Konate, I beg your pardon. From RB Leipzig, right?
Yeah.
Which other manager, which other transfer can I remember offhand?
Is it players or manager?
Players, basically. The point I'm trying to make is that there's not been any groundbreaking transfer.
Money no deal. We'll COVID
All right, so Manchester United appointed Ole Gunnar Solskjaer as caretaker manager on 19th December 2018, taking over from Jose Mourinho for the rest of the 2018-2019 season. Solskjaer's first match was against his former club Cardiff City on 22nd of December 2018, with United finishing as 5-1 winners. This was the first time United has scored 5 or more goals in a Premier League game since a 5-5 draw with West Brom Albion in Ferguson's final game in charge before his retirement in May 2013. Victories in his next 4 league games made Solskjaer the first manager of Manchester United to win his first 5 league games in charge since Sir Matt Busby in 1946. I doubt if my father was on the earth at that time. Solskjaer's successful first full month as Manchester United manager resulted in him being named as the Premier League Manager of the Month for January 2019, during which time his team earned 10 points from a possible 12 in the league, making him the first Manchester United manager to win the award since Ferguson in October 2012, and the first Norwegian to be named either Player or Manager of the Month. A 3-1 win at Crystal Palace on the 28th of February 2019 set a full club record of 8 consecutive away victories in all competitions. It was the Champions League that saw Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's first defeats as a manager, as Manchester United manager. That should be, because in Cardiff, in Norway, can't tell what really happened there unless you've been following. As United were beaten 2-0 at home to PSG, but you can remember that in the reverse fixture, it was Manchester United winning 3-1 to progress to the next round of the UEFA Champions League that season. And that was the first team in the history of the European Cup to advance after losing the first leg at home by 2 goals or more. On the 28th of March 2019, having won 14 of his 19 matches in charge, Solskjaer signed a 3-year contract to take over as Manchester United manager on a permanent basis. In both the 2018 and 2019 seasons, his Manchester United team finished on 66 points. In his first season, this resulted in a 6th place finish. However, in 2019-2020 season, this was enough to finish third. Only the second time Manchester United had finished in top 3 since Alex Ferguson retired. Now, in addition, Manchester United managed to reach 3 semi-finals in the EFL Cup, the FA Cup, and the Europa League in 2019-2020 season, but were not able to advance past their opponents. So Ole bottled them all. On the 4th of October 2020, Ole oversaw Manchester United's joint heaviest defeat in the Premier League, a 1-6 home loss to an inspired Tottenham Hotspur by Jose Mourinho, which he claimed was the worst day of his managerial career. On 9th of December, Solskjaer saw Manchester United fall from the Champions League down to the Champions League group stage, to the Europa League, despite having beaten Paris Saint-Germain and RB Leipzig by 2-1 and 5 goals to nothing, respectively. But it went on and on and on. On the 9th of May 2021, Manchester United secured a top 4 finish in the Premier League and qualified for the Champions League group stage. This was the first time back-to-back top 4 finish since Sir Alex Ferguson's retirement. On the 26th, Manchester United lost on penalties to Villarreal after a 1-0 draw in the Europa League final. The lifespan of Ole Gunnar Solskjaer at Manchester United. And I'm asking, is it enough time to see Ole at Manchester United? Antonio Conte is, in quote, jobless. Queen.
First of all, I want to start with it's not just entirely about the win right now. I think it goes beyond that. I think it goes up to the synergy, the relationship that have been built between the players and the manager. Yes, I would say it's a progress. For me, one thing is certain, that there is a consistent progress, positive progress. Yeah, we might say he's gone to the finals. He's bottled up semi-finals in the past, gone to the finals. But then let's be realistic. It's not when you even get to the semi-finals you not think of bottling, and then when you get to the finals you think of losing. We've had managers before him after post Sir Alex Ferguson. I think he's been the best performed, aside Jose Mourinho, who won the Europa League. And but performance-wise in the domestic league. Performance-wise in the domestic league, he's been the best, because he's the only manager who not just got to the finals of the Europa League, but was also in the top 2 of the domestic league.
Also, Mourinho took them to the 2nd place finish, didn't he?
No. He was out of top 4. He was out of top 4. He was
his first season.
I mean, he was in the finals of the Europa League, and at the same season was runner-up of the domestic league.
In his second season, Man United finished 2nd behind City.
Were they in the semi-finals of the Europa League?
They won the Europa League the previous season, didn't
you're not getting what I'm saying. Okay, last season Ole was in top 3. He was in the semi-finals of Europa League. This season he was in the top. He's still in the top 2.
Top 2 and got to the finals
of the Europa League.
Okay.
And I'm telling you that this is the first time since Sir Alex Ferguson that a coach could do
We're
that.
doing that coincidence simultaneously.
There's this consistent progress. That's what I'm trying to say. But for me, that's for me personally.
All right.
I think he should be given more time.
Okay.
For me, I think when he got into the club, he talked about building something, and I think he's building that team, and he's also giving young players the opportunity to come into the team and at least explore.
All right.
I don't think any coach right now, like you talked about Conte. That's one of the issues he's having with Tottenham, about trying to incorporate this young sorry, incorporate these young players who have a great future. And if for me, if that kind of a coach is not put in place in Manchester United, it's going to go bad, because the likes of Greenwood with their talent would be sidelined, and it won't be actually well for their future. So I think Ole should be given more time.
Osas.
Yeah.
Is it time?
I think it depends on the setup that is in Manchester United.
What you can see Manchester United. What is the setup there, and how should it affect the manager at the moment?
I believe it depends on what they want. We analyzed Tottenham here. There are different types of football clubs. There are the ones that go outrightly for success. There are the ones that try to keep relationships, try to dignify and glorify legends, and so on. So it depends on what the club wants. But for me, I think Ole has been given a lot of time to prove himself, even if his records are not bad. But a club like Manchester United deserves more. Ole is not a bad manager, but I think he's not a very good coach when it has to do with tactics. He manages the players very well. He gets everyone happy, but at some point, at the point where it's most needed, he bottles things up, and that goes to show the weaknesses in his tactical archives. It can't be happening again. There's this saying that if it happens once, it could be coincidence, but if it keeps happening twice, 3 times, then God hand the inside. I feel Ole should look elsewhere. If you have tried out and it's not actually working, then should look elsewhere. This is 5 seasons, isn't it?
Yes.
This is 3rd season.
His second. He has been there for about 2.5 seasons.
2.5. Okay, this is 3rd season, and nothing really, no silverware to show for it. I think it's time the man begins to think of moving on, or if he's going to stay, then maybe look for how to improve on his technical standings.
All right, Henry.
So who go talk say I talk, but
to
be frank, yeah.
Talk. Want you to talk.
To be frank, frankly speaking, you want to say only made semi-finals, and for a club like United, it's not how many semi-finals I make. You are expected to make the semi-finals. Your Hank is he renewed his job in Bayern even after when he now later won the treble. Next season was literally over when he bottled everything he was in. He finished second in everything. The German Cup finals, the Champions League finals, the league finals. We knew that his stay in Bayern was not bad. Van Gaal did poorly in Bayern the second season. He made the Champions League semi-finals thereabouts, and so Van Gaal was let go in Bayern. Look, as United are a big club. The aim is to win. It's not to make the semi-finals. You can't make a trophy out of you making the Europa League finals and losing to a Villarreal. No offense, Villarreal are not a bad side. Look, don't get me wrong. Don't say Villarreal are not a bad side. Villarreal are not a bad side. Don't get me wrong. But player for player, caliber. When you look at the caliber of players in both teams, United are the better side totally. There are a lot of teams I can beat my chest on English football. If you put them in that finals, they would have blown Villarreal apart. It's not. Don't look at the whole hoodoo of an English club has played a Spanish club 15 times in European finals, and they fail to win.
Look at it.
But most times, who are you playing? You're playing a Barcelona and Real Madrid most time in those finals. Then you're playing a Villarreal.
Sevilla.
You're playing Sevilla were better than Liverpool that time. Club just took over in November. Liverpool are in shambles. Don't compare the Manchester United now to the Liverpool of 2016. They are two different teams. You can't compare a centre-back partnership of Kolo-Toure and Martin Skrtel.
They are not players.
No, you compare. I have more confidence in Bailey and Lindelof today.
They are not players. They are not players.
Oh my God! And Alberto Moreno and Luke Shaw compare. Man, you player for player currently, and when you wait, if you bring those players currently standards as at then and even standards now, these players are better. Were better. United has a better score. Look, probably the only thing missing from this United squad that is stopping them from probably winning the league title. The two things personally I feel a centre back and a good coach, a good enough coach to win the title. That's what I feel. Look, Ole has done okay. He probably deserves a contract extension. I have nothing wrong with him getting a contract extension. But if United want to win titles or they want to win a title,
they should go past.
They should go past. Look, you can't continue losing semi-finals.
You need someone. Okay. Now let's look at this, Henry. Mourinho actually won Manchester United the Europa
League.
The Europa League. Also finished second on the table.
Yeah.
No,
he did. He finished second.
Not that season.
It mustn't be the same season.
Wait. Listen to what I'm saying. The season Mourinho won that won them the Europa League. That was the reason why we even had to. It was the Europa League that qualified Manchester United
to the Champions League. It mustn't be the same season.
He finished second once. He also came up as runners-up in the FA Cup. He almost won the FA Cup, and he was still let go. He was allowed to go.
He won the Community Shield.
He won the Community Shield.
And he was allowed to go.
And he said 3.
He was allowed to go. This was within the same 3 years. So why is Ole Gunnar Solskjaer?
Now let me tell you why Ole is left, because the club owner said Ole is giving them what they want. Fine.
What do they want?
Why?
That's why I started by saying it depends.
Now look at what they want. They wanted a coach who would build on what Manchester United was all about. Now,
tradition.
There was a tradition.
Yeah.
And this man, if you even look at the signings during
Jose
Mourinho and this other person, we would argue that he had done some signing. But look at it. We had players who were receiving huge amounts of money,
but they weren't doing anything for the club.
They were not doing anything for the club. We had you had issues with. There was no synergy between the club owners and the team.
Yeah.
So but now this guy has come in and he has stabled that ship. There is this connection. The players are happy. The club owners are equally happy. The only thing left for me is just the trophy, and I think he's progressing.
So what would you prioritize? Is it a trophy? As a club owner, if you were the club owner, what would you prioritize at this point? Is it the manager that gives you the trophy and you're not getting, in quotes, the tradition you want, but he delivers the trophy? Or a manager that will give you the tradition and no trophy?
The thing is, if you're seeing the trophy and there is no sign, there are two different things. That you're just about the tradition and there is no sign.
There's no sign of what?
There is no sign that you're going to get this thing done. Let's be realistic here.
Get what done? The tradition.
Get the job done. Get these trophies to come in. But this guy has shown you consistency.
Okay,
he has shown you that.
In here,
he's shown you that.
Now, Queen, you are prioritizing signs that the trophy is going to come. No, let's get it straight. You're prioritizing signs that the trophy is going to come than someone who won you the trophy.
Who won you the trophy on what ground? And at the end of the day,
didn't keep you waiting for signs.
On what ground? On you spending how much?
It took 3 years.
On you spending how much?
Go check your record.
Ole Gunnar Solskjaer took 3 years to move from the semi-finals to the finals. Meaning he's going to take another 3 years to win.
Go ahead.
The 3 semi-finals.
Queen, go ahead.
Now, this is a man that has spent.
Here's what I'm saying. Go check the records in terms of transfers.
Of course.
Who has spent more money between Ole and Jose Mourinho? That's something you need to look at as well.
Of course.
He signed. I think
let's start with
most outstanding signing I could recall for Mourinho
was Pogba.
Pogba, 89 million pounds, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, about that.
Then he brought in a defender.
Blind.
Blind
was Van Gaal.
It wasn't him.
Let's start with.
I mentioned something. It's not just about the signing. I mentioned something. The salary. See the thing with the Manchester United is not about just
let me paint something for you, Queen. It's not a coach that will decide how much a player pays a club. I hope you know that. If a club is going to be paid 300,000 pounds,
but there's a negotiation.
A player.
Now a coach that tells
no, a coach has no say. So how much
you say? What?
No.
He has no say how much a player is.
Queen. A coach will not. If Aqua United signs me right now, for instance, Kennedy Boboye will not tell the club how much pay a week.
Good. But he points out to the club that he wants you, right?
Yeah.
And he wants you by all means.
Okay, let's play this scenario. Let's play this scenario. Let's play this scenario.
Yeah.
Look, let's play this scenario. There are rumors swirling around United. Who bought Wan-Bissaka? It was Ole
Gunnar Solskjaer.
£50 million.
Yeah.
I can never forget that figure because I found it
Harry
very
Maguire.
comical.
Harry Maguire was about 80.
I'm talking about Wan-Bissaka. Now they are talking about he's not satisfied with Wan-Bissaka's end product going up. Now he wants to sign a new right back. But he's the one that made the signing.
He has signed Alex Telles. This man has basically signed.
That's what I'm saying.
He has signed almost everybody.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you know that?
He signed Donny van de Beek for 36 million.
And he's on the bench. He's on the bench. He's on the bench at times. He's not even at the bench at times.
Donny is collecting up to about 100,000 pounds a week, and he's on the bench.
Sometimes you don't even find him on the bench. Okay, so
it's not about
Queen Roundup. Let's take reactions.
Now, what I'm saying is, yeah, he has done those signings, but let's be realistic. Let's even look at the fact that before you sign a player, there is an agreement. You tell the player, you've already discussed with the player, this is what you're coming to do for me, or this is where I want you to, what I want you to do for me. Which is why most times, most of those players are not really worried about whether they are played or not. Yeah, we're arguing that they are on the bench, yes, but what I'm saying is this: if you ask me, Ole has done consistent progress. About Europa League. I'm sure it's going to happen. I'm sure it's going to happen come next season. Because this, you see, Rashford, he's going to bench Rashford for a very long time.
All right, Queen.
Seriously.
Queen. We've gotten your point. Your number ends with 9250. It says, thanks for the stats. We can now all understand why Ole is still at Manchester United. He has had better performances than other managers since Sir left. Didn't add your name. Your number ends with 9250. This I am reward. Good afternoon, guys. Reward time from Ogu. There's a bias, not to mention Mount in the team of the year. If you look in the team, there is no defensive midfielder. That cost Manchester City to lose Champions League. I think a DM like Kante is missing. I'm very curious with the NFF for not sacking Raw. For God's sake, he don't have his style of play. I'm very okay. All right. Just listen, 4:00. That friendly will be dissected. Trust me. By 4 p.m. How are you today? Long time. It's me, Engineer John Emma. Guys, I'm really gonna read out this SMS. Just listen. How are you today? Long time. It's me, Engineer John Emma. Can you work with us at Shell SPDC company? They are employing if you. I don't know.
Not them.
They don't come. They want scam radio station too. A whole radio station. An international radio station. Now your number ends with 2. I'm trying to respect the ethics of what I do. I would have read out your number because I'm sure you're listening before you send in this SMS, and I'm trying to be professional here. All right. I would have read out your whole number for trying to scam a radio station, an international radio station. How that one take consign us for sports show? What would they do? I'll skip that one. Okay. This one sent in a link, and this one says, okay, that's not for us. To the SMS portal. Omo.
It's a whole episode.
Where do I start from? Okay, he said, hi guys, good afternoon from UAR. He laughs. I'm Kosi from Abuja. Well, Diaz is arguably the best player in the league, but we can make a case for Harry. A case being take Kane away from Sports and take Diaz away from City. Who suffers more? You have your answer there. For the team of the season, everyone deserves to be there. I beg, Quino, Bamford cannot be there. I beg. He scored only goals, and that was his only contribution. But football is more than that, and that was the same reason he wasn't picked for the Three Lions squad. So I beg, no give the boy hope. Then he can equally say that Harry Kane shouldn't be there because his work was score goals too.
But he also assisted.
Right? Yeah. Okay, so how about Mo Salah?
Mo Salah.
Mo Salah had like 6
What is Patrick Bamford's job? His job is what?
Is to score goals.
So I beg, no, they give the boy hope. Son had more assists than him and also contributed more on the field of play. If you had to pick a player from Leeds, it should even be Kevin Phillips or that guy from the Portuguese league.
Yeah.
He says, thanks you guys for what you guys do. Thank you very much too. Marino was sad because of saga of European Super Cup period. Okay. Queen, happy birthday to you. Pray for more success in your life. Thanks for serving us good sport analysis. I beg, make all of you I beg, make all Man U owners just get out. Ashole, hashtag Ole and Glazers out. Next season, we will know if Thomas Tuchel still has the smile on his face. Make Man U still try sign players. I beg, nah. All right. Good day, guys. My name is Dim. Mourinho spends more money in United than Ole. Thank you. He sent in on our WhatsApp portal. This one says, I don't know what Quinn is saying, but if my memory serves me right, I think the only reason Manchester United sacked Mourinho, full stop, didn't add anything there. Ole is still there because of his legendary displays when he was a player at Old Trafford. Is Woke Ernest Monday from Ndele. This one says, okay. Okay, your number ends with, okay, Don Titoliano from Roma Hollow. You're actually sending this message to a wrong number. Okay, I'm not going to read it out, but it's totally not for us here. This one says, I don't know the criteria to vote this thing, but if you have the Premier League app, check stats Maguire. Check stats. Maguire was a better defender than Diaz.
Yes.
To be frank, I just look at it. That is because Man City won the league. That's why he won it. If you say personal performance, Bruno and Kane are front runners. Bruno created the most chances in Europe and in Premier League. He created the most chances leading to goal. I still say I don't know the criteria, but for me, Diaz didn't do anything much. Was it not in the game that Chelsea beat them in the Champions League before Diaz? Man City had won the Premier League. The criteria they are using is bias. Thank you. I'm the lazy guy from Iwofe. Oh, the lazy guy. All right. Reliance, I am Dr. Joshua. I have a job for you at Manchester United. Send 50k to claim your spot. Nothing we don't go see for you boys.
Sorry, Reliance.
To you,
Sorry, please. I just wanted to say, well, I just pulled out something now from this last season. The SMS that talked about Ruben Diaz against Harry Maguire. Now, clean sheets. Ruben Diaz had 6 clean sheets. Harry Maguire had 4. Goals conceded. Ruben Diaz 7, himself 24. Blocks 12-9. So you can see that Diaz is actually better.
I think you should concentrate on the blocks. Leave goal considered and clean sheets because the goalkeeper will do a lot. Yeah, maybe tackles. Yeah,
13-7.
Yeah.
Successful tackles 8-3.
All right. Let's return to the phone lines. We still have to talk about Real Madrid and their new manager. 0817 0000951 0810 951 0951. My personal phone is ringing. 95.1.
Hello.
Good afternoon to you. Name and location.
Please talk by calling from Chokoto.
All right, talk well. Let's hear you.
I want to first talk about Pep Guardiola.
Talk about Pep Guardiola.
I think he contested a 4 trophy. 4 trophy.
1-2.
And he get to the semi-final in one. He get to the final in the other one. So what else are they saying this? Even for the whole world of the coach, to me personally, if they give it to him, he's qualified. And when we are talking about Premier League, the person that I will give even second position is Man U coach.
Okay.
Even though he's slow, but he's steady. And if Pep Guardiola is not in the Premier League, who will have been the next person to win the Premier League?
That's this season, right?
This season.
Yeah.
It will be Man U.
Okay.
So I don't know why the shout of Thomas Tuchel. And he won Pep Guardiola 3 times. Winning Pep Guardiola 3 times is not a trophy.
But he crowned the 3rd time he crowned it with a trophy.
And the 3rd time he crowned him a trophy.
And he denied Pep Guardiola the finals of the FA Cup. So there were key wins for Thomas Tuchel.
And winning Pep Guardiola alone is not a trophy.
And but I'm saying the wins against Pep Guardiola were key to whatever he did this season. He got to the FA Cup final, won Pep Guardiola on the process, got to the Champions League final, win Pep Guardiola to carry the Champions League final.
He needs to win other coaches so that he can carry more cups.
All right.
If I want to even go ahead again and still give another coach, I will still give Brendan Rodgers ahead of Thomas Tuchel.
Okay.
That is of Leicester City.
All right.
And when Pep Guardiola is in Barcelona, they said he should leave Barcelona He left. He go to Bayern Munich. He won their domestic league throughout. They say he should leave there and come to Premier League. How can something like that be done in the Premier League? That Bayern Munich is a farmers league. He comes here since fourth season now. It's just bad belly. Right.
All right.
It's just bad belly. Back to back. He has made so many records even in the Premier League.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time contributing to us on the show. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Keep the calls coming through. In just after 10 minutes of taking calls, we'll return to discussion. We'll talk about Carlo Ancelotti and his expected exploit at Real Madrid. Which line did I pick? Okay, that was line 1. Let me go to line 2. 95.1.
Reliable. I agree to now.
We greet you too. Talk to us, Apostle of Love.
Yeah. The last caller, maybe, I don't know whether he has personal issue with Thomas Tuchel. You are answering him and he's still maintaining his ground. Pep Guardiola, without any dispute, is the manager of the season. But I think Queen said, I don't know the pedigree for the award. If you ask me, I think all things being equal, David Moyes, he did very well, fantastically well. Even though he failed at United, Pep Guardiola has always coached a big club. We are yet to know his strength from the smaller club. So if you are judging him based on his coaching, you will understand that he has money behind him. Even though somebody says, I don't know if it's Victor who said Moyes went to Manchester and said, but all the same. So he deserves it. And for the player of the season, I don't absolutely support Ruben Dias winning. Harry Kane, highest assist, highest goal. So, like I said, I don't know the pedigree they used to win the game. Okay, well, let's go with the vote. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much for dropping by with your contribution. I appreciate you. 95.1. Anybody home?
Yeah, relax.
Your name and location? Hello there.
Yeah, Luis Figo, calling from Port Harcourt.
Luis Figo. All right, let's hear you.
Yes, I heard the issue of giving money time because they are building a team. I'm not a fan of that.
Okay.
Let me take an example with what happened to Lampard. Lampard has a good team, which he managed for the first season and did actually well. Then come to second season, they gave him money, he bought some players in order to improve the team. But when he was not delivering, he was sacked. And people were clamoring, why did you sack Lampard? Take his impatient team, this and that. Give him time, he's building a team. He's not building anything. Do you believe that this team that Lampard has is a team that won the Champions League? But had he been given that time to building a team, for how long do you build a team that will give you a trophy? For me, Oliver Garcia has the good team to win a trophy for United. It doesn't matter how many years you may take him. He has a good team. So this is of giving a manager time to build a team.
You're not a fan of it?
Get a good manager, get a result for the team.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead. That's all the truth.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. You're live on air on Today 95.1 FM. Your name and location?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
How are you doing?
I'm doing very much fine.
Okay. My name is Dan. I'm a United fan.
And you're calling from?
Calling from Transamadi.
Go ahead, Daniel.
I think for me, the problem of United go beyond manager. But we continue analyzing it from manager point of view, the way they do well or not. The management have a long hand while we are where we are. Take an example, when Louis van Gaal was there, he complained of a lack of support from the management in terms of transfer policies, which are been wrong. United is a big club. Compare City. Guardiola has spent more than £500 million, and he won how many leagues? Just a league. He haven't been able to give him the Champions League. Louis van Gaal left, just a coming. The season we win the Europa, we have been playing the Smalling Jones as a defender. The second season, the man wanted to change central defenders. The manager didn't support him. Here come Ole, who is able to even manage what they give to him. So even the way we are today. If you go to that Europa final, the reason why we lost when there is extra time is because of lack of players. Who do we have on the bench?
Lack of players.
Yes, who do we have on the bench to come in?
Okay.
We didn't have that enough. And if you watch towards the end of the game, most of the big boys, they were completely down in energy. And the manager have to do with what he have in terms of playing them.
Okay.
Do we have places to replace some players? Yes. Even the manager said that for we to be at the level of City, we should have up to 4 signings. Is the management going to support him? Yet to be seen. The lucky thing that they would have already resigned. Let's know if we are going to get somebody that will be like this. Look at this sign everything last season. I heard that even the management have already rolled about 300 million euro for no signing.
That's not confirmed. That's not confirmed, please.
Yes, it's not confirmed, but let's say speculation. At the end of the day, this United will not even be able to sign up to 3-4 players. And you don't want the management to go and do miracle on the pitch. If you want to go to farm, you need holes and you need markets to do that. You can't just come and he wants to use only a shovel to cultivate yam.
Right.
Totally, anybody that has to do that will be genius. This season, we need a central defender, we need a right winger, we need a defensive midfielder.
Okay, so Aaron Wan-Bissaka is and good enough. Scott McTominay, Pogba, and who's the other guys? Fred. They're not good enough as defensive midfielders.
Seriously, defensive midfielder. Pogba sometimes he said it's not cool to do the job.
Okay, let's leave Pogba out of it. Scott McTominay, Nemanja Matic, and Fred.
I'm coming. Matic, I think you have to take him off.
Okay.
He is no longer there.
All right.
Then go for Fred. Several mistakes. I said you're not watching United again. It cost us more points this season. But it cost us up to 5 points. That was our won. His mistake cost a goal. Then you go to Leicester City. Look at Ndidi. The man is there. Small club doing a fantastic job. So how much will it cost for United to get an individual?
All right.
Compare these 3 players, Pogba, Matic, and Fred.
And it is better than all of them.
All
right.
Better than all of them.
All right.
So then it was, if you go on the right wing, modern football goes beyond defending. You have to support the attack for you to win games. That is it.
Okay.
Well, for me, we don't really have it.
All right. So it's coming from the management.
For coming from management, seriously.
Okay.
Go beyond the manager. We'll continue bringing manager to keep on blaming them.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's leave it there so we can take other calls. 95.1.
Good afternoon, Reliance.
Good afternoon. Your name and location?
Richard from Rumudara.
Talk to us, Richard.
Yeah, it is very clear that Ole has been pampered in mind. I tell you the truth, the grace and the patience the board had for Morigo was not good enough. Even Vanguard, it was not good enough. I wouldn't know whether it's because Ole is a former player of Man U, and everybody believes that he understands the culture of Man U. He's building the culture of Man U. Building a culture of what? Man U is known for trophies. And that was the reason I said that Sir Alex Ferguson has set a standard that is too high for anybody that comes in there to surpass. And it's going to be a problem going forward. I tell you the truth, if by the coming season, which is going to be more competitive than this season, because what Chelsea is having in mind to do, nobody knows it. Now, everybody is up and doing now. The management of Man U is even having some issues by the resigning of the vice chairman. So who is going to handle the affairs of, yes, who is going to handle the affairs of signing players? And I think the patient...
They'll replace him. He will surely be replaced.
Okay.
He's still with the team. I think he was going to leave at the end of this year or at the end of this season.
Yeah.
I think it should be end of the season, I guess. Yes. So what I'm trying to say is that the patience and the grace they have for Ole, they didn't show it to Moyes, they didn't show it to Vanguard, they didn't show it to Moyes. They were so ruthless. So ruthless. And the support that Ole is having is, I don't know whether I can digress a bit. I asked people a question some time ago, and I'm still waiting for the answer. I said, between Man City and Chelsea, who has the best season this season, please?
This season?
Between Man City and Chelsea, who had the best season that is just concluded? Thank you.
The guys who are inside, thank you very much. The guys who are inside, we'll talk about Carlo Ancelotti in a bit, but let's just do this for one of our own, Queen Chikezie.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Happy birthday. That is all I can say. I wish you many, many happy returns. Happy birthday. That is all I can say. I wish you many, many happy returns. Throw your hands in the air, wave them like you don't care. Raise up your voice and make some noise. Let the party begin, and the love within start to flow. Let it go. Oh, happy birthday. That is all I can say. I wish you many, many happy returns. Happy birthday.
All right, you can see Queen dancing. She's dancing and smiling. It's her birthday, actually. So happy birthday to you, Queen Chikezie. We pray that you have all the good things you wish for yourself, coming from Today FM Sports crew. And I'm sure the listeners also want to wish you a happy birthday. Now, courtesy of Queen's birthday, you can stand a chance of winning a recharge card for yourself on the show this afternoon of any network you require. You just need to answer a question when you call in. I'll just give you the question. I have just some seconds. I'll be timing you though, 5-10 seconds. Not difficult questions. I think they are basically easy questions. So the first two lucky winners will go home or will have their top up 500 naira recharge card of any network of your choice, courtesy of Queen's birthday. So let's return to the phone lines. 95.1. Okay, we lost that one. Line 1, 95.1.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your name and location?
Okay, I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Do well to call the other line. That line is certainly not friendly to you. We're struggling to hear you there. Do well to call the other line. 95.1.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello? Yeah, Today FM.
Yes, Today FM it is. Your name and location?
Yeah. Marcus, I'm calling from Loma House.
Do you want to win a recharge card?
Of course.
All right. Here goes your question. Please, you have just about 5-10 seconds to answer the question. I'll be timing you from here.
Yes. Okay.
All right. The question is: who is the all-time goal scorer in the FIFA World Cup?
Who is the
all-time goal scorer in the FIFA World Cup?
Yes, of Germany.
Sorry?
Miroslav Klose.
All right. Congratulations. First winner marked already.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So what you do is send which network? You send the network and your phone number to our SMS portal.
Okay, no problem.
I'm calling the number now. I'm calling the number now.
The SMS number, right?
Yes, 0701. Okay, so you're gonna have to listen. Unfortunately, I didn't really get to them very well, so you're gonna have to listen while I call out the phone number 0701 933 9962. That is our SMS and WhatsApp number. So any of them, you could send your SMS. Send us an SMS or a WhatsApp number, including your name, your location, the phone number you want to be recharged, and the network of your choice. All right, so let's go back to the phone lines and one more call. 111 to go. Okay, we lost that one. 95.1.
You go to the big call.
You know when we recharge card, I know you be palliative yourself.
Now I make a find a pass.
Question we are gonna give you no like him.
Not do like this, so.
Why I don't go do like this? You the elder statesman.
Who does say I'm the elder statesman? I resemble Thiago Silva.
All right, BB from Rumo Bielsa. Are you ready for your question?
Yeah, bring a cup.
The questions.
Not they do like this, so. Not they do like this, so. They look you.
Okay. I'm trying to be fair, right? I'm trying to skip all the questions that are supposed to be a bit difficult. Okay, here's your question. Are you ready?
Okay.
The first goal in the newly rebranded Champions League in 1992 was scored by who?
Which guy wickedness? He reached the one now where people see the current keeper just carry. Now this man what they do. Drop and go start now. You know where you go.
But it's easy.
It's an easy question, baby.
No, it's not an easy one. I beg. They never bought me that time.
Okay. Never bought you in 1992.
I don't know, sir. I don't think they never bought me that time. I don't know.
All right, baby, call back. Baby, just call back, okay? 95. Oh, we lost that call. Apologies there. Do want to call back if you can. Let me take some SMSs while I waiting for your call. Okay, I think I'll just get this done with before I take SMS. 95.1. Bibi, how did you do it?
I don't know, therefore. When God was blessed, I said the view.
All right, Bibi.
I beg, don't ask me who scored the first goal.
I'm actually thinking of. I'm looking at. All right. Honorable Bibi.
Ask me what's in the Bayelsa United.
Okay. Here's your question, Bibi. Who was the first man? The season that the three African draw of Sadio Mane, Aubameyang, and who was the third player? Finished as top scorers in the Premier League.
Mo Salah.
Good. How many goals did they score combined?
How many goals did they score combined?
Yes.
Okay. Don't be 60 goals. Excuse me. No, 69 goals. Let me 23 goals.
Maybe your time is up. I don't know. I was that too difficult?
No.
I'm thinking of simpler questions to ask. Okay, just one winner, and we are out of this. Just one winner, and we are out of this. Meanwhile, okay. I'll go back to it, but I'm trying to sift through the questions I have and find the ones that are a little bit simpler because it feels like those ones are a bit difficult. But I mean, someone got the all-time highest goal scorer in the FIFA World Cup,
Miroslav
Klose of Germany. So I am thinking of maybe simpler questions to ask on the show. But let me return to the phone line. 95.1.
Ekene is back.
Ekene, you want to win the recharge card?
Yes.
All right, here's your question. Which player scored the fastest hat-trick in the Premier League? Your time starts now.
This is the
Fastest hat-trick in the Premier League history.
Alan Rush.
Huh?
Alan Rush.
Unfortunately, that's not true. Thank you very much for trying. 95.1.
Hello?
Your name and location?
Ruben from Port Harcourt.
Ruben, you want to win the recharge card?
Yeah.
All right. Three players share the record for the most Premier League red cards. 8 in total. Can you name the 3 players?
Come again.
3 players share the record for the most Premier League red cards. 8 in total. Can you name the players? If you can name one of them, I'll give you the recharge card. Even one.
The first player to get a red card in the Premier League.
Not the first player. I'm saying 3 players share the record for the most Premier League red cards. Who are these players? But I'm giving you a buy. If you can name one, I'll give you the recharge card. Nope. Nope. Another trial.
Eric Cantona.
No, not part of it. Not part of it. Thank you very much for trying. 95.1.
You know, if the wind is a card, you're not today.
Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this for the last time. Are you ready now? If you don't answer this one, I'm gonna have a problem with you personally.
Even though I don't really get it.
Okay, now with 260 goals, who is the Premier League all-time top scorer?
All time.
Yes.
All time.
That time?
Henry.
No, it's not. I'll give you one more trial.
Okay, one more trial.
Yeah.
Let me go with wait till this my name or this for my Newcastle player. Bro me name. Alan Shearer.
Alan Shearer, correct. Congratulations.
Congratulations, finally.
All right. So send the number, your phone number, and the network you want to our SMS portal.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. And let me take some reactions. This one says, Queen, leave them. Reliable Reliance and his friends will never see anything good in Ole because of their hatred for Manchester United. James Ono from Emoha. Thank you very much for sending that one through. Says, good day, please. Did Manchester United sign anybody? Favor from Ndele. Please, good day, please. If Soldier bench, I'm trying to figure out what you wrote. Sorry. Good afternoon, Sport Gang. Please, let's get it right. Ole has spent 4 seasons in Man U already. The forthcoming season will make him 5 at Man U. Check your record. I am wild. Joseph spent 2 years and won 3 trophies, which include Europa, Mata STP from Romo de Maya. This one says, okay, Marcos Ugu, noted, we'll send the recharge card to you. You just said Eto. I hope, if this is your number ends with 9517, it should indicate, okay? Bibi Palliative, please, if that's you need to indicate. This one says, I'm actually a Pep fan, but I feel it's overrated somehow. I bet you give Mourinho or Klopp this free transfer and a point and kill. They'll win UCL in 3 years. Let's go to the WhatsApp portal. Let's see messages that we have in that portal. But in the meantime, okay, I think this is it. This one says, I don't understand what kind of analysis Quinn is giving concerning Manchester United. Ole should be sacked. I wish they see the protests where they go on. The club is going down 2 seasons now, no trophy, and you're telling me Ole should be giving more time from Expazio. Expazio, thank you very much for your message. But Quinn is entitled to our analysis as well. And the fact that you think that Ole should be sacked, and Queen doesn't think so. Doesn't make her analysis any more less than standard. Okay, I don't know what Queen is saying, but if my memory serves me right, I think the only reason why Manchester United sacked Mourinho was hatred because of the statement he made when he was a coach at Chelsea. Ole is still there because of love for his legendary displays when he was a player at Old Trafford, as he woke Ernest Monday from Delhi. Let's be mindful of the way we start our statement, all right? I don't know what this one is saying. I think if you're being told that, you're not going to be comfortable with it. So just make your point. Stop having that hit at someone else's point, all right? It is funny. People are calling to say, oh, Pep is hype because of their hate on him. Reliance, please, you know football a lot, so don't allow people to make those kind of comments, Tonya. Tonya, people are entitled to their opinions, all right? So if they think the man is overhyped, it is for them, all right? Okay, BB, that is gotten. All right, thank you very much. 95.1.
Yeah, Reliance, I beg you. Only palliative, we did the palliative, you can answer all these questions. Since I've been trying this thing, now I think answer the question. Now I found the call.
No, be my fault now. I don't know how he got through. Recall there was a point I asked him, how did he get through? We don't see the numbers, all right? We just pick the calls.
You know, before then, I have been calling before the first man that answered the question.
All right, I think you have a buy. The birthday celebrant just said that she asked you one question.
So now the question that
the birthday celebrant, are you listening? The birthday celebrant just asked me to ask you one more question.
Because you've been trying, I want to just give you an opportunity. If you can answer the first question he's going to ask you, you get yourself a recharge voucher.
Okay, I'm listening.
What's your name first? What's your name first?
My name is Lawrence.
All right, so you have one opportunity and one opportunity only.
Okay. I'm listening.
The fastest goal scored in the Premier League history came in 7.69 seconds. Who scored the goal? Your time starts now.
I'll repeat the question.
The fastest goal scored in the Premier League history came in 7.69 seconds. Who scored the goal?
Sadio Mane.
It's not Sadio Mane. Thank you very much, guys. Let me just run through transfers, and we will be out of here in no time. While I get the transfer portal up. Carlo Ancelotti at Real Madrid. Your thoughts, please, Henry.
I think it's one of those confusing decisions you don't really understand. Yes, Ancelotti is a good coach. He's a well-versed manager. He's well-traveled and he's well-knowledgeable and he's experienced. So I just think it's a manager they are bringing to who can handle the tough situations that are probably prevalent at Madrid. An inexperienced manager will probably not have as much impact or will struggle. So I think they're just trying to be careful with Ancelotti coming in, and I just think it's a safe choice and safe bet.
Safe choice and safe bet it is. So you with the team, with the Real Madrid team at the moment, how far do you see the man going, Henry?
I think they will do fine. I think they will do a bit better than what Zidane had so far. I don't really know for sure, but I think Ancelotti is actually a very good manager. We've seen him use decent players. Yes, he has had world-class players at his disposal, but he has also used decent players to achieve good things with Milan, over with Chelsea. So I think he's a good manager and it suits him well, the team.
All right, so let's give you transfer gossips before we leave the studio and make way for the second part of the show. The guys are already here. Ezinoti and High Chief in the building already. Andre Pello and ex-Chelsea boss Mauricio Sarri are both contenders for Everton job, with the former supposedly in talks with owner Fahad Moshiri. And elsewhere, Aston Villa and England midfielder Jack Grealish could stay at the club this summer, with both Manchester City and Manchester United unwilling to match Villa's £130 million valuation. You can imagine for Jack Grealish.
Transfer market don't spoil you.
According to ex-Villa captain Gabriel Agbonlahor, that's according to TalkSport. Manchester City and Brazil midfielder Fernandinho, who is 36, and Newcastle and England striker Andy Carroll, 32, have both been included on their club's release list, which was published by the Premier League. However, clubs have until 23rd of June to send their final list. Letting Fernandinho go by City.
He's 36.
He's 36, right?
I think he needs to
Definitely there should be a replacement.
And people said it's the reason why he bottled the Champions League.
Yes,
and you're letting him
reasons.
go. It's okay. Manchester City are, however, closing in on the signing of 18-year-old Fluminense midfielder Metino, who is known as the Brazilian Paul Pogba. according to Goal. When I don't come, Chelsea have not rolled out selling Morocco winger Hakim Ziyech this summer. We see our sides AC Milan and Napoli both interested if the 28-year-old became available. That's according to Calcio Mercato in Italy. Paris Saint-Germain are attempting to hijack Barcelona's bid. We told you that one earlier. To sign 30-year-old Dutch midfielder Jorginho Wijnaldum, whose Liverpool contract expires at the end of June. And elsewhere, Arsenal are set to focus on the signing of Norwich Argentine midfielder Emi Buendia, who's 24, now that the permanent move for Real Madrid and Norway midfielder Martin Odegaard looks unlikely. That's according to the Times. Meanwhile, Arsenal will exercise an extension clause in 22-year-old French midfielder Mathieu Guendouzi's contract if Marseille do not increase their 8.6 million bid. That's according to Le Sport in France. And lastly, Bayern Munich are set to sign Atletico Madrid and Spain midfielder Saúl Ñíguez for 80 million euros. That's about 68.7 million pounds. The former Leeds target Rodrigo de Paul, who plays for Udinese and Argentina, are going to the La Liga champions as 40 million euros replacement. That's the much we can take. Wisdom is right here for the second part. Unfortunately, we cannot take more calls. We appreciate your time and the show. Trust me. For those who send in SMSs, for those who sent in text messages and WhatsApp messages as well, we thank you very much. We also thank Queen, the celebrants today. Happy birthday to you once again, Queen. And Henry Oguguo was also here. I remain your reliable radio spokesman, a classical gentleman, always telling you to give it a little bit of a sacrifice in anything you are doing, because trust me, there is no success whatsoever without a sacrifice. The next on the show is Today's Sports Live, the second part of it.
Yo, today now your day, do shakara. If they try, then go for your kata. Today now your day, do shakara. Go, 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 go. Today now your day, do shakara. If they try, then go for your kata.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port
Super
Harcourt.
Eagles, waiting they happen, waiting they share, we want no. Shana Winch, I've been landing, no matter their plan, no, we go still they fly. Where you do? Where you do? My brother, where you do? I can't leave you, tell me where you do. You need me, make you tell me where you do. I ain't Benny, make you tell me where you do. Tijani, make you tell me where you do. Ataribo, make you tell me where you do. Ayobo, make you tell me where you do. Apilo, make you tell me where you do. Erike Jofo, make you tell me where you do. Walele, where you do? Yeah, my brother, where you do? Say walele, where you do? My brother, where you do? Ukocha, make you tell me where you do? I got wonder, make you tell me where you do? Ukoro, make you tell me where you do? Sigaruba, make you tell me where you do? Olise, make you tell me where you do? Udeze, make you tell me where you do? Ike Shorumu, make you tell me where you do? Akuwegu, make you tell me where you do? Ayosi Kenya, I say where you do? Ababa Yaru, make you tell me where you do? Ujibwe, make you tell me where you do? Our Super Eagles, I say where una do? Walele, where you do? My brother, where you do? I say walele, where you do? Walele, oh, my brother, where you do? Walele, Dodorima, go, Dodorima, Dodorima, go, Dodorima, Dodorima. Waiting, winning our culture. I because some management can come begin disorganized. So they Liberia, Sudan, and even small Sierra Leone and Senegal come begin form alliance for David like Nigeria. But thank God, say times today, God just go shake us so that we go really come down to prepare for the bigger competition. No shaking, the word na caution. One day she go down Wali Akota. Now today, now let us rewind to 1980 where the Super Eagles really started the show. I beg Lagbaja. 1980 nations cup. I remember Nigeria winning. I no go forget the German. I no go forget the
But those days were glorious days. When you had the name Nigeria, you'd have these chills going down your spine because you're almost certain that you would see Daniel Diboul Amokachi in front or Rashidi Yekini. Then you have the very fine goalkeepers too we used to have back then. I mean, Shoromu wasn't even that good. Shoromu, Rufai, and the others. You look at our midfield, we had Olise. We had Stephen Keshi somewhere, you know. There was a time in the defense, we had Uche Okechukwu. You know, we had players that if you see those players, you could just get confidence, you get. But on that note, I welcome you to another fine edition of the Niger Football edition of Today's Sports Live. And of course, we had the first half where Reliance and the guys did lead you through the latest making the rounds in European football. But we're here to discuss what happened yesterday, what will happen tomorrow, and what even happened in the past, the present, and the future. That's what we'll be talking about on the show this evening. My name is Wisdom Obina, and I'm not alone in the building. I don't do it alone. I don't walk alone. I've got with me High Chief Okechukwu Edenkwo here with me in the building. High Chief, good evening to you.
Good evening, Wisdom. Good evening, Port Harcourt, River State, Nigeria, and the world at large, and also my colleague Ezine in the studio.
Zini Ezine is here with us. Ezine, good evening to you.
Good evening to you, Wisdom. Good evening to you, High Chief. Good evening to our listeners at the Wisdom. Friendlies are not for us. I bet you. I think anytime I think the one on Tuesday we should just get and just sleep. It's been long we won a friendly. That was the last time against Egypt, and that was I think that was 2019. It's been quite a long time. It's not a good one. Although first of all, at first we said we didn't expect so much from the game. We just wanted to see new players, and at least some of them showed themselves. And sometimes you get to wonder, how do these players take the opportunities they have? They don't really make use of it, but still. We are where we are, and we'll just watch and see what happens.
All right, we would actually see what happens because first we will think of what happened yesterday, then we'll look forward to what will happen. Yes, the Super Eagles will be on the menu. Roll out all your facts and reasons because we'll definitely be talking about them. The text message portal is close to dead, but would hope find a way to resuscitate it. But definitely, we would be getting your thoughts on what happened in that game between Nigeria and Cameroon. Is it just an ordinary friendly match? Because Genotro, actually you're laughing already. Genotro says it's just an ordinary friendly match. I mean, we shouldn't read much meanings into it. I'll get the thoughts of the guys. I'm thinking High Chief has a lot already to say on that particular game.
Wizzy. Superman, it's quite unfortunate that this whole thing has just been reduced to a mere academic exercise with high level of pedestal approach. Where on earth do people play two friendly matches with the same opponent within a section or within a space of how many days? It's been reduced to more a training session. I think for me, Nigeria had more like a sparring or training session with Cameroon. What says the sparring? For crying out loud, there are other people you play on Friday, then Tuesday look for another opponent. So playing the same people Tuesday and Friday, it's more like a practice session. It shouldn't be a friendly match. We had the practice session with Cameroon in Austria.
Anyway, I mean, we'll talk about that really when we get to that
Wisdom, that's
discussion.
It's friendly.
But
so
I mean, no, there were reasons.
This is not a friend. It's more or less a practice session. Because it's been reduced to that pedestal approach. You don't play two people within a space of how many days?
Another angle to the discussion. Don't worry, we'll get there. So start sending in your thoughts. Our text message portal is 0701-933-9962. I would open the phone lines too to get your thoughts. They say we should not be tweeting, so let's prepare for the country. Anyway, let's just leave the country and the politics of the country. But we can't tweet. That's what it means. Don't send in your tweets. We'll dedicate enough time for the phone line. So prepare your own views on what we're going to, or maybe the discussion. Raw also says that we cannot reach the World Cup semi-finals because we don't have the players. Are you of the opinion that we can actually get to the World Cup semi-finals? Do you think there's even a chance we can get to the quarterfinal? Do we have the players? Roy is saying we cannot compare ourselves to the other countries in the world who have got solid players. we don't have those players to get the title, or maybe get to the get to the semi-final of the World Cup. Plus the MPFL, which is where we're definitely going to be starting from. A lot to come in the MPFL, a lot going on, and we'll be talking about those games. Games might not be in Europe, but we have games in the MPFL. I'll be running through those games and what to expect from different centers. By the way, we are having a very interesting one involving Rivers United. So talk about that and a whole lot more on the show this evening. Quickly, let's talk about the Nigerian Professional Football League. But before we do, guys, I think our news bulletin, we did carry it yesterday on Sports Attack. Swan in Rivers State, they have a new arrangement already. Somehow, I won't call it updated list, but the State Executive Committee of Sports Writers Association of Nigeria, Rivers State Chapter Swan, has appointed members to fill in vacant positions in the committee. At the June General Congress of the chapter, which held yesterday, the Sarah David-led executive appointed Dema Baku as vice chairman, while Fisayo Dairo was appointed as assistant secretary. Kelvin Eyo bagged an appointment as welfare officer, whereas Carlo Rakwe and Sanipe Damiete were appointed as ex-officer 1 and 2 respectively. According to a statement released by the secretary of the chapter, Chukwudi Ejimofo, the new appointees are to serve in full capacity of their various statutory positions as stipulated in the Swan statute. All right, so all the best to the guys, the likes of Dema Baku. Dema, I saw his post on Facebook. Kudos to the man. Sarah David, my lady, like I call her, and of course the likes of Fisayo, Sanipe, and all that.
Okay,
you were there.
Should I mention my name again?
You were there. You were there, relax. Don't worry, we know you.
Okay, so I think it's going to usher in a new era in Swan River State. Yeah, I can't say I've been so long. I've spent so long a time as member of Swan River State, but I joined up, a couple of years ago, and at least I've seen about this should be the third administration, that I'm going to see. But what is unique about this administration and the appointments made by the Sarah David board is that we have a blend of young sport writers
and experience.
And experience. Yeah, they come with experience as well. So Dema has been there. Is about the youngest of one of them, if not for Kelvin. Then Fisayo Dairo, an expert of the Nigeria Professional Football League. Time will for me to talk about our appointment. Okay, so we have a blend of young talent, young sports writers, and experienced ones over the years. It's not like the young ones are not experienced. Dema has been there for a long time and all that stuff. So it ushers in a new era in Swan River State.
All the best to them. Let's quickly move on to the MPFL.
We are great, we are born winners, shining bright like a star. The gift of God to Africa. FC Fanuba, united we stand, hand in hand, bringing glory to our land. Anye bundi meri, anye gadigide, football club Fanuba, anye bundi meri, Alhambra Warriors, football club Fanuba.
Our darling team, our mighty team, with courageous mind, we celebrate our winning nights. Power and strength we possess every day. Our united, mighty united, winning our culture. Goal for goal, we celebrate our winning minds. Power and strength we possess every day. With dedication and selflessness, I rise to serve with my strength and power. Promise keeper, our darling team. In love we stand to defend and to strive. Upper united, mighty united, winning our culture, goal for goal. We celebrate our winning might, power and strength we possess every day.
All right, they say charity begins at home. Before the Rivers United anthem, you heard that of Aqua United, league leaders, and of course FC Fanyoba. Fine anthem. I would always play the FC Fanyoba anthem, not because they are doing well, but because I like the anthem and I think it's the finest for now, until anybody comes up with something better. All right, let me run through the fixtures to expect. Katsina United will be up against Nasarawa United at the Muhammadu Diko Stadium. Adamawa United, Plateau United, right there in Gombe. Kano Pillars in Nyimba. Heartland FC will take on Rivers United at the Dananyam Stadium. We have Wiki Tourist up against Aqua United. Aqua United will be traveling to face Wiki Tourist. Kwara United, Jigawa Golden Stars, Abia Warriors, they'll be up against FC Fanyoba. That game should be taking place at the Okigwe Township Stadium. Rangers will be up against MFMFC at the Cathedral. We have Dakada FC taking on Luby Stars at Next of Champions. And Warri Wolves will be up against Sunshine Stars. That game will be at the Warri Township Stadium in Usoro. Quickly, guys, starting with you, Izine. Your pick of the bunch, if you want to look at those fixtures.
I think first of all, we'll start with the Kano Pillars Eyimba game. That's going to be a cracker. Those are the known names when it comes to the MPFL. These teams have always proven themselves year in, year out. They've always been title contenders. You want to say yes, we don't. Their key man, our own very own captain, Ahmed Musa, is now around. Then you talk about the Eyimba side, Anayo Aluwala, they are both doing their national duties, but still that doesn't change anything from the game. We expect a strong one. For this kind of games, it's actually been a fierce battle. Both sides, it's not just easy. It's usually a draw game or then. But you look at an a Kano Pillars side, they have not lost at home for a very long time. They don't joke with home games. They can actually sleep. They can lose points away from home. But when it comes to their home games, they don't let that slip away. Then an Eyimba side that has struggled with every other thing, but still trying to pull through. Their last game against Lobby Stars, which was the rescheduled game, they won. It wasn't so fantastic. Their coach even complained about them missing chances. They create a lot of chances, but still, they are not able to actually make that count for them. Then you talk about the Rivers United game, Rivers United versus Heartland. I think that's another cracker for the weekend. Rivers United, our own home team, they've somehow struggled at home. We don't know what happened. Something we know them not to do at home. We knew them before to struggle away from home, but now they're struggling at home. They have less goals. They have not been scoring as much as you wonder, how do they actually do this? Not getting a lot of goals at home, a home ground that was their own fortress where they do a lot. So I just hope they do better this time against an Heartland side that started very good. At the beginning of this season, Heartland were banging in the goals, but later they fell off short. They started struggling again. They have not been doing as much. The Nazi Millionaires have not been doing as much as they used to do. Then you talk about, I think there are a lot of fantastic games to look forward to. But I think these two are the main cracker for the weekend. The Rivers United game against Heartland and the Kano Pillars against Eyimba game.
Well, let's break it down now, starting with this particular one. Hi Chief, Aqua United will be traveling to face Wiki Tourist in Gombe. That game was supposed to be in Bauchi, but I think the Wiki Tourist side too are struggling with ground issues. So Aqua United, very solid side, but we've seen them draw games even at home. In their last 2-3 matches, they've struggled a little bit. Do you see them maybe having issues facing a Wiki Tourist side who somehow were, I think, I can't say they've left the doldrums of failure, but they were around a state of no return until Usman Abdallah was let off, or maybe he's resigned. Officially, he resigned. Then they brought in Abubakar Damu, so Abdullahi Abdamu, mixing his name now. And somehow, they came to Rivers State, they picked a point. And we've seen them, I think back-to-back draws now in the process.
They won one and they lost one and drew.
Fantastic. So you see a case where the league leaders would go to Wiki Tourist or face Wiki Tourist and maybe throw in everything, and at the end of the day, Wiki Tourist gets all 3 points. Or you're seeing a case where Aqua can pick up something.
This game is one game that might likely end in a draw. Why I say to end in a draw, although I saw a resurgent Wiki Tourist side in Port Harcourt, but I think what really happened, Rivers United, we were just unlucky that they not to have gotten the goals. And there's something very unique about this Wiki Tourist team. Everybody behind the ball, leaving only a certain Gope was up front. And they play all kind of very frustrating football. But since they are playing at home, I think Aqua United might just be lucky to pull the chestnut out from the fire by getting a draw.
But Hi Chief, you talked about that game, and in the course of the week we mentioned it, and some Rivers United fans were saying they played negative football.
Of course,
they're anti-football. I want to ask you, Hi Chief, in football, what matters? Because I've seen cases where coaches play smart, sweet tactics. At the end of the day, you don't get the result. They played negative tactics, but they came out with 1 point. So does it really matter?
It doesn't matter. Why I say it doesn't matter is that first and foremost, there's what we call game management in football. You have your work plan, you have everything well cut out, and if you stick to it and follow it to the letter, and it ends up getting result for you, I think it's not a bad decision. The most important thing, what is good for me might be bad for the other person. What is bad for me might be good for the other person. So it's all a matter of perspective from the angle you are looking at it from. These people, they came to Port Harcourt to play an anti-football, a negative style, and it worked out for them. It's just that Rivers United were unlucky that they got every pedal wrong. And let me say it for the first time, I left the stadium angrily. It was even outside that somebody told me that we've equalized, because I saw a team that we played everything. Even the honorable commissioner was so frustrated, he was angry, he left the comfort of the state box down to the stand. He saw everything, as in we got everything, as in we were doing everything just to get that solitary goal. And good, I think we got it. If not, it would have been very disastrous. It would have been very bad for the team in Port Harcourt, and God knows it would have also affected our overall performance. But Wiki Tourist, they had a game plan, stuck to it, and it worked for them. So nobody should say they played for me. Okay, for them, from their own perspective, it's anti-football. But to Wiki Tourist, they have their plan, and it worked for them.
Okay, that's their first point in 5 games. And I'll come to predictions. Let's move on to other games now. I'll come to the predictions. What you might want to predict for that game between the Promise Keepers, that's Aqua United, and the Wiki Tourist side. Coming to you now, Izine. Enyimba. Well, they're the big boys, Sanjay. They would be up against Kanu Pillars. And the Kanu Pillars side, I mean, Ahmed Musa I probably would not join the school of thought that would say Ahmed Musa has added a lot of things to the team. Ahmed Musa has just maybe taking some players to himself and allow some players to flourish and taking the attention, and the credits likes of Ali gets or something like that. But they were winning before he came in, and they continued that unbeaten run. They're up against an Enyimba side that are not particularly in the best the right frame of mind. By that, I will let us in by what I mean. The Enyimba side, we can talk about the continent and their issues, how they crashed out on the continent. But it's not also been a fair run in the league. They drew against Heartland. They drew against, I think they drew against FC Fanyuba also. Those were their derby and outstanding matches.
FC Fanyuba was a draw.
It was a draw, yes. Heartland game to a draw. Then they beat Lobby Stars. I think they beat Wiki Tourist, but I mean, as at that point,
away from home,
anybody can beat Wiki. Then they beat Lobby Stars 2-1, struggling to score. Also fighting for their lives on the table. Don't forget, they only have I think 3 outstanding
games,
and those 3 outstanding matches are supposed to give you 9 points. One of them is away, 2 at home. and those 2 games you have Rangers and Kwara United. Trouble. So I think they would want to go in to get all 3 points from this one. But for a Kano Pillars side who are fighting to get to the top, 45 points respectively, them and Aqua United, just separated by goal difference, does Enyimba stand the chance of getting maybe even a point?
And wisdom, these kind of games, these are high profile games. Anything can happen. But when it comes to Enyimba and Kano Pillars, sometimes they tend to share the spoils. The last time they met, Enyimba won. And the other one, it was an away game, Enyimba and Kano Pillars, in which Kano Pillars won. They have actually been sharing this point. Right now, Kano Pillars I know they don't want to drop a point because they are level with Aqua United, but on goal difference. So it's not been easy. Enyimba had not been that distant. They've considered a lot of goals. Even their coach, Fatah Osho, has lamented on how much they are not able to take their chances. They are wasteful in front of goal. Their final third, they end up not getting the goals that you require. Because Ajax now they need to score goals, but against the Kano Pillar side, that they at home they are no players. When they're at home, they make sure they play decently. They make sure they end up with the 3 points. They don't want to know who you are or where highest thing you can actually get from a Kano Pillars at this point, it's a draw against an Enyimba side that struggled to score. Before, you know, Enyimba to give you goals when it comes to games like 3-2, but now even a 1 it's not so easy for them to hold on to their own play. I don't think it will be an easy stroll for Enyimba, even for Kano Pillars. It will be for the taking, but I see this as a draw game. I don't think it will be easy for both sides. Enyimba, yes, not in their best kind of moments, but still, Wisdom, I don't think they have done so badly. That 38 points, the same with Enugu Rangers that have played 23 games, so it's not so bad for them. If they actually are able to at least get like 6 points, Wisdom, you know that they'll be at least at most they are the first 3 in the table. So I don't think they've done so badly, but I think actually we might say yes, we can give room to all the exclusives they have. They've played more competitive games, they've had a lot of time to do all that, but still against the Kano Pillars, I don't think it will be an easy one for them. Kano Pillars on their own don't want to drop the points because they are at a disadvantage. They have a lesser goal difference when it comes to the Aqua United. They're actually topping it. So I don't think, because if they actually concede, meaning that their goal difference is still reducing, so I think they'll want to win or highest, I think they'll end up with the draw, but I don't see Enyimba winning at Kano Pillars.
All right, please don't bother sending in text messages. That portal is having issues, so we stick with the phone lines. We'll get to the phone lines in a bit. So yes, the Kano Pillars side are currently the most successful home team in the league. They've only conceded 2 goals at home and scored 16. Amazing. They are better than Rivers United, who were supposedly the team, the best team when it comes to home records and performances until that draw against Wiki Tourists, right?
No, they also drew
against
Abia
Warriors. Yes, Abia Warriors was the first. Was the end of the 100% winning record. Then, of course, they also drew against Wiki Tourists. But I do wish them all the best. I mean, I feel they've actually swapped that form. Coming to Rivers United now, High Chief. The fans were clamoring for away wins and away points.
They gave them.
But somehow, it seems like away points might mean gaining away points might mean losing points at home. Probably, but we've seen them struggle. They are not at home this time. They're traveling to face a side that are very stubborn. They are not very successful currently on the table, but they are very stubborn. The Heartland side, like I've said this season, they've had different issues within the team, both in and around the team. But somehow, they're not in a bad position. 34 points, 10th on the log, 34 points from 24 games played. And they are up against a Rivers United side. High Chief, can Rivers United, the pride of Rivers, can they bring us some pride when they travel to face Heartland FC in Okigwe?
There's nothing that's impossible. Why I say there's nothing that's impossible in the game of football. If you check last season and 2 seasons ago, for 2 seasons we defeated them at Okigwe Township Stadium. Yeah. So if the records are anything to go by, Rivers United were on fire. They're a resurgent team, fully motivated, and they have all it takes to snatch a draw from Danayam Stadium with Heartland FC. I stand to be corrected. Why I said so. Rivers United, if you check their last away matches, they've been quite impressive. They nearly got it in Kwara, if not for that last minute capitulation where they got the solitary goal to bring the game to a draw. Abia Warriors, they came here, they were quite stubborn. But Wiki Tourist, I think Mother Luck played a major role. I've never seen a Rivers United side on fire that day like they were against Wiki Tourist. So I think they are very propelled. If what happened in Port Harcourt against Wiki Tourist is anything to go by, they can also go to Daniel Stadium and get a draw.
All right, we'll see how that one pans out. But for the Heartland side, they've only won twice in their last 5 games. They drew against Enyimba and drew against Plateau United at home. So you want to say Rivers United have got a chance to make that draw a hat trick, or maybe their consecutive draws, because they did it against Plateau at home, traveled to do it against Enyimba. Maybe Rivers United could just make it 3 for them in a row or in a run. For Rivers United, 2 wins in their last 5 games. They've had 3 draws against Abia Warriors. That's what I'm saying. Rivers United, they've got a hat trick of draws. Maybe they could help Heartland join them. Goalless draw with Abia Warriors, 1-1 draw against Kwara United, and 1-1 draw against Wiki Tourist. So let's see how it pans out. The last time these two teams faced, Rivers United beat them 3-1. Then in 2020, Rivers United, like Kai Chief mentioned, did travel to beat them 2-0 at home right there. Let's see how it pans out at the Dan Anyam Stadium. That's where this game will be taking place. It's Abia Warriors who play these days in Okigwe. All right. So I would run through some of the other games to expect now. If you look at what we might term the not mini Oriental Derby, Abia Warriors, FC Fanyuba. Isn't it? Imama and his boys, they've how would I maybe describe
run of draws?
No, would I just put it as run of draws? Because I mean, some people are just cutting them some slack, because I mean, we didn't expect them to be anything other than ordinary when the season started. 30 points from 23 games so far, and currently they've not also had it fair. 3 draws, like you mentioned, a loss, just 1 win in their last 5 games, and that was against Plateau United. They've not gotten any wins since then. Can they do it against an FC Fanyuba side who on their own are not even doing well? Just 1 win too in their last 5 matches. 3 losses in the process, including a 3-0 home loss against MFMFC.
It's first of all, wisdom. Abia Warriors, I think they've struggled in front of goals since the start of the season. They've not been that lethal when it comes to scoring goals. Yes, you say Mama Apakabo's men, they know how to grind in result, they know how to at least leave with a point, but they have not been the high scoring side we know them to do. We expect them to start scoring goals. It has not been so rosy for them. Yes, last time they came to University United, they got the points. We're praising him for all his tactics, but then I don't think we have to always celebrate a goalless play. It doesn't make the game that beautiful. I think they need to start scoring goals. At least that would be a better one. Victor and Wisdom, against FC Fanyoba that drew I think at home with Enugu Rangers. I don't think that will be an easy one for them. I think that's the motivation to go to the Rangers, to the Cathedral, and actually get a point. It's not an easy one. Yes, we say FC Fanyuba, they have not been doing so well this season. They have been very poor. They are 19th on the log. They are still on the drop, not doing so well. But against an Abia Warriors, they have also struggled to score goals. Yes, they might not be the same point when it comes to the table, but these same things they have struggled. Abia Warriors have to start scoring, and if you never can tell, FC Fanyuba can actually get a point against them. Imam Apikabo, yes, you call him a tactician, but sometimes it might not get well for them. No 2 games are the same. We cannot really pour them out, but I expect Abia Warriors to do better, because the Fanyuba side, they are struggling. They haven't really done so well for themselves. They need to actually man up, know that this is actually the MPFL. Anything, if it ends this way for them, they're actually going to go down to the NLL, and it doesn't fall down well. As a top side like that, I know, yes, you might say they have not really shown so well, when they have not been so ambitious as a team when it comes to continental slots, but still, when it comes to the MPFL, they are the names you reckon with. This is a Oriental Derby. It's always going to be there for the Abia fans. They will always want to see this kind of games. So I don't see it so much happening, but I expect a tactical display from Imama's side. I think he needs to score goals. tell the boys we have to start scoring. This is the side actually won Kano Pillars. They want the bigger boys. I think they have to do that. Yes, we are praising them for all their tactical machines, trying to draw against the big boys. But now against a lesser team, in quotes, I think they should do it. They should get all 3 points.
All right, and that takes us to the table before I get the predictions of the guys for the major games. Now, Aqua United are on top of the table. They've got 45 points from 24 games. Kano Pillars are second with 45 points too from 24 games. So they're only separated by a positive goal difference in favor of Aqua United. Nasarawa United are third with 42 points from 24 games. We've got our darling Rivers United in fourth with 41 points from 24 games. Kwara United are fifth with 40 points from 23 games. Enugu Rangers are sixth with 38 points. Enyimba are seventh with 38 points from 21 games. Lobby Stars 8th with 34 points. MFM 9th with 34 points. Heartland are 10th with 34 points. All right. For the bottom three, okay, let me just run through everything just in case your team is down there. Plateau United are 11th with 33 points. Dakada 12th, 33 points. Abia Warriors 13th, 30 points. 14th place is Jigar Golden Stars, JGS, 29 points. Wiki Tourists are 15th with 25 points. Same number of points with Katsina United, who are 16th. Warri Wolves are 17th with 24 points. Sunshine Stars are 18th with 21 points. FC Fanyu, they've got 21 points also from 24 games. And rock bottom, no surprises, guessing. It's Adamawa United, the whooping boys of the league. They've got 16 points from 24 games. And I say, if I was the owner of the team, I would rethink the stay of these funds given to the team. I don't even think they're well taken care of. They have issues with spending, but I mean, the results, not nice at all, considering 30 goals in the process, and it's just match day 24. All right, we're going into 25, and we do hope for all the best.
Wisdom,
for
another
the teams.
game
For predictions.
I think Enugu Rangers, MFMFC have actually been fantastic. Their last more than 6 games, they've actually won 5 and drew 1. They have not lost in 5 games in a row. I think we are underrating that game because if you look at Enugu Rangers, they've struggled. They even lost at home to Rivers United, and now they also drew against a struggling FC Fanyoba. You never can tell. They might still capitulate. You don't know. I think MFM, they are ready for this second standard of the season. They have been fantastic. They have been banging in the goals. You might say maybe not against the bigger boys, but still they have been making sure that they grind out the result in every match that they play.
All right, all the predictions now. I'll start with you, High Chief. For all the games, I'll just ask the games that we feel they have enough weight in quotes now. We'll definitely ask twice or maybe put it round. But for the games that look like they are just there. Katsina United, Nasarawa United, High Chief.
I think Nasarawa United, given their position on the league table, third position, it's not a fluke. And Katsina United, have they gone back to Diko Stadium in Katsina, or they're still playing in?
I think they've got.
They're still playing. They are playing in Katsina.
They're playing at Diko Stadium.
No, Diko Stadium in Katsina.
Yes,
I think that game they might get. In fact, they will definitely beat Nasarawa United by an odd goal.
Okay. Queen Adamawa. Say Queen. Is it Adamawa United, Plateau United?
Adamawa
No
United,
brainer.
no brainer. But
it's an away game.
Yes, an away game. But I let's just say Adamawa United have struggled. They have been the whipping boys of the league, and against the Plateau United side, not doing so badly. I think they're 11th on the log. So I give it to Plateau. Or maybe it's going to be a draw. But I don't see Adamawa United going with all 3 points.
All right, we'll see how that one pans out. Adamawa United. They beat Katsina United there the last time, so we'll see. And they drew against Warri Wolves too before that 3-3. Thrilling game it was. Kano Pillars Enyimba. Starting with you, High Chief.
The same Mitsugida team will definitely win in Kano. They are the landlord in Sani Abacha Stadium. It's quite unfortunate that the fans are not allowed into the stadium at this point. Otherwise, the atmosphere in Sani Abacha Stadium, it's always electrifying, it's eccentric, and it's something other teams in the MPFL, they should see how they can mop and also talk with their supporters to come back to the stadium. I've seen games in Kano Pillars in Sani Abacha Stadium, filled to capacity, sold out crowd. And the only luck they have is just that Ahmed Musa is away on national duty assigned.
Anayewa is also away on national duty. So it's 1-1.
And John Noble too.
So it's 2 against 1, safe. It's not like it's that easy. But let me get your.
But I see Kano Pillars beating Enyimba. They've not been fantastic at away this season. But I think also, having been knocked out of the Confederations Cup, they should give it all now to the league. They have 3 outstanding matches, and within that 3 outstanding matches, who knows, 2 home or 1 away, as the case may be. And if you check their points, 39 points, all they need to do, by the time they need 2 wins, get 6 points, adding to their 39 points, they should be up. 38 points. They should be up there where they belong to. I see Enyimba team. They are one big team. They are a household name in Nigeria. In fact, Enyimba is a brand.
Yeah. Not like that.
It's not just a product, it's a brand.
A brand? The only question will be how good the brand is, but it's actually a brand. Yes, they are like the face of Nigerian football abroad, based on what they've done, yes, on the continent. But let me get your thoughts on that game, isn't it?
Wisdom, I'll stand to my word. I see it as a draw game, being that yes, sometimes I just feel like Kano Pillars might take all, knowing that Eyimba Kim and John Noble, their main goalkeeper, is not there. Then you have an Anayewa Wisdom, but still, I think it won't be an easy one. At the Kano side, at home, they don't joke with their game, so I'll see it as a stalemate, either a 1-1 draw or a 0-0.
All right, we'll see. Heartland Rivers United, starting with you, High Chief.
That game, I'm talking from a rational point of view and a realistic point of view. Rivers United, we get something out from that game. Worst case scenario, a draw.
They will get something, but I don't know how huge this something. Either it's going to be a 3 point or a 1 point, but somehow
I said
Rivers
a worst case scenario
has struggled, but
okay.
But I don't see them losing the game.
You know that 10 million naira, they've not collected it once.
No, yes, they had. The game against
only once they've taken it. Yes.
I think they've changed their they've actually traded their home form for away form, so you never can tell. They can actually get all 3 points too.
All right, another 10 million naira on the offing. That's if the cola nut is to be as sweet as it sounds. All right, Wiki Tourist Aqua United. Hi, Chief.
Wiki Tourist Aqua United.
Yeah.
That game, it's also a draw game. But if Aqua United underestimates Wiki Tourist, they might get a shocker.
Which I think Rivers United did.
I think Wisdom, I'll give it to Aqua United. This is a side that don't really mind.
United?
Yes, they don't really care most times when either they play home or away. They have been in fine form. Wisdom, they have not lost in over, I think, 9 or 10 games now. So they are actually going to do it. I give it to them. In their last games, Aqua United have always known how to win Wiki Tourist. I don't think they want to stumble on that. I give it an Aqua win.
All right, Kwara United Jigawa Golden Stars. Hi, Chief.
Kwara United, Jigawa Golden Stars. Who's home?
Kwara United.
Right, that's a home win.
Abia Warriors FC fan, you back win, isn't it?
Wisdom, you soon change my name.
My dear, it's birthday vibes. Go ahead. Abia Warriors at home to FC.
I see a win for Abia Warriors.
Okay. I Chief Rangers MFM.
Even if the Church Boys are a resurgent team, Rangers they've also learned. They've learned their lesson against Rivers United, and they might not want to underestimate any person again at the Cathedral. So I see Rangers, their back is against the wall, and when a man's back is against the wall, he bounces back. So I strongly believe that Rangers have all it takes to get the maximum 3 points against the Church Boys.
All right, isn't it Dakada versus Lobby Stars?
Dakada, our own darling boys that are filled with stars. Somehow, don't know what's happening in the standard of the second season of the league, and I don't know. I just
is it Dakada you're talking about?
Yes, Dakada. You know, you know, this is where we get most of.
Yeah, darling boys.
Yes, I like them. That's from 2018. They've just been able to stay stable in the league. They have not really faltered. They have not. You don't see them at the drop of the team.
So you're crushing on Dakada.
Yes,
because I know you're not a fan of Dakada FC.
No, I partially I am.
You're crushing on them.
Partially I am.
You're cheating on your club.
I didn't know my club. So they actually against the Lobby side that lost to Eyimba during the week. It's not been rosy for both teams. So I don't see it turning out so so interesting as we want to see, but maybe I see a slim win for Dakada 1-0.
All right, and the last but not the least, Warri Wolf Sunshine Stars. Hi, Chief.
That's a game of two whipping boys. Well, it's a game of two whipping boys. You know, Warri Wolves, they play at Ozoro Township Stadium. Then Sunshine Stars, the team, their morale is very low. They are being owed several months of wages. It's a game of two whipping boys. I don't know if that game might end in a draw or Warri Wolves might just get that 3 points.
You know, the Sunshine Stars, they just appointed a new coach, but still they're still owing them. So I don't know. The state deputy governor talks about resolving the issues of the club with the FA to know how best to forge the club forward. I think yes, they might want to give in their best a little, knowing that government finally has come to intervene on their matter. But with a new coach, maybe you might see a slight, maybe something different from what we have been seeing from the Sunshine Stars.
All right, Rivers United fans, can you go and maybe get all 3 points against Heartland FC? The Imo State guys, would you be willing to even sacrifice all 3 points to Rivers United, or maybe even a point, as the case may be? What would also be your thoughts on the Enyimba game? Enyimba, Zobu. They will be up against Kanu Pillars. For me, the pick of the bunch this weekend. 0817 0000 951 0810 9510 951. The text message portal is down, so we would stick with the phone lines. Like I said, no Twitter today. Today's Sports Live. Good evening.
Good day, guys.
We greet you. You're welcome.
Apostle of Love on the line.
Hey, Apostle of Love from Aba. Are you expecting Enyimba to go and collect all 3 points against
Wisdom, you know, before, let me ask a question. Something is very confusing there in your house there. The voice of Ezinne and the Queen, they are too interchanging, and it's like things affecting you.
What can I do now? I'm just trying. I'm begging her, please forgive me.
Is well. Well, Enyimba is not predictable these days. This is even when Enyimba is in their peak. You know, Kanu Pillars has been a very strong side when it comes to playing in their home. But I think they are playing in Kaduna these days, so it's not only about that stadium. So anything can happen. Father Osho is a man that can do anything any day.
You mean Father Osho?
Yeah.
When you say he's a man that can do anything, you mean he's not predictable. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the man, when you expect him to win, he will lose, and when you expect him to lose, he will win. So you cannot put your all in that match and say anybody is going to lose, anybody is going to win. So anything we see, we take. Then concerning the Super Eagles, I don't understand Genetro. How can he say that match is not a serious match? He didn't know what Cameroon means to Nigeria.
We'll get there in a bit, Apostle of Love. We'll get there. Thank you so much for your thoughts. We'll get there in a bit, all right? So the phone line is still open. 0817 0000 951 0810 9510 951. Today's Sports Live. Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Ebube.
Ebube, you're welcome. Which club do you support, Ebube?
My darling Rivers United.
Una go fit collect 3 points against Heartland FC.
3 points, no show.
Where's your faith?
But I believe that we can be able to get a draw. Yes, Rivers United, the rivers these days have not been really stable, but we believe that we can be able to get something. And this second half of the season, we've improved a little in our away matches.
Yeah.
So I'm giving them a 1-1 score line or 0-0 score line.
All right. We'll see how that one pans out. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Rivers United fans, It seems like the faith in the team is not that high, but they believe something can come out. Today's Sports Live, good evening.
Oh, my brother, I greet you, man.
We greet you too. Your name and where you're calling us from?
Yes, my name is Segis Coach. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
You're welcome. Let's hear you.
I find Rivers United.
So, tell me, say we'll collect 3 points against Atlant.
My brother, football is unpredictable, but I believe my team will go there and get something tangible. The river now, there have been sea pirates over the river, so the river is not flowing well. So hopefully we'll get to 1 point from it.
1 point. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
1 point.
Okay.
It will be a goalless draw.
Whoa. The other guy predicted score draw. You goalless draw, eh?
With me.
Okay. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Another Rivers United fan saying, but I like maybe they are learning from that.
They are being conservative.
humble expectations. So they believe they can get something, but not all 3 points. They believe they can get a draw. Either is Chief has said the least they can get out of that game. Chief is when you're a chief, it's different. So you just put out the word, hoping that. But like he said, he's seen the team's performances and he feels they could actually do that. But for the guys who've called in, they've said, we think a draw, score draw or goalless draw. The phone line's still open, 0817 0000 951 0810 9510 951. Enyimba fans, and the same Isugida, Kano fellas, would they be able, maybe, would they consider Enyimba to drop 1 or 2 points when those two big heavyweights clash right there in Kaduna? Today's Sports Live, good evening.
Hello, is this?
Good evening.
FM.
Yes.
See, I'm an Aimba fan and I'm a Heartland fan and I want Heartland to beat Rivers United 3-0.
Tell us your name now.
My name is Christian Wachuku from Ebony Road.
All right, Christian, you're welcome. So you want Heartland to humble Rivers United?
3-0, yes, at the Dan I am Stadium. Heartland are at home now.
Yes, they're at home.
Yeah, they're humble Rivers United 3-0. Rivers United, they are not these days very happy.
You know, they give them 10 million. If they win away, they get 10 million naira.
We work for them.
Christian.
And I want Enyimba to win their match against Kano Pillars away.
Okay.
At Kaduna.
Okay. We'll see, Christian. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Christian wants Heartland to humble and beat Rivers United 3-0. But Rivers United are well motivated. 10 million naira. 10 million. You understand? 10 milli. Today's Sports Live, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
This is good news.
Good news. You're welcome. Let's hear you. Give us the good news.
I'm quite United.
Then go collect.
They will win their match.
They will win against Wiki Tourist. They will travel to beat Wiki Tourist.
Yes.
Oh, that's good. Are you an Aqua United fan?
Yes.
Okay. Like by what scoreline?
A goal to nothing.
1 goal to nothing.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Good news brings the good news from the Promise Keepers. Says Aqua United will travel to beat Wiki Tourist. It's not Herculean. We've seen the Wiki Tourist side lose at home to Enyimba and to some other teams. But if you recall, in those spate of losses, we had Usman Abdallah. We have another person there now who has picked a draw against Rivers United. Would he be willing to actually concede maybe a defeat to an Aqua United side? But don't forget, the Aqua United side are a very hungry side. They want to deliver the trophy to their governor. And quickly, let me bring you in. Then, High Chief. Every sports commissioner or coach is telling us that they want to deliver. Everybody wants to deliver their constituency. Now you see, the Promise Keepers have said they will deliver. Promise Bassi says he will deliver Paul Bassi. I always call him Promise Bassi. Paul Bassi said they will deliver the trophy to Governor Udom Emmanuel. The management of Rivers United, they will deliver the trophy to the governor. The governor has backed them. Every player they need is already there. And I'm wondering who will deliver. I'll come to you now, but quickly let's return to the phone line. Today's Sports Time, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm fine. How about?
Yeah, good evening to you, actually, on the Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, to be honest, I think that the game between Aqua United and the Victorious. I was seeing something that Aqua United will lose that match. Victorious is going to end and beat them in that team. But can you imagine that Aqua United will get a goal that game, but Vicky will beat them by 2-1. No, the ambition of Aqua United has been long now. And you see their last match, they struggled. So win that game by 2-1. You understand? So the form, if you watch that game, the form is not coming down. So I think Vicky Torres will beat them 2-1.
All right.
And they're definitely having to know, you understand? And then for Rivers United, they should be very careful when they're taking on Rangers. They should just come out with something good. They tend to lose that game. At least a point is a very good one for them, that team. They should come back here and finish that job.
How about which club do you support?
You know, it's supposed to be Warrior, but they have not been doing very well. I think the state government is not doing anything better about the club, you know. And I've decided to support the Rangers now, you understand?
Adopt them, yes.
Yeah, Rangers, you know, they have history. And we know the kind of player they used to be in the national team now.
Very true, very true.
So the history, I love that team, Rangers, very well. You understand? Not a team that maybe today they're playing as well, you know, they're going to play in the technical pitch. It's a shame, now, it's an insult. You understand? So the state government has not done anything to make sure people support that football club. So I think that's why I've been watching the Rangers for so many years. And that's a great team, so I'll give it to the Rangers.
All right, Alba, thank you so much for your thoughts on the show this evening. Albert tells us, man, this is how I think it's. I mean, Albert is one man, maybe he sees things from where that he says Wiki Tories to beat Aqua United, though. Aqua United fans. I'm sure you didn't see. No, you didn't see. You couldn't have. You wouldn't see that in your crystal ball. No. Aqua United is strong side, that is solid side. So, guys, Ezine, who will deliver the promise to the governor at the end of this season? Who do you think would actually be doing that before we move?
Wisdom, at the beginning of every season, every club has equal chances of winning the competition.
Yeah.
Then as it goes by, then we get to separate the boys from the men. When you talk about the promise keepers, Aqua United, at some point they'll be keeping to that promise.
You mean at some point this season?
No, yeah, they are still keeping to that promise. They are still topping the table. There was a time they came down, canopy last.
But they've maintained.
But they've maintained
they're
that
still around the top
they have
four,
been consistent. They have shown you that they are really ready for this. Rivers United side, even the canopy last side. Don't forget our own captain Ahmed Musa say he will help them win the league again. But please tend to ask yourself, this will only happen if we can actually try to end our league. If nothing happens, when last did we end our league in a normal way and we got the main winner? You ask yourself that. But we'll see. We'll just wait to see. I don't know who's going to keep that promise. I don't know if it's going to be Aqua United. I don't know if it's going to be Canopy. I don't think it's going to be Rivers United, because you know the MPFL is quite unpredictable. You might have fine run of games from this point, but at some point you don't know what will happen. Everything might just change. So we'll just wait to see. I just pray that we end this season. I'm not, because you don't know what might happen. There was a time we were actually discussing about the league even ending abruptly due to CAF asking for list of the clubs that are going to actually represent us for the CAF Confederation Cups. So we pray that it actually ends. If it ends, then we'll know who kept to the promise. If it's actually the promise keepers or the Rivers United side, or if it's going to be Canopy last, we never can.
Hi Chief, tell me it's the promise keepers who will keep to the promise.
This league season is going to go down to the wire on the last day. Is it from the team in this 5th, 6th position? Even Eyimba, don't rule them off. They have 3 outstanding games with about how many points difference. So if they are able to get or put their house in order, like I said, this league season will go down the wire till the last day. Is anybody from the 1st to the 6th team on the table? Is anybody's league? Is the league is there for the take for the team that will amass the highest number of points at week 38. So I cannot sit here emphatically, categorically and say Team A
or Team B
will win the league. If you look at the trend, the way they are going, it will definitely go down the wire. What separates Rivers United and Kano Pillars?
I think just about 2 points.
No, 4 points. And if they had taken their 2 wins at home, they would have been up there.
Very true. Very true.
And nothing stops either of these two teams to also capitulate. I know that Rivers United, some at a point in the second round, they will have the opportunity of playing 2 home matches at a stretch, while Kano Pillars will go away. So a lot of things will definitely. All we just pray is for the team to put their acts in order. Be the Rivers United we know in the past that has made their Dokia and Messimaka our fortress. Get the needed 3 points by playing good football, not by all means or by any means. So, because if we do things that are anti-football, it's not good for the good of the game. But overall, with the league shield or the league, is it a league shield or a trophy? Will definitely go down the wire on the last day.
All right, that's where we'll leave it on the MPFL. I know the part we've all been waiting for. Let's go to the camp of Super Eagles, and we are also asking the question: Super Eagles, waiting they happen.
Super Eagles, waiting they happen, waiting they share. We want no. Shana winch, I've been landing. No matter their plan, no, we go still they fly. Walele, 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 where you do? Walele, my brother, where you do? Walele, walele, where you do? Walele, my brother, where you do? Walele, I can't leave you, tell me where you do. Finidi, make you tell me where you do. Aye, Benny, make you tell me where you do. Tijani, make you tell me where you do. Ataribo, make you tell me where you do. Ayobo, make you tell me where you do. Papilo, make you tell me where you do. Erike Jofo, make you tell me where you do. Walele, walele, where you do? Yeah, oh, my brother, where you do? Say walele, walele, where you do? My brother, where you do? Ukocha, make you tell me where you do? I got wonder, make you tell me where you do? Ukoro, make you tell me where you do? Sigaruba, make you tell me where you do? Olise, make you tell me where you do? Udeze, make you tell me where you do? Ike Shorumu, make you tell me where you do? Akwegu, make you tell me where you do? Ayosi Kenya, I say where you do? Ababa Yaru, make you tell me where you do? Ujiwe, make you tell me where you do? Our Super Eagles, I say where una do? Walele, walele, where you do? My brother, where you do? I say walele, walele, where you do? Lele, oh, my brother, where you do? Walele, dodorima, go, dodorima, dodorima, go, dodorima, dodorima. Waiting, winning our culture. Because some management can come begin the soccer night. So they Liberia, Sudan, and even small Sierra Leone and Senegal come begin form Goliath for David like Nigeria. But thank God, say times today. God just won't shake us so that we go really come down to prepare for the bigger competition. No shaking, the word not caution. What day she? Oh, she go down while you got her. Now today, now let us rewind to 1980 where the Super Eagles really started the show. I beg Lagbaja. 1980 nations cup. I remember Nigeria winning. I no go forget the Germany Chukwu. I no go forget the Leone Makala.
All right, a little feel of back in the day, man. Back in the day, you know, when you hear the Super Eagles, you have some hope in your mind that they'll be able to perform. I don't think that hope is gone. After all, we still made it to third place in the Nations Cup, the last Nations Cup. So I don't think that hope is gone entirely, but it's not exactly the same. Now, we used to have players in Juventus. We used to have players in Barcelona. We used to have players in very fine teams in the world. But right now, our best players play for just okay teams. All right, so the Super Eagles suffered a 1-0 defeat to Cameroon, in case you missed it. In international friendly game played at the Vienna Neustadt Stadium in Vienna on Friday, Andre Anguissa's 36-minute goal ensured the Indomitable Lions earned the bragging rights over the arch rivals. The result means Genotro has failed to win a friendly game in his last 6 outings. And that's why Izine was saying that she does not know if there's any
Friendly,
cost.
they are not for us. All
right. So he last won a friendly game against Egypt in a pre-African Cup of Nations pre-friendly on March 26, 2019. Paul Onuachu had the first chance of the game when his thumping header off a free kick. I think that was really a nice one from Kelechi Iheanacho in the 3rd minute. Forced a brilliant save from the Indomitable Lions goalkeeper Simon Omosola. The gang striker, however, failed to make good use of another chance he had when he skied his shot over the bar from the edge of the box. After the early pressure from the Eagles, the 5-time African champions settled well into the game and almost got to goal from their first attempt on goal, but Shehu Abdullahi made a last-ditch block to deny Stefan Bahoken. In search of a goal, Raw made 2 quick substitutions, bringing on Lorient striker Terry Murphy for his debut in place of Onuachu and Captain Ahmed Musa replacing Iheanacho in the 66th minute. He also handed Abraham Marcus and Valentin Azunwa for their senior debut in the defeat, while Peter Olainka came on for Etebo. Both sides will face again on Tuesday, June 8 at the same venue in another friendly. Here is the coach of the side, Genotro. He says it was just a friendly game.
Yeah, the most important is not the result. It was a test match. So it was very interesting to see some new players. We missed 7 or 8 key players, of course, so we had to manage the situation. They did it well, and we had, I think, 17 shots on the goal when they only had 3. They had only 1 on the target, but it was the goal, and we had 6 on the target. So, yeah, our domination was not good enough, was not realistic enough, because we had to score in the beginning of the game. We did not. And when you don't score very often, you get a goal. That was like that today. But I saw interesting things. We had a good aggressiveness. We had a good integration of some new players. 3 of them played for the first time.
All right, that was Coach Genotro. In the meantime, William Trustekong and Jamilu Collins have been ruled out Tuesday's friendly against the Indomitable Lions of Cameroon. That's the return friendly. The duo picked up injuries against the same opponent on Friday and will play no part in the next game at the Stadion Vienna Neustadt. Trustekong was replaced by Valentin Azunwa for late in the game after picking up an injury, while Collins stayed on for the entire duration of the game.
We lost, unfortunately, 2 other players on injury, and it will be difficult for the second game to make a defense because Ekong and Collins are out. They cannot play, so I think we have to manage again a difficult situation. But it's opportunity perhaps also to play with 3 defenders only and to change a little bit the system to try something different. That's why we're happy to have this second game. And the result is not the most important in the friendly. The most important is to learn, to see some interesting things, to test some new players, and then for the competition to be efficient. That I think what we want to do in September in the World Cup qualifiers.
All right, guys, we'll come to the other. I mean, we still have one, maybe one part to listen to or to hear, or maybe one more excerpt or insert, and then we would still move on. But first, let's deal with what he's talked about. We'll get his view on the new players who played and his words for Nigerians. For Genotro, High Chief, winning was not the focus of the team, or it's not even the focus. Like you heard there, it was just a friendly game. Was your focus too somewhere down there, just a friendly game, or you had the view that friendly or not, we should get a good result?
First and foremost, let me go back in retrospect. In life, you cannot appropriate and repropriate with the same breath. You don't blow hot and cold with the same breath. Why I said so, the same Genotro after our match with Lesotho and Togo. He says the door is closed. He's not going to try any new players in the team. He's done. He wants to focus on the players he has. The same Genotra trying a set of players again. So what does he intend to achieve within the short time? What's his target? Also, the same Genotra say the same Eagles team he is coaching is not capable of getting to the semi-finals of the World Cup.
We'll get to that, yes.
So I wonder.
But you know, he was forced into making some of these choices
due to withdrawals from players
yes,
and
yes,
injury
he actually
concerns
named
from
players that were coming for the first time, before, I mean, the 31-man list. But somehow, we probably would have still seen the same names. It was obvious there. He said we would have played our best players, just that we didn't have our best players, you know.
And I didn't get to see the game anyway. Did he try his Valentine Ozonwafo, who played 8 minutes cameo appearance in the entire season? He tried him.
He
tried him.
Yeah,
He played
tried
him,
him.
yes.
And what's his this thing to the game? Did he bring anything to the table?
He came in late.
It was late for this man, William Troost.
But for me,
when he got a knock.
for me, that game, it's more like a practice session and not a friendly match. You don't play the same team in how many days? 4 days. And you say there's no competition. It's just that Cameroon succeeded in denting our image. For the past 21 years, Cameroon, they've not won the Super Eagles in a competitive game. So the only thing now is that bragging right over them, that for the past 21 years, they've not been able to defeat us. They've gotten that over us. And going forward in the Nations Cup, it also give them that psychological edge over us when we get to meet at the latter part of the competition. But all the same, it's good for the team. Let them try some new players, try new formation, and see. Because like I always say, Genotrua is one man that is stereotype, and it's not too good. He doesn't have a plan B, talk less of a plan C. But let him use this period, see how he can fashion out different models and pattern that will accommodate the likes of Onuachu, someone who has scored over 30 goals in one season, Simi Wankwo, who has scored 20 goals in a Serie A league that is very competitive, where you have the likes of Juventus, Inter Milan, AC Milan, and the rest. So let him fashion out a model and a pattern that will accommodate the likes of, especially Onuachu. You can't have a player in the mold of Onuachu. At least seeing Onuachu on the pitch, yes, seeing Onuachu on the pitch reminds me of the gangling Yekini. And you know, when Yekini started from the Super Eagles, he was more like a raw product. He wasn't a finished product. He was refined till he got to the Yekini that took Africa and the world by storm. And his record still stands, the first Nigerian to score in the World Cup for us. Whether you like it or not, that record still stands. So we must work on Onuachu to see if we can replicate.
That's one nice suggestion. But quickly now, Ezine, Ekong and Collins out. Could this be the reason why most players avoided the team? Because apparently they're coming from a very torrid season, and you've played this large chunk of games, and they're calling you to come play another friendly that's inconsequential to our chase of the World Cup, maybe just for signage and something like that, when you have only 1 month to rest. And we're seeing players, Ekong and colleagues, injured. Could this be the reason? I just think what happened to Ekong and colleagues could happen
when the withdrawals came through. I even said it that I think players are trying to be they're taking good decisions. So even if you look, some players, not just in Nigeria, even in Europe, some players actually pulled out just to get fresh for the next season. I talked about our own Oshimen that came for national duties and got a knock, and that really affected his first stay in Serie A. He wasn't able to be as efficient. That prolific goal scorer we knew him to be, he couldn't actually stand up to that. At some point, we even had to question his price tag. Many players are being conservative. Then you talk about William Troost. Yes, this is something. These are things that comes up when you actually come off of national duties, not just in national, even in the club football. But most times, players tend to protect their club interest because this is where they actually get their pay for. This is where they actually get whatever, all the gratuities, the welfare packages come from the club side. Then talking about Genocho, Victor, I've called it, sorry. Wisdom.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. I actually saw that game, not so much. I wasn't happy with the kind of play. The Cameroonians, they were more compact. They actually knew what they wanted. we had a Super Eagles that I think they lacked that team spirit. They were not playing the right way. Even when they get the balls, they always have to turn back to receive a ball.
But to also add
you say yes, then you talk about the new players. Sometimes you say Kenotro does not bring in, he does not invite a lot. He has been doing yes. You ask them how were they even able to fare up to their own
to the chances and opportunities they got.
He came in for Onacho. You couldn't see that that player that scored over 10 goals. You couldn't really see that from him. He didn't put up a good fight. There was a ball he was supposed to at least do something well with it. He didn't actually put up that he didn't improve the tempo of the game. The players that came in that improved them, that was still Ahmed Musa that came at least to show that this is the Super Eagles players, Then later we complain about Raw. I think the players that started, they didn't really give so much count.
That's an angle. So you're saying it's not about the coach.
Yes, it's not really about the coach.
Players didn't live up to expectations.
Yes, some of them you might want to say they didn't have enough time play. Like for Anayo Iwala, I think he's good. He tried to improve the tempo of the game. He had this forceful nature. He was able to try, but he came in quite late. I thought Raw would have tried, I think, starting more of those players that he's not so used to. Give them more ample time to actually play. Let's see their own style of play. It didn't really happen. I'll say I was disappointed with the game yesterday. Well, how will you have 17 shots, 6 on target? You couldn't actually convert any of them. None of them could actually come out to be in front. I think our decision making is poor in front of goal. In the final third, we are not there. We found it very hard to break a Cameroonian side. I think, and you think, Victor, I think we underrated the Cameroonian side. They had a Chupomo thing of Bayern Munich. They had
to also be fair, as much as we are talking about the fact that we don't have the sweet players in. The Cameroonians are a naked team. I don't think there's anything particularly fantastic about that team.
Yeah, but still, they were more compact. Victor, wisdom when it comes to football, what matters?
They're just like a version 2.0 of South Africa.
But before then, we actually talked about it that when you place a Cameroonian side, it's an important game to us. Raw had to know that she shouldn't tell us that it's just a friendly, because if it's just a friendly, what they played yesterday.
For you, it's not just a friendly.
No, we said that. Even we talked about it. Whenever we meet Cameroon, it's not just a friendly. We are there to beat them, and now that record has been broken. They've now won us. You want to call that a friend, but I didn't. Why would you have all the possessions and you could not score any goals? It's just like our former man Ganama. He will tell you possession without penetration is tantamount to nothing. And I think Super Eagles, they have to learn how to be more strategic, how to actually make those possession count. They had second half, we had a lot of chances, but still we couldn't break up that defense. You might say yes, maybe bad day. At the first, I think we lost it during the first half when we actually had a lot of chances at the beginning of the game before they were able to score. Many chances were lost, so I was not happy. The new boys that came in, even Moses Simon too, he wasn't so fantastic. Kelechi Iheanacho, he played one of those average games you will not expect him. Then you see an Alex Iwobi, those flair we know from him, those good passes, those dribbles, he found it hard. He lacked those composure. He just gave it. I know you might say he doesn't have a lot of playing time and all. He has struggled, but still, when it comes to the Super Eagles, we always expect the best from Alex Iwobi. They didn't live up to expectation. I think people that did so well that game, I think Awazim was good. He did it. Yes, I think Paul Onacho tried. He didn't score, but you could see that ability from the center forward from him. He showed that at least he was always in front. But still, let's see how it pans out on Tuesday. I think Draw should try better. At some point, he had to introduce a lot of forwards just to get the goals, but still, they couldn't get that goal. That's not a good one for us. We have qualifiers to play in September. I think we have to know how to score goals, because that's actually going to let us qualify. If we can't score those goals, even if we have all the possessions, we won't go anywhere.
All right, let's now get to listen to Genotro. Talk about the new players. Like I said, we had all the new players getting the chance to play. Raw gave his impression of the new players while telling Nigerians that the goal of friendlies is not to win.
And coach, what would you say about the new guys? Terence Murphy played, Abraham Marcos. You 3-win 5 players, and virtually all the new guys came on board. Marcos, Terence Murphy, and the likes were there. What would you say about it?
These test matches are made for that, to give the chance to other players. Of course, I would prefer to play with my best team and to prepare them for the World Cup in the same conditions, but it was not possible because too many players could not come. So it was an opportunity to see Mofi, he did well. Olayenka also had a good, on the right side, a good end of the match. And we saw also Marcus, he was good also, and Valentine, who came in for Ekong in the end. So that's interesting. You will see again in the next game if they can pretend to a place in our 23-man list. Now there will be competition, and but it's good to give them the chance, and we are all the time happy to have young players. Yes, the team did the maximum. They give a good image of the football because they never give up, and the victory is not the most important in friendlies. It's important to learn, to progress, to be ready for the next competition.
All right, that was the coach of the Super Eagles side, Gernot Raw, on the new players and, of course, the importance of that friendly, how he feels Nigerians should take it. So, let me get back to the guys quickly. Hi, Chief, you had mentioned something. You talked about Raw and the fact that he's more like a fixed coach, a coach with a fixed mindset. You think he's going to learn anything from this friend? He says he's going to learn, he's seen the new players, but the Raw we know, like we even heard him earlier, he said that we didn't have the players we had wanted to play. The real players who would have started were not here, so we were forced to take this opportunity. You think he has even picked any player or learned any lesson from what we saw? Because from my own point of view, I think the aerial prowess of Onuachu is not well utilized. I saw that cross that came in from Kelechi, and it was well taken. I think it would have been a goal if not for the brilliance of the goalkeeper of the Cameroonian. So, you think he will learn anything at all from these games we are even playing, or are we just wasting our time?
It's quite unfortunate and pathetic that since Genetro came into the Super Eagles, he's been experimenting, he's been trying, as when I say he's been experimenting, he's been trying, and it's every day he says he's bringing in new players. Let's see this player. For crying out loud, when is he going to have his, say, 25 or 30 man that come rain, come sun? If, assuming we have, okay, let's say 33 man, for every position you have 3 players. For every position you have to. So if A and B is not available, C will be available. If B and you sure you understand? As in, once you have your 33 man squad, at every point in time you can call them up. Not every time you are always experimenting. You are bringing in a Terry Murphy, you are bringing in Abraham Marcus. For crying out loud, Nigerians do not answer 2 English names. So for somebody to answer Abraham Marcus, I think they should trace his. I'm just.
So he used to play for Remo Stars.
No. You understand? For Nigerians, we are not used to answering 2 English names. You are Wisdom Obinna.
Well, it means my son might be Michael Wisdom or something.
They can know that Obinna will always be there to be Michael Wisdom Obinna. So that's on a lighter note. But he's been experimenting. And we are tired of his stories of experimenting. I think it's high time he had his starting 11 or second 11. We know that if this set they are not available, this set will be available. We will see. The time is too short. The Nations Cup is around the corner. The World Cup qualifiers is starting, and the format that CAF really want to use for the World Cup qualifiers, if we are not careful, if we keep experimenting, it will spell doom for us. So it's high time we know is a real team.
All right. Isn't it quickly? He mentioned something. We don't have any second team. Let's say we are going to the World Cup, and something happens. We need to tweak. We need to just do something different, something dynamic. So maybe our team, we know Osimhen, but outside Osimhen, who will be the point man? Because Kelechi is no longer exactly that point man. All he does these days is supporting striker for Osimhen to function, or even comes in from the wings, or they play 2-man attack and he slides back a little bit for Osimhen to go forward. And we saw that happen yesterday. We had at least 6 regular players, 6 regular starters in that team. I will mention them. Maduka Okoye is a regular. Trusekong is a regular. Ahmed Musa is a regular. Kelechi Iheanacho, regular. In midfield, Alex Iwobi, regular. Wilfred Ndidi, regular. Etebo comes in and out these days. But you have Olaino. Okay, Olaino was not there. Chidozie was here, but comes in from the right back most times on the regular note. So, but does this clearly tell us that we don't have any backup plan? If let's say maybe the 2 strikers up front, they get injured, maybe Kelechi and Osimhen, they get injured, we are finished.
No,
probably the country is finished. Probably should think of the national team now, not us, because we are not finished yet. The national team probably think of other things, because apparently we saw that the absence of, like you mentioned, Terry Murphy was clueless.
I don't
Or
think
at least didn't do well enough.
we are out of option. The only thing is that our coach has made it known that these are some of the players he always wants to use, and the rest he keeps trying. So he has not been able to actually pinpoint who are the players that I want, who can I use. We have a lot of players in Super Eagles. We have talked about it, not just about those who apply their trade abroad. We also have, when it comes to our own MPFL, the only thing there is that we have a coach, just like High Chief said, his stereotype. This is his, let's say, Wisdom, we already know our starting 11. We know Rodsman. We know that Victor Osimhen is going to be there. Ahmed Musa is going to be there. Wilfred is going to be there. Alex Iwobi, Ogoneka Etebo, William Street Ekong, Leon Balogun. We know he did not invite him for this one. But I don't think we are out of option. I just feel it's our own gaffer, the coach we have. He doesn't have confidence apart from with those players, apart from his starting 11. So that's where we get it all wrong. He has not been able to actually choose the team, a second 11 that he's always going to count on. We had a friendly, we invited 31 players. Before you knew, more than 11 actually withdrew, and then he was out of options looking for players. He even had to invite Izuchukwu, a player that's never been capped. We don't even really know much about him, and he came. So I think it's a raw thing. He has always been doing the experiment. It's just like a Manchester United side. We always talk they are rebuilding. Raw.
Okay, so we are still rebuilding now.
Yes, we are still rebuilding. We have been rebuilding since, because we only, apart from our starting 11 for the backup, I don't think we have those names we can actually fall back to. If we can talk from now to tomorrow, Wisdom, it still depends on our coach. As long as he's still there, it's whatever he does that will always come in the field of play. So we just watch him and see.
All right, we'll just watch him and see. We would open the phone lines. I promised us I'll give us enough time before we look at our last discussion and wrap things up. But quickly, we'll open the phone lines and get your thoughts. What do you make of that friendly game between Nigeria and Cameroon? You think it was just a friendly game? We should not read too many meanings into it. It was just a friendly match, Or like Roa said, we are going to use our opportunities to see what we can do. Today's Sports Life. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
This is good news from Nakot.
Oh, good news. You're welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have to call back again.
Go on.
We say General can take Nigeria anywhere we are lying.
That's why the coach.
General cannot take Nigeria anywhere because the football tactics for now is too low. Nobody's playing that type of ball again. So something happened. Let's compare Benero and Super Eagles with Chelsea. The Chelsea fans continue to wait and say Van Rampard is going to do something. Rampard is going to do something. I don't think we would have get to the point we are now, being the champions of Europe and all those things. So we need to wake up. Not Benero will do this. We have young boys that can do something. Those players, they are young. You need it all in the dressing room. You need to do something there because the action is not there. The interest, the players, they don't have that joy within themselves to play the ball because of that. Look at Thomas. Anytime Thomas is going without those boys are happy. They are willing to play the ball.
You mean Thomas Tuchel?
Yes. Those boys are willing to make the ball smile.
That's Thomas Tuchel now. This is General. Sorry, get not wrong.
So we need to do something. That man cannot do anything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. God got good news for your thoughts. Good news was trying to, why you were waiting for Lampard. You know, Nigeria is not Chelsea though. Good afternoon or good evening rather.
Yeah, good morning. You too.
Faithful Faith the prophetess.
Wow.
Ja
But yeah,
Emmanuel.
you're going to call her from back.
Prophetess prophesy.
Good evening to you.
Faith, welcome. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Hi, Stefan. Good evening.
Good evening,
Faithful Faith, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. There isn't any and you will get problem.
Sorry, prophetess. The only prophetess we have.
You're welcome, you're welcome. So,
your name goes soon plenty. Now 3 minutes to go, use they call your name very soon.
Calm down now. I want to down talk. You don't need to go
Go
back.
Go ahead.
Yeah, next my I go fit do. Okay.
Go ahead.
Let me
go ahead, please.
Okay. So as about that match yesterday, I don't know, but you know when I think they're not sure anytime he feels or anytime he's defeated in a match, he just finds a way to make it light. And just like what you're saying, it was just in a friendly match. Although whether he lost or not, since it was truly a friendly match, I don't think we should really take it to heart. But I don't think the problem yesterday was with that friendly match. I think it was with him. Okay, what if it were a real match? Was he trying to tell us that his players would have done better if it wasn't a friendly match? So he was just giving an excuse. And then about him bringing on new players, I wouldn't blame him more, actually. Nigerians are the ones who are always telling him, go and try this person, go and try this person, go and try this person. And when it doesn't work out, then we seem to also say, okay, why don't you stick with what you have? Why are you still building? I know tactically, I feel, my own personal opinion is that tactically the man is not there. But I think that there are still others again who are trying to, and if you ask me, he's just playing to their games. Because how can you come out and tell all of us that you will not bring any new player again, and all of a sudden you just packed many as you can, both foreign and the local ones, and just bring them into one game. So it's not. I won't really blame him, but I'll still say the man should just go when this contract is over. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Faith, for your thoughts. Well, we'll see. Today's Sports Live. Good evening. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Your name and where you're calling us from?
From Benin.
Add some fire to your voice.
Benin from Benin.
It's only from Benin.
No, go ahead. Hello. Okay. I was even thinking it was BB or something. But do call us back if you can. The caller. But the phone line is still open. 0817 0000951 0810951091. Is it a case of maybe a fixed mindset? Because the man is saying because of the injuries, we might now be forced to play a 3-5-2 or 3-4-1 or something formation because the back line is depleted. Or maybe it's just a case of the challenges at hand. Today's Sports Live. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening. Good evening. I'm calling from Port Harcourt. I'm in this Onibani.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think Benetro is doing well because when you look at the organization and the structure of our league, you find out that we don't have good organizers and good people that we manage sports in our country. The man is trying. It's trying. So anyhow we should manage it.
So you're pointing fingers to the guys managing football in Nigeria.
You say?
You are pointing fingers to the guys managing football in Nigeria as the problem.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right. right, thank you so much for your thoughts. Guys, you guys are not even dwelling on the friendly. I mean, people are just it's like High Chief said. They are probably just now just over two legs thing. Just a friendly of the moment because apparently is a test match in preparation for the qualifiers. Today's Sports Live. Good evening.
The Superman of
Hey, Simon one of Enyimba. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Superman. Faith and the I greet all of you.
Ezine and High Chief, they're hearing you.
Now, see, concerning yesterday, there is one popular high life musician Southeast, Postcard, Osadebe. He says, what the man go do for this world? Well, the world no go talk. If you do good, then go talk. If you do bad, then go talk. And you know, be so, then go say, na so. Let me tell you. Do you know that in another platform we argue this, and argue this again? Why Generals will start with some of the known players? Another people at another station was telling me, trying to convince me that General is supposed to start the new players. Myself, I was trying to tell them, in as much as the coach promised to test the new players, there is no more that he must start them. So he gradually introducing them at the second half. And we have 2 matches to play. And for the whole explanation, they did not even understand until they were out from the station. See, let me tell you the truth. The truth is that let us start from the call of force. All of us know that had it not been all those, if you might not use those withdrawals, the team that started yesterday couldn't have been the team that was started, whether we like it or not. And some of the players that played yesterday would not even be invited, not of to even play. That is another thing. So if you are telling me that General promised not to invite new players, since the withdrawal of almost 11 players out of invitee, almost 11 players is withdraw. Are you telling me that coach will just keep quiet like that just because he promised not to invite new players? But that is by the way. Even if the coach promised not to invite new players, he cannot tell me that person like Jimmy Manko should not be invited. Or even the Terremoto. Because there is, so even if he said that you are not going to invite again, there is some player that will be too much fantastic for their club side. You don't have any option that to invite them. So the yesterday match, the truth is that Nigeria failed to convert their chances. If you watch the match, if you agree with me that Super Eagles players, although when you say who won the match, Cameroon won the match, they are better.
We had 17 shots.
If you want to tell me about the team,
they had just 3.
About how the match was played, I will tell you that if Nigeria tried better than Cameroon in that match, in as much as they won, but because they won, they were better. But Nigeria have, and General and his boys now have another chance to redeem themselves on Tuesday, because even without yesterday, I was saying it that in as much as it's trendy, because they were busy telling me that yesterday it's just trendy, anything. I was telling them we are playing against Cameroon. So you cannot go in against with this match. And the Cameroon is our driver. They won us last. I think either was it Ghana Nigeria 2000. They won us last. We have met them from 2004 Nations Cup. We won them. Friendly match against Sunday 3-0. We won them.
Qualifiers, we won them. Nations Cup, we won them.
Last time we won them. So this time around now they win us. So I think they will celebrate it. But what General and the boys now supposed to do now, at least for a person like me that takes Super Eagles as my number 1 team in the world, but what they're supposed to do for me now is to try to win Cameroon on that Tuesday. Then I will be happy. Then we'll build in chemistry, because the truth is that this is national team. They are not like clubs that are training every day. So it must be seen last. Unless they go to competition, you will say maybe 2 weeks. You see the team when they are playing together, growing together, you see they will be growing with each match. So just because of you just invite players under 2 weeks, under 2 days, they will play a match. There is no how
the team will be playing that fantastic well. It's not like North African that they are almost 50 to 70% of their players are playing in their league. This one, our players are not even playing. Not only that they are playing outside, they are not even playing at one league. They are playing at two different scattered leagues. So it must be affecting it. And it's not only Nigeria that this is affecting. All the West African countries, even East Africa, apart from North Africa, every other African, both Senegal, both Cameroon that we play, both Cote d'Ivoire, it affects them. It is not only us. That's why even their club side and our own club side, we are thinking the same crazy because what is happening to our Enyimba, Dolphin, and the other things is also happening to their club. So how many times we see Cameroonian team to win a CAF Champions League or Ghana team from Ghana?
The same issue of foreign domination now taking over and the league dying gradually.
So, I mean, that's why our black, let's say West African and the Cameroon is not even the West African. I don't know whether it is Africa.
Cameroon is not what?
Outside. Cameroon, they are not West Africans.
They are West Africans. They are West Africans.
So, so what am I trying to say? This North Africa, they are somehow more contented with what they have than us here. I will say the truth. And that's why you see most of them, in as that they are paying well for their league, you see most of them, they something like Abotreka have chance to go outside. So he prefer to be just like this Canopilla man.
Rabi Ali.
Rabi Ali. You see, he's just comfortable, contented with even if it's this that I'm getting, I'm okay with it, I'm satisfied with it. I'm not going to stay in this world forever. So that is some of their mentality. With some people like us here, most times we want to make everything. So that is just the two different. Very much.
Thank you so much for your thoughts and correct there about Cameroon not being part of West Africa. But I don't know if it's just a West African problem, but somehow the North Africans have stolen the football in terms of our continental displays. That's CAF Champions League, CAF Confederations Cup. You know, you look at neighboring countries like Ghana, Nigeria. We no longer have those hats of oak doing great things now on the continent. Today's Sports Live. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Fortune.
Fortune, you're welcome.
Thank you. I'm calling from Uganda.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I really want to talk about the match yesterday.
Go on.
Yes. That match, but I think Nigeria had a very good team, especially the second. Because know that our coach is a coach that we have to force him to, make use of our young players, especially the home-based players. I think I will advise him to use some of these young guys that he brought in the second half. Use them in the next match. Because if you look at the second half, it's a long time we have not seen Nigeria being very attacking minded in that manner. Nigerians were very good with the ball. Unless Iwobi was something else yesterday. We had a very good game. Look at the second half. I would say that Nigeria had a very impressive match at the second half. The Cameroonians, they were just defended their life. It was a wonderful display yesterday at the second half. It's a long time we had that kind of, Nigeria, that kind of performance from Nigeria. I think General should grow up. Shouldn't just stick to one, sort of players. I also want to give kudos to Solonato.
Oh, sorry, we lost you right there. You probably can call us back if you can. But he was trying to give his own assessment. Solonato passed his test. Some of the players. Today's Sports Live. Good evening.
Good evening, and everybody here.
We greet you.
We greet you.
Yeah, and this is Pastor Lawrence from Port Harcourt.
Pastor Lawrence, you're welcome.
Please, just check. Cameroon is not part of West Africa.
Yeah, I corrected that. They are in Central Africa.
Okay. So I did not watch that match yesterday, but I've heard from you the performances of Super Eagles. I think it's okay now. Let's improve on that. So winning is not something that someone will. So if we win every time, no problem. But as for now, we are still building. Let's take it like that. I think it will be better. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Pastor Lawrence, for your thoughts. And on the continental path now, because I'm trying to put these things side by side. I think it was Simon who dragged us to that. The fact that in Africa, our teams are not doing anything. And there was a caller who talked about management as the reason for the issues, and that he has no business with Genotro. Whatever Genotro wants to do, let him just do. But our clubs are not doing well. Every time we look at Nigeria and we say things are not really going well in Nigeria, but I'm looking at the other countries outside North Africa. How many teams from any other parts of Africa produce teams that get to the latter stages of CAF Champions League? There was a time when we used to have Asec Mimosa, the Cote Ivorian guys now, to the Abidjan guys. What's their name? Hearts of Coke, Cotton Sport of Cameroon, the Nigerian. But these days, maybe TP Mazembe and the South Africans can say, okay, they are producing teams that Mamelodi Sundowns, the Pirates guys, Horoya AC of Guinea. But how far do the Horoya team even go? Anyway, let's get back to the phone lines. Today's Sports Night, good evening.
I'm back again, Apostle of Love from
Apostle of Love, go ahead.
Thank you.
We can hear you, Apostle of Love. Hello?
What's that match yesterday?
Okay.
The problem with the team was not in the attack, it's in the midfield.
Okay.
Yeah, critically, we don't have a playmaker anymore. And you cannot be using second-class play to play a number 8 and number 9 for Nigeria. Unless, Iwobi. Iwobi is not capable of leading Nigerian attack. And that was why there is no ball going up front for people like Onato. And so you see, the guy playing from the flank. Somebody.
Moses Simon.
Simon coming back to help the midfield and move front. You see, I don't know. I used to call that man fortunate coach in Nigeria. I don't like his technical know-how. We have some indigenous coaches who can do better than that guy if we remove politics. And then, like the High Chief said, how can you play the same team 2 times in 3 days? Does that mean that the NFF cannot look for quality country for Nigeria to play?
That's what it means.
So,
for that day.
Good job. Yeah.
Because we have Mexico in July. Apostle of Love, we are struggling to hear you. So sorry right there, but we got your thoughts, Apostle of Love, on the Super Eagles. All right. The Cameroonians and the Nigerians would meet again. Like I told you, it's on Tuesday, June 8th, at the same venue. I don't know if you're actually expecting anything different, but we would see. All right, still we cannot draw. Now, the Super Eagles coach is not convinced of his players' ability to reach the semi-finals of the Qatar 2022 World Cup, despite their impressive form for their European clubs during the just concluded season. Now, while Raw admits the likes of Paul Onuachu, who emerged Belgium's Player of the Year and Golden Boot winner after a record-breaking season, Kelechi Iheanacho, Wilfred Ndidi, Samuel Chukwueze, William Troost-Ekong are top players. He says they don't play for top-tier clubs like their African counterparts. They, that's other African countries, have players playing in the best teams in Europe. We don't, the Franco-German told ESPN. Our players are playing in lower clubs. We don't have these players like Egypt, like Senegal, like Ivory Coast, who are playing in the biggest clubs. Our players are playing in clubs who are not the best ones. Only Samuel Chukwueze won the Europa League with Villarreal. All others are fighting to stay in the league or are fighting to be a starting player. When you see the world champions, France, the players are playing for Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, PSG, and Manchester United. He continued, and I quote still, when we have players in the biggest teams, then we can say we have a chance to get to the semi-final of the World Cup. And he added, but they have to struggle to play in the top league, which means that the level of the teams that they play for is not the same as the teams they play against. But we are happy about it to have some of them doing well. I think Onuachu, for instance, we have proposals from some bigger teams for the next season. Simi Wankwo, I hope he will leave relegated Crotone. Terry Murphy too, I hope he will have a big club, unquote. All right, that was the coach of the Super Eagles, Genotro. High Chief, is it wrong for, or maybe, do you find anything wrong with the assertions of Genotro about the player, saying we don't have big players. We don't have players who are playing for Real Madrid, PSG, Manchester United. Like our other African counterparts, he said, we don't have players playing for best teams in Europe. So we should not be dreaming of getting to the World Cup semi-finals.
I think what Genotro has just displayed is lack of capacity, and huge defeatist tendency. When West Ham took over the reign of affairs in Super Eagles in 1989, we had greenhorns like Yakini. Where was he? Amokachi, where did he play? Amunike, where was he playing? But he was able to put these players together and they became world beaters. They became players who were playing for top clubs in Europe. They were sought after at every point in time. So Genotroa, for 5 years running to 6 years, he's not been able to fashion out a team, a model for us. And crying out loud, our players are not even moving. They are not making progress. If you look at Leicester City, when Iheanacho came from Man City, he was at his lowest ebb in his career. He was down. But Brendan Rodgers was able to fashion out a pattern and a structure that accommodated Iheanacho. And today, Iheanacho is a big player. So Genotroa, for crying out loud, what he has just displayed is crass negligence, huge defeatist tendency, and lack of tact.
I think his grandma finished this one. Hi, Chief. I don't. You should have been a lawyer. Ha! That lack of capacity first got to me because I mean it played back something in my head.
Of course, as a coach, you must gather your players, galvanize them, put the jigsaws together in the puzzle, and you come out with a winning team. So when West Ham took over the team in 1989, I still remember vividly. Rashidi Yakini. Where was he playing?
I mean, Victoria Setúbal and some of the other
Amokachi was in Ranch Bees.
Yeah.
Emmanuel Amunike.
For moving to Everton.
Yes, Amunike was just from Zamalek.
Yeah.
From Zamalek, he went to Porto, Barcelona. It was this man, Bobby Robson that took him from Porto to Barcelona. So you discover that if you see a coach and you look at your players, you have a timeline, you have a strategy where you can, within a period of time, this man should be up to speed. If he doesn't get up to speed, if he doesn't shape up, he ships out. So as a coach, I don't think he has what it takes to take the Super Eagles to where we are supposed to be.
All right, Ezine, is it wrong for Nigerians to dream big? After all, Ghana were one penalty away. I would like to say one penalty away, but inches away from the semi-final of the 2010 World Cup in South Africa. We can't forget Asamoah Gyan and the Miss, and also Luis Suarez.
Coach does not even have that kind of confidence on his players. So what do you expect from us? I think that's the very bad side from him, underrating those players to that level. They might not be playing the best of the clubs, but I think we should give credence to the clubs they play for. The Leicester City side, they have won the Premiership not quite long, 2016. I don't think it's a bad one for our own brother Kelechi Iheanacho. They even won an FA Cup.
And
it's not an easy feat. As Manchester United, they didn't win anything, but the Leicester side won an FA Cup. I think he doesn't really know how to use his players. That's the same problem.
So if he knew how to use his player, we'll go reach semi-final of the World
No,
Cup.
we might not be able to, but he won't actually say that. He won't come up with that kind of speech. The World Cup is still quite. You won't say so far, but it's still quite far. Why will you come up and say you don't have the quality? I don't think we don't have the quality. I think we don't have the right man to take us there, because a coach can come in and change the fate of a team. For me, I think he lacks the tactics. He should know how best to play this team. We have quality. The only problem is when you watch this game yesterday, you understand that these players did not understand themselves. Sometimes they found it difficult to connect with the next player to know when he actually wants to give him that ball.
Don't you blame that on maybe them not playing together?
It might blame that, but I think we also blame that on the coach. When you don't have that trust on your players, you get those kind of results. You say this, your players say this. These players, for them, I think they are motivated at this point. We have our players are doing very, very well at this point. You might say yes, they didn't really show much of themselves in the last game, but let's take it this season. Nigerian players have always been on the news. Paul Onacho has been on the news. Kelechi Iheanacho has been on the news. We have our own Victor Osimhen. Even with the injuries, at least he scored goals, over 8 goals.
In 24 games.
That's 10 goals. So it's not an easy feat. I think it's the gaffer we have. For me, I just feel if we really want to get somewhere, we need to be more ambitious. And being ambitious, it's not with Genotro. The coach is not the kind. He has not. He has always been trying. You know, we are saying like we are still building. A caller said we are building. Genotro is in the second contract. This is not the first one, and we are still building.
But if we had that team, if we were that good, can we get to the semi-final?
We are not that bad.
Players?
We are not that bad.
Okay.
Wisdom. Football, we say yes, it's played with sometimes quality counts most times, but still, it doesn't really matter. You could always get that goals. We say no two games are the same. We could see a Portugal side that won the Euros 2016. They didn't play the best of football. They didn't play so fantastic, but they were able to get to the finals and they got the medal. Meaning that you don't really need to have the best of names at that point. I think they even have better squad now when it comes to that Euro 2016.
Yeah.
The France were better. They did all the playmaking, but the Portugal side won that. It depends on who is leading. He doesn't have that confidence on his players. We can't cry more than they bereaved. I think Genotro just showed us now that we don't need to actually dream big with him. If we are very ambitious, I don't think he has to be the man to do that job.
All right, I'll open the phone lines and get to hear from the callers. Is it about ambitions? Do we have the player to even play us now? The guys are saying this statement even shows that the man does not, like High Chief mentioned, we've had coaches that have used average players to do great things. It was even their performance with the national team that now started making big clubs to look for them. Let's get to the phone lines. Let me not talk too much. Today's Sports Live, good evening. Because of our time.
Good evening. I'm a musician. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
You're welcome. Let's hear you.
Exactly. Thank God that I like his English he's speaking there. He's doing very well. For him to know how the coach is doing, I think with his English, if the network can understand, he will change his way of talking. Because he don't know how to talk. I even think that I want to even relate to our governor Winke, because two of them, they are the problems of this Nigeria.
Don't go there.
Don't look for trouble now. Our governor, no. Don't drag our governor into this discussion.
People to
Today is first life.
Wisdom, apostle of love, I thought that. You were not hearing me before.
Yeah, go ahead. Network through your.
You see, I was saying something. Thank you, High Chief. In fact, I'm going to make you an encyclopedia of drama. Genetro, that man is fortunate to be a coach in Nigeria. What was his pedigree before he came to this nation? It's not a magic elite playing some politics with our football. Genetro is not qualified to be a coach of the Super Eagles. Our own blessed memory,
Stephen Keshi,
did outstandingly well without all these foreign coaches. Except the man called Clement Westphal. We never had good coaches from Europe.
Yeah.
So now you have quality players. We are talking about our players not playing in quality teams in Europe. Which one is quality teams in Europe? Which players are playing in England? Is it not Aston Villa players from Everton? And we have players from the same team. You are saying the guy that scored goals against Nigeria, was he not a relegated Fulham player?
Yes.
Anguissa, yes.
Yes, Anguissa.
Yes.
He played for Fulham.
Yeah.
And that man should be professor. He's not qualified. We can't.
All right, Apostle of Love. Yeah.
Thank you very much. In fact, when I heard that thing, I was upset with that man. I never supported him even 50%.
Forgive you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Apostle of Love, for your thoughts. Right there. All right, the phone line's still open. 0817000951. 0810951091. Today's Sports Live. Good evening.
Superman, greetings.
Eto, you're welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you, bro. Greetings to Chief.
Good evening.
Eto, you're our last caller. How come? This man.
I cool down.
Go ahead.
I want to ask this contract where you being people, praise in particular, we will sign a tower of Babel for General to build. Where is he going to end this particular contract? Which is he going to build it and hand over the key to Nigeria? Because I want me to answer.
Now me go answer the question. Were you not there when he signed the contract too?
Because you people, when he came, you people make him like in form of a demigod.
Which of the people now?
So I don't know. If I thought it could not finish, you should be a better coach to come. Paul
Liguine.
To come. That man is more better and technical than any other coach.
Okay.
He has not offer. He should go and play.
All right.
And give you grandchildren.
Heto, thank you so much for your thoughts. That's where we would be wrapping things up on today's edition of Today's Sports Live. We can't take any more calls. We're out of time. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. We will be back here again 1 p.m. tomorrow. We'll start again for another marathon edition of Today's Sports Live. High Chief Okechukwu Edenkwa was here. Ezine Oti. I would like to call her Zini. She was also here, all bringing the analysis, the best of analysis, especially when it concerns that Nigerian game and, of course, Nigerian Professional Football League. Wisdom Obina is my name. And like I said, we'll be back here again 1 p.m. tomorrow. Join us for another interesting edition of Today Sports Live.
Where them dey? Ali on Balogun, where you dey? William Cruz, Congo, where you dey? Ataki Moses, Simon, where you dey? That's in nature, you too much. Abdullahi, the show, you too much. Ogere Karetabo, attacking machine. Ikechuku Ezenwa, super car. Adanya, where you dey?